We see two doctors walk in saying "Excuse me, Kusanagi-san," and he looks at them with surprise. They check his body and gets shocked upon inspecting it, saying they can't believe it. Doctor says you lost consciousness and went into critical condition due to the traffic incident, but you are completely healed. It's almost like you were healed by holy magic. He thinks, well, that's due to my body automatically heals me with holy magic, and confused wonders what traffic incident. He asks them, was my magic power completely depleted? And Doctor asks magic power, what do you mean? He says right during the calamity, I was fighting monsters, and Doctors looks at him with confusion. Doctor asks, could you tell me your name and current year? And he replies that I am Ikikami Minato, and it should be 9070, right? Doctor says, could it be sequela? It looks like a case of memory impairment, and he tells them that your name is Kusanagi Minato, and the year is 2022. Confused, he says my name is Kusanagi Minato, and the year is 2022, and says it doesn't look like they are lying. He sees the TV and says in surprise, is that a TV? It's so thin, and what a clean image, and sees the date as well. He again gets shocked and says, what is that small device? I've never seen it before, and wonders, is this really the future? Doctor says the calamity you mentioned occurred 50 years ago and hasn't appeared since. Kusanagi replies in shock that the calamity hasn't happened since and says, what about the monsters? Doctor replies there are monsters, but there aren't many, and it's very peaceful. Kusanagi thinks if that's true, then the world achieved peace, and gets relieved hearing that and says thanks goodness. Doctor says, but Ikikami Minato died. In the great calamity 50 years ago, he sacrificed himself to save the world. Therefore, you are not Ikikami Minato. Kusanagi thinks at that time I died, and then I reincarnated into Kusanagi Minato, and wonders but why and how. Now, some weeks later, we see Kusanagi arriving at his home. Seeing it, he says, so this is Kusanagi Minato's, my room, as he sees a note and gets to know that his parents passed away when he was a child. He was kicked out by his foster parents and sent to a boarding school. Since then he's been getting by with his parents' inheritance. I see. He says there's no such thing as reincarnation magic and wonders. If his reincarnation was a work of God, or was it all by chance? He sees that he is enrolled in a magic academy, and says back in my day there was no reason for one to exist. Seems interesting, and suddenly his phone rings, and he says, what the? A call's come, and he wonders who's this and what should he do, as he just cuts the call. He just throws the phone and says who cares, as a message from Tadano comes saying, I heard you've been discharged. Come to school already. I don't have enough money. We then see a huge school as Kusanagi arrives, and says so this is Kamui Magic Academy. Going to school as an adult kinda gets my heart pumping, and says that's great and all, but he sees a student practicing magic, and says what the hell is that magic? What the hell is that magic power as he notices the other students around him? He gets shocked seeing them, and says why is it so disappointingly shit? This can't be true. Compared to a newbie magician from my time it's like a tenth of their power, and says can these guys even succeed as magicians? He says drunk on peace is it, and says for magic to decline that much. He arrives at his classroom and says so this is a classroom. It's like a blast from the past. I'm so excited and wonders if he has any friends here. Someone suddenly shouts and says to Kusanagi, you fucker, you ignored my text, didn't you? Even though you're just Kusanagi. Kusanagi replies, and who would you be, which angers Tendo. He tries to kick Kusanagi, but Kusanagi easily dodges. As Tadano says you dare to forget me, Tadano-jun? You powerless piece of trash, and Kusanagi says ah. Tadano-kun I remember and thinks I see a friend of mine. Tadano replies you finally remembered you spaz, and says you know what being a friend means, right? Kusanagi grabs his hand and says, yeah, let's get along. Tadano shouts, not that. Tadano grabs Kusanagi's collar and says, hand it over. Hurry up and give us money. You got plenty left in your parents' inheritance. Kusanagi says, I get it. Kusanagi, Minato, was being bullied. And Tadano tries to punch him, saying, don't get full of yourself. But suddenly, a blue-haired girl comes saying, good morning. Seeing her beauty, Tadano blushes and gets distracted from hitting Kusanagi. As he leaves him saying, don't forget it, scrub, as Kusanagi fixes his collar, saying, geez. The teacher says today's lesson is about the Great Calamity, the final calamity known as the Great Calamity. He explains all over the world monsters appeared, and thus humanity despaired, but the pioneer of magic, the great sage Ikikami Minato, thought differently. He didn't give in and defeated all the monsters by himself, and at last he confronted Calamity's boss, the demon god whom he crushed at the risk of his own life. Teacher asks who exactly is Ikikami Minato, and tells Mizuha to answer this one. She answers the only survivor of the first calamity and the first magician, and the reason that Kamui Magic Academy was built. He was the hero of the world and the idol of every magician. Teacher says correct, he was the only survivor of the first calamity and the first human to use magic. This academy was created to turn out many more like Ikikami Minato. He is the greatest magician in human history, and says this will be on the test, everyone. Kusanagi starts blushing heavily due to embarrassment and says, no more, please make it stop. I didn't expect to be tortured like this. I shouldn't have come to school. But it's just like that doctor said, the world is at peace. Is it because of that magicians have become weak? As he looks out from the window and sees the birds saying so peaceful. Teacher says, I'll end today's class here. Tomorrow are your magic power assessments. Tadano comes again and says you heard him right, magic power assessment. It'll be fun seeing how dogshit your magic power is, right? Kusanagi thinks, does this guy ever shut up, and says there's no point in staying here. Tadano says your parents had no magic power either, right, and makes fun of him saying, ah, so you were an orphan bastard. Sorry bro, I forgot, as he laughs, pissing Kusanagi off. Kusanagi replies, what a f*** you are, and Tadano gets pissed, saying, the f*** you say, you cunt. Get off your high horse, you spatzo. As Tadano charges his fireball magic, while his classmate says, are you really gonna use magic in classroom? He attacks Kusanagi, saying, die shithead, and we see a huge fireball heading towards Kusanagi, while he just stands nonchalantly. Mizuha runs towards them, saying that's dangerous. As the attacks reaches Kusanagi and creates a big fire explosion. All the students brace from the impact of the explosion, and Mizuha says you can't use your magic over a mere squabble. Someone will get hurt, and Tadano replies he was trying to pick a fight with me. It's not my fault. And we see huge amount of smoke, and all the students watches from the side. The smoke starts to clear, and they all see Kusanagi standing perfectly fine. All the students watches in surprise as Kusanagi says, you got me. Tadano, in shock, says he's unscathed after taking my magic head on. What's happening here? Kusanagi thinks that if it's a level 1 magic, he don't need to defend, his magic barrier takes care of it, and he don't need to use magic actively for it. He says, I tolerated myself since he is a child, but he needs to be punished. Tadano and his group get scared as Kusanagi releases immense amounts of magic power. Everyone gets shocked seeing it, and they all say they can't move and wonder what is happening. Mizuha wonders what is this magic, and wonders what is happening as Kusanagi walks towards them. Tadano gets scared very much as Kusanagi moves his hands towards him. Tadano starts sweating, and suddenly teacher comes and shouts, what was that sound just now? Is someone using magic here? He asks Tadano and Kusanagi to explain, and Kusanagi sighs. Kusanagi says nothing happened in classroom. Maybe someone was using magic outside. There's no magic club activity happening in the school grounds, teacher replies. Kusanagi replies it's possible that a student outside of this department is using magic as he wishes. Magicians are so keen on using their magic. Teacher asks what about the smoke, and he replies that came from outside. Teacher replies that if it's Kusanagi saying, it must be true. I am going to find the culprit. The rest of you get back to your seat, as Kusanagi says sorry for the trouble, and thinks maybe he will create evidence to close this case himself. Mizuha looks at Kusanagi with confusion as Tadano says, "Damn you, Kusanagi." Kusanagi thinks even if they are just students, their magic level is too low. Could they ever even take down a monster? Even if there's no calamity, there must be monsters still around. As he says, he should go check it out. It gets nighttime, and we see old Shibuya in ruins as Kusanagi walks in air using his magic. He stops at a place and says Shibuya also has changed a lot while looking over it. He again continues and flies at high speed using his magic. He says he don't sense any monsters around. Everything may be in ruins, but it looks like the police took all of them out. He says, wait, I sense a monster's aura coming from very far away, and there's also a human there. He rushes to the location with extreme speed. We see a monster attacking a girl who scared says, get away from me. The monster attacks the girl, but Kusanagi arrives on time. As the monster is just about to hit her, Kusanagi intercepts it and attacks him with spikes. We see the monster dying in one hit, and Kusanagi looks at the girl he saved. And the girl looks to be in tears, and Kusanagi notices the badge of a police magician on her. He tells her to be careful next time on, and leaves just as she is about to thank him. As he rushes before she could, and she wonders who it was, and that he seemed to be a great magician, and says now that she thinks about it, he didn't chant for any spells. Kusanagi says I was right to keep my face hidden. Since I just reincarnated, I don't want to stand out. But to think she was about to get killed by such a low-level monster, the police's magic levels have gone down a lot. From the looks of it, there's no doubt that people in this time cannot defeat a monster. It's not just about the students, but the police as well. The magicians in this timeline have clearly become weaker. As he smiles and says, looks like even in this period of time, they need my powers. Anyway, maybe I should annihilate all the surrounding monsters for now. We come to the school where the teacher is saying today we will be measuring our magic power. Make sure to get both your amount and attribute today. They're most important values if you hope to become a professional magician. Kusanagi wonders he can't measure his power without using that thing. Let alone the students, but for the teachers to not even know something so basic. Magic perception is the foundation of magic you know. Mizuha asks him would now be good time, and students says Mizuha-san and Kusanagi are speaking to each other and gets jealous. She says this is the first time we've spoken with each other. I am the second daughter from the magic noble house of Mizuha, Mizuho Yuika. Kusanagi asks her what's a magic noble. She asks you don't know and says we're from leading 4 noble houses, the head of magicians. He thinks back, then nothing like this existed and I never heard of this Mizuha family. He notices that her magic power isn't great. For a family of prominent magicians, their power sure is lackluster. She thinks what's with this dude after I generously started a conversation with him and tells him to be more grateful. Tadano gets pissed seeing them both talk and says that prick he's yapping with Yuika. Kusanagi asks her, so what busigns does the magic nobility have with me? And she gets pissed and thinks this guy, the more he talks, the more he pisses me off. She tells herself to calm down, deep breaths, You're a noblewoman, think of your dignity, and Kusanagi thinks what's wrong with this chick. She thinks when Kusanagi got hit with magic yesterday, he came out unscathed. There must be a reason for this. As she's about to ask, the teacher calls out for the tests and to get ready, and Kusanagi says time to get measure as Mizuha tries to stop him. She says, oh well, I'll see his true power after this assessment. Tadano says my mighty self next as he goes for the test. He puts his hand on the magic device, and it measures his magic power to 1,000. And his attribute to be fire, as he says, great, it's better than before. Kusanagi thinks if that was 1,000, then the measuring standard hasn't changed over the past 50 years. Mizuha goes next and places her hand on the device as it starts to form water. Her magic power is measured to 2,000, and attribute as water, and everyone gets surprised. Students tells them you two, your magic powers are at the top of this year's level. Both of you will make for fantastic magicians. Students says wow, as expected from Tadano, the fire magic prodigy, and a female student, says Mizuha, hey Sama, so lovely. Seeing all of it, Kusanagi gets disappointed and says surely this is a joke. She's at the top with 2,000. She's not much better than an amateur. Mizuha thinks how's that Kusanagi? This is the power of House Mizuha. Kusanagi wonders why does she look so smug and to not look at him like that. It is unbearable. Teacher calls out Kusanagi for the test now, and everyone says Kusanagi was ranked at the bottom of last year. He's impressive at studying, but his talent in magic is. Tadano thinks you have no talent, you retard. Embarrass yourself in front of Yuika, you fucker. Mizuha thinks now, how much magic power do you have, Kusanagi? Well, he won't beat me, that's for sure. As he stands in front of it, he says, what can I do, huh? Back in the day I stood out too much, it was a pain. He says, should I hold out a bit, and says nah later, and touches the device. He starts pouring his magic power in the device, and we see his immense power. He smiles and says, I'll give it my all. If this can measure the power of a great sage, then go ahead, I say. As everyone looks at him, and we see his magic power engulfing the school. Other students also notices his magic power. Yuika wonders what's going on as she looks surprised as everything starts to shake. We see a ridiculous amount of magic power flowing out of the school. Suddenly, we see the magic device exploding as Yuika braces for impact. All the students braces as well and gets surprised as his magic power flows out. Kusanagi thinks it broke after I got a little serious, and that nobody here could sense my magic power. Are these guys really capable of becoming magicians? The teacher asks, is anybody hurt? And the student says we are okay. Teacher asks Kusanagi if he's okay, and he says I guess, and teacher replies he was lucky because he was right in the middle of the explosion. Teacher says that's the first time I seen a measuring device get destroyed. Was it defective perhaps? But this isn't good now, we won't know your magic power and attribute Kusanagi. He asks if it's bad. Teacher replies we split students into groups for combat class. We were going to decide on groups after seeing your results, but... He asks Tadano if he can take Kusanagi in his group, and he smirks maliciously. Tadano replies, of course, sir, and teacher says if it's you I can rest assured, as Tadano tells Kusanagi that he is looking forward to it. We once again see old Shibuya, but at daytime this time. Teacher explains there are monsters still inhabiting places that were severely destroyed by the Great Calamity. The current Shibuya is abandoned, and at regular intervals, magicians and police subjugates monsters here. And so Academy students are also required to help with that. Since more than half of the monsters have been taken out by the pro-magicians, you don't have to worry. Kusanagi thinks I didn't expect a practical class. Oh well, even students should be able to take out a few monsters. They'll be working in groups after all. Didn't I come here last night? But this is weird. I'm sure I took all the monsters out, yet I can still sense some. There is no sing of disaster here. Then where are these monsters showing up here? The students behind him says let's compete, and Kusanagi thinks this is a practical class, yet they are so careful. Kusanagi sighs as Yuika looks at him. Teacher tells the students practical class starts, now make sure to work as a team. Tadano tells Kusanagi to stay at one place and don't get in their way. Tadano says I'm being kind to you, don't get carried away. I'm not gonna go easy on you this time. Kusanagi replies if you don't like me just ignore me. And he replies don't you talk to me you bottom of barrel scum. Even though you're literal trash, why is Mizu so interested in you? Kusanagi gets confused and says oh could it be that you like Mizuha? Which pisses of Tadano, and as Kusanagi gets distracted, Tadano tries to attack him. Kusanagi says don't do it, and Tadano says no point in apologizing now, and Kusanagi replies look behind you, and he says it won't be fooled by such childish tricks. As he looks back and sees a huge monster standing right behind them, they all get scared and says no way, and says what, why, how in fear. Why is there a demon soldier here? His lackey tells him Ju-chan you can win against him. And Tadano replies of course I can win, this is light work for me. He attacks the monster with his spell. He says job done and his lackeys praises him, but we see the demon soldier being unaffected by it. He gets scared and says not even a scratch, as Kusanagi thinks a demon soldier can't be taken down with your level 1 magic. The demon soldier moves towards them, and they get scared. The demon soldier stands atop of them as Tadano starts crying and says I am gonna die. He pisses his pants, and the demon soldier attacks him. But the demon soldier notices Kusanagi standing behind them. Just looking at him, he sees his impending death. He immediately backs off, and Kusanagi walks towards him, saying apparently a demon soldier can tell. Which of us is stronger? As the demon soldier looks at him, he sees the immense amount of magic power coming from him, and gets scared and tries to use his spell. Kusanagi also uses a spell, and Tadano says you can't defeat that thing with level 1 magic, and his lackeys says we are gonna die. The demon soldier uses a level 2 magic rock break and throws a rock over Kusanagi. Kusanagi uses a level 1 spell fire arrow, which way more huge than the rock demon soldier threw, as it completely dwarfs it. The spell completely engulfs the rock and moves towards the demon soldier. It causes a huge explosion as they all brace for impact. They all look towards it and sees a huge crater from a single spell. They get shocked, and Tadano says what the fuck just happened? Did Kusanagi just kill that demon soldier? That's impossible, how can someone like Kusanagi? And he replies saying, if it's my level 1 magic, it can kill a demon soldier. It's strange for a demon soldier to be in Shibuya. The fact that I killed every monster yesterday, yet they appeared, is also weird. Is this a bad omen before a disaster? Is the situation more pressing than expected, as Kusanagi remembers the previous calamity? He clenches his fist and says even if a calamity was to happen again, I'll save everyone, I promise. Tadano's lackeys says he defeated a demon soldier, didn't he? Is he really the Kusanagi we know? As Tadano gets pissed and punches a wall, we see Yuika hiding behind the wall in shock. We see Yuika using a spell called Level 1 Magic Aqua Saucer, as all the students praises her saying, that's Mizu Heisan for you. Yuika, inside her mind, says to think this much surprised them. Ordinary people are such a drag. Oh well, since I'm a genius, it can't be helped, as she get all prideful about it. She notices Tadano and his group along with Kusanagi. She tells the other students I'll leave you guys to it, and go towards them saying I think he's getting bullied. I can't miss this. She hides behind a wall and gets surprised by what she saw. She notices the demon soldier and says this isn't something they can take on. She tries to go help them and says I need to help them. I am a member of the Mizuhe family after all. Before she could tell them to run away, she sees a huge spell. She braces for impact and sees the crater it left behind, and Kusanagi who used the spell. Shocked, she says, what was that? Was that Kusanagi's magic? I'm sure he used to be extremely timid and had no aptitude for magic. It's as if he is a different person now, and she notices she didn't heard him do any chants, and moreover how he can beat a demon soldier with a level 1 magic, she wonders. She explains a demon's strength is determined by its number of crystals. This is also how their rank is established. Magical Beast, rank 6. Demon Soldier, rank 5. Demon Captain, rank 4. Demon General, rank 3. Demon King, rank 2, and lastly Demon God, rank 1. The number of effective ranks for each demons is fixed. It is common sense for modern magicians. You need at least level 3 magic to defeat a demon soldier. It's impossible to beat it with level 1 magic. As Kusanagi walks by, and Yuika wonders why is she hiding. But Kusanagi notices her and says peeking around is a nice hobby to have. She asks him how did he knew, and he replies if you're a mage, it will be crazy not to know. She looks at him with confusion, and he says you guys really can't sense magic, can you? He starts to go, and Yuika tries to stop him and says wait a minute, and wonders what the hell was that and tells him to explain. But Kusanagi disappears and gets up on a high building, as he says good grief, and that he will check around the area just in case. He uses his sensory abilities and says there are no demon soldiers left, but there are quite a number of magical beasts present. Even that Tadano, who's considered an excellent student, acted like that. The other students will have a hard time against magic beasts. Maybe I should reduce some of their numbers. He says my range covers the area around Shibuya Station as he proceeds to unleash his magic. He uses level 2 magic, Magic Barret, which fires multiple arrows of magic. As his magic flies around the city, the students notices and wonder what is that, and some says it's shooting stars. Yuika, once again shocked, wonders, is that magic and multiple magic abilities at that? The students gets tired and says they can't take this anymore, and the monster attacks the students. As the student suddenly notices, Kusanagi's attack kills the monster. Kusanagi, standing atop of a building, says feels good to kill them all, and seeing his attacks he wonders if he went overboard. He says I ended up killing most of them. Now class won't be able to proceed. I really needed to hold myself back. We see Kusanagi flying in the air again, and he lands saying it should be here. There's no need to hide my power more than necessary, but standing out too much is a pain in the ass. We see the teacher examining the corpse of the magic beast, and he says, how can there be so many magic beasts left? The herd should have been mostly hunted down. Teacher thinks all of them with a single strike. This was done by someone very skilled. Null attribute magic, firing countless magic bullets is null attribute magic. I've never seen something like this. Without this magic, things could have been troublesome. Firing 2 of these bullets is no big deal, but when the number reaches above 6, this was not a student's job. Student says why were there so many magic beasts present? We all nearly died, you know. Teacher apologizes and says I was informed that the police cleared most of the pack. I should have also confirmed it from the school's side. I am truly sorry for putting you all in danger. The female student asks, did someone come to save us? The teacher replies, I don't know, and the student says, I see. I just wanted to thank them. Teacher, thinks it was probably neither the police nor an official mage, possibly a legal magician. But it's true that he saved us all. Thank you, Mr. Stranger Magician, as Kusanagi smiles. All the students wonder what kind of magic was it, and Kusanagi says look like everyone is fine. Even those guys. Yuika looks at Kusanagi and says he defeated a demon soldier with a level 1 magic, and then that infinite magic. She thinks was that also him, fire attribute and null attribute magic. No student can use 2 magic attributes, not even that guy. She says I'm overthinking it. There's no way he can use 2 magic attributes. The null attribute user is a different person. But it's a fact that he beat a demon soldier. As she wonders, Kusanagi, what are you? Tadano's group says those laser-looking things. That was also Kusanagi's doing. And the blue-haired guy says that's not possible, and other one says but he beat a demon soldier. Tadano tells them to shut up, or he will kill them, and they both get scared. Tadano says ain't no way he is this strong. There's something fishy going on. They both says it sure is weird, wasn't he such a coward? Tadano says that is cheating in some way. How dare he make a fool out of me? I'll make him reveal his true character. After school, as Kusanagi is walking home, we see him surrounded by a bunch of students. Tadano says we were waiting, and Kusanagi replies you guys are so persistent. Studying magic will be a better use of your time, don't you think? He replies you're one to talk, you cheat, and Kusanagi, confused, asks cheat. Tadano says stop playing dumb. There's no way you can use that kind of magic. You're definitely using some dirty trick. Kusanagi gets confused and says they can't be reasoned with and sighs. Tadano tells him to come with him. I'll give you props for not running away. Kusanagi replies there's no need for him to run away, and Tadano replies stop shouting bullshit, bastard, and attacks him. Tadano says you can't use magic here. Can you, and punches him. All the students starts to punch him, and asks what happened, and Tadano says, can you not do anything without your magic? Even if you beg, I am not going to forgive you. Die Kusanagi, and Kusanagi nonchalantly says forget about hurting me. This isn't even scratching me. My magical powers automatically defends me. Even if they hit me, it won't have any effect. This is annoying. Maybe I should pretend to get hit. He just sits down and someone says, what are you doing? And it's Yuika. Seeing her, Tadano and all the students stops. Tadano says nothing really. We're just playing around, and Yuika replies, I know that you guys are bullying Kusanagi. To think students of our magic academy are bullies. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Hearing it, Tadano gets displeased again and says it's all because of him. It's because of him that Yuika is now disgusted with me. Yuika grabs Kusanagi's hand and says, hey, let's get out of here, Kusanagi, seeing that Tadano once again gets pissed. He repeats, damn you, Kusanagi, and keeps getting more angry, and gets ready to use magic. Kusanagi says, oh God, and Tadano prepares his spell saying, bastard, I am going to kill you. Yuika shouts at Tadano and asks him what he is doing, and all the students uses their magic spell together. She says it's dangerous and moves to protect Kusanagi. She braces for impact, and Tadano says even cheating wouldn't help you against this much power. The other students says this is bad and thinks if he is dead, and Tadano says, idiot, are you afraid? We accidentally used magic outside of school, and it got out of control. Kusanagi just got caught in the middle of it. That's all that happened here. Kusanagi says, but it looks like you did go too far, and he emerges from smoke and says I've tolerated you thinking that you're just a brat. Apparently, stupidity can be only cured with death. Time to discipline you. Tadano and everyone gets shocked and says you're alive, even though you got hit with that much magic. Yuika behind him also looks in shock, and Kusanagi says, "Not just me. But you dragged Yuika into this. Just how rotten are you?" And Tadano says, "Both of you are at fault. How dare you make a fool out of me?" They all again charge a spell and says, "We will keep attacking," as Kusanagi points his finger towards them. He uses a tiny circle and Tadano, and everyone laughs at him, saying, "What kind of circle is this?" They fire their spell and shouts, "Die Kusanagi," while he uses a spell called Magic Drain. We see a bunch of trendles-like things coming out of the magic circle, which binds all of them. And they all get drained and says they don't have any strength left, and Kusanagi releases his magic. We see all of them laying on ground, and Kusanagi says, "I only absorbed a little bit of magic, and they are all out." This should make them reflect a bit, right? Yuika, shocked, says, "What was that magic now? What just happened, and why is Tadano and his gang unconscious?" Kusanagi starts to leave, and Yuika says, "Wait a minute." She asks so many things. What was that magic? What happened? And you're not supposed to be able to use magic properly, right? Who are you exactly? Yuika asks, and Kusanagi, burned out from it, says, "This is so annoying." He replies, rather than asking questions, "Shouldn't you be saying something else?" She blushes and says, "I will give you my regards for helping me," and thanks him. She again says, "Answer my question," and sees he is already gone, and embarrassed says, "Where did he go now?" It's again nighttime in old Shibuya, and we see Kusanagi flying in the air, and he lands on a building. He uses his magic and says, "I had a bad feeling, so I came to check it out. As I thought, I killed all the monsters in the afternoon, yet it's full of them again. Is this some bad omen? If it's just Shibuya, I am alone enough to handle this, but I can also sense in other places. Perhaps this is too much for the police. Although the magicians are no good either. Having said that, I definitely can't kill all the monsters in Japan alone. What to do about this? I need to come up with a plan. Let's just wipe out the monsters around here first, carefully as not to stand out," as he uses his magic and kills multiple enemies at once. We see a drunk guy going home and a monster right behind him. The monster attacks him, but Kusanagi saves the drunk guy. He doesn't even notice and says, "Must have been my imagination." As Kusanagi says, "I didn't get caught, did I?" And we see a guy recording him with a phone. As he says, "Awesome, I got it all. This is a viral worthy material." Next day at school, we see both Tadan, our group, and Kusanagi, along with Yuika in the office, and Tadano, saying that it wasn't them who used magic, but Kusanagi. Kusanagi says he lies so casually. "I'm actually impressed. I guess I can't keep my mouth shut. It's a drag, but I need to explain myself." Yuika comes out and says it's all lies. She explains Kusanagi was getting bullied by Tadano and his friends. It was Tadano and his friends who used magic first. Teacher says first, that means Kusanagi also used magic. She replies that it was self-defense. He didn't do anything bad. Seeing her talk surprises Kusanagi, and Tadano says we also didn't do anything, and Yuika tells him to shut up. She shouts at him, "What kind of person bull is someone?" and then blames them when faced with consequences. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Tadano replies it's Kusanagi, that small fry, who isn't worthy of this school. "I was just cleaning up the trash." Yuika replies that it's you who isn't worthy of this school. Tadano says, "I am at the top of the class. I am the only one worthy to be standing beside you, not this small fry, Kusanagi." Yuika, confused, says, "What are you talking about?" He says, "Open your eyes. Don't cover up for that guy. Just look at me. Become my woman, Yuika." And Yuika replies with disgust, "Not a chance." Hearing it completely breaks him, and Yuika explains he is rejected because he bullies people, and due to he is violent, and also because his confession makes no sense. Kusanagi says I know he deserved it, but that was brutal. The headmaster says it looks like Tadano and his friends are at fault here, and Kusanagi used magic for self-defense. We don't need people who uses magic for selfish desires. You are all hereby expelled. His friend says you can't. We just did what Yu-chan told us to do. Teacher sends Yuika and Kusanagi back to class, and they both leave. Yuika, still angry, says he is the worst. I haven't been this pissed off in a while. Kusanagi asks what's going to happen to them now they are expelled. Yuika replies that they won't be able to become a mage anymore. She says Kusanagi-kun, you need to speak for yourself, as Kusanagi says I was going to speak, but you spoke up. As Kusanagi suddenly thinks something, and Yuika confused says what? He says now that I think about it. Just how many times have you tried to save me now? Back in the class when we got into a fight, and now too. As he says you're a crazy good girl, aren't you? Which causes her to blush heavily. It causes her to run away while telling shut up in embarrassment, and that she is going first. As Kusanagi smiles, as he says Kusanagi Minato died, and I got reincarnated, was he bullied to death, he wonders. Or was it a normal car accident? I don't know, but they were definitely guilty of something as he holds his hand over his heart. So there were students using magic outside of school, and a few students caught up in it. Yes, but no harm was done to general public. The blue-haired girl asks then, why did you call me? He replies that one of the girl caught up in this incident was Mizu, Hayuika, and the girl leaves saying I understand and thanks for reporting me. Headmaster says give my regards to your father, and she replies rest assured, my father is willing to invest in the school. The guy with her says if what he said was true, this Kusanagi guy has to absurdly strong. She replies fighting multiple mages would be near enough impossible. You wouldn't be able to win unless there's a huge power discrepancy. Then do you think he is stronger than us? The guy asks, and she replies no, but I am interested. So what are we going to do? She says we will confirm it first, the competence of the student Minato Kusanagi. And then we will decide whether to expel my little sister or not. She is introduced as Mizu Haruka, 3rd year S-class. The guy says that sounds interesting, and he is introduced as Katsuragi Yuji, 3rd year S-class. Back to Kusanagi, who says now that it's peaceful. I've lost all my motivation. As the students in class are watching the video of Kusanagi from the last night, saying that's the black mage, right? I know him. Kusanagi doesn't realizes it's him and wonders who is that black mage. Is he same as a noble? As he says it doesn't concern me, suddenly the teacher calls out to him. He says students who couldn't get measured last time are going to get measured now. Yuika also heads there and says this time I can find out what Kusanagi is capable of. She and other students also get surprised as Yuika's older sister and Yuji from 3rd year also appears. Shocked, Yuika wonders what is her older sister is doing here. Now it's Kusanagi's turn, and the teacher tells him to start. He say I destroyed it in the last assessment, so I must be careful this time. He puts his hand on the magic device and tries to control his power. He gets tired from trying to hold back too much, and teacher asks him if he is okay and says seems like we managed to get the results and notices his result. Yuika notices Kusanagi's attribute is none, and his amount of magic is mere 100. Students says 100, he said, isn't it the lowest in our batch, and having no attribute is quite rare, right? It also means he is useless. Ryuji says it seems that there is no truth behind the talk of him, defeating the delinquents himself. Ruka says let's go, we're done with our business here. Students comment on him saying, heck, he's getting tired just from the reassessment. You'll end up that way if your magic power is that low. Teacher tries to cheer him up, saying, don't think about it too much, Kusanagi. The amount of magic power one has doesn't mean everything. Yuika says something is definitely wrong. Kusanagi definitely has the ability to defeat the demon soldiers. He should be able to use the dual attribute of fire and none. I've never heard anything like adjusting your own amount of magic power. Just what on earth did you do? Kusanagi smiles and says a perfect result. He says I only had to do some precise magic manipulation, but it's really taking a toll on me. Luckily, it seems that I've gotten a grip on it. Yuika and Kusanagi both are walking, and he asks her that you were at Magic Assessment Hall as well, right? And she replies yes, she was. Ryuji and Ruka stops them both on their way. Kusanagi asks who are you, and she replies she is the eldest daughter of Mizu, her family. Mizu, her Ruka, and the guy with her is Katsuragi Yuji. Both of us are third year. He says, and do you need something? She replies she no longer has business with him. Yuika gets scared, and Ruka says it seems like you aren't even a match against the delinquents. And I heard that you were saved by a guy whose magic power amount is merely 100. Is that true? Scared, she replies yes, that is true. Ruka tells her to quit the academy. She asks why should I, and Ruka replies, have you ever won against me, even once? Whether it's academics, sports, or magicraft. You never fail to lose against me in everything. You're not suited to be a mage. Me being one is more than enough. She stutters to speak, and Ruka tells her that she just needs to do what she tells her to. Quit the academy and enroll in a normal school, and says you hear me with an intimidating face. Scared, she is about to agree, but Kusanagi speaks up, telling Ruka she is being quite arrogant. She asks Kusanagi what did he say, and he replies that you kept talking nonstop, without bothering to listen to what the other part has to say. If not arrogance, then what is it? She replies this is a conversation between family members. Outsiders should stay out of it, and he asks you call that conversation. Just sounds like you ordering your sister around me. Pissed, she says, what did you say, you bastard? He replies to coerce someone out of their way of living is something even a family member is not allowed to do. She replies same goes for forcing one to give up their dreams. My younger sister doesn't have what it takes to be a mage. She never won against me even once. Yuika, now discouraged, says it's like what Nisama said. I don't have talent. I've only been telling myself that I am a genius, that I have aptitude to be one, when not even once have I ever won against Nisama. Kusanagi says she can win against you, which surprises Ruka. She replies, win against me, you say. He says it's still impossible for now, of course. She says, very well. She proposes that in 2 weeks' time, how about having a 2-on-2 magic duel? Kusanagi say 2-on-2 huh? And Ruka says, after spouting all that nonsense earlier, you're planning to run away. Kusanagi replies nonsense, I'll also participate. And he asks Yuika, what about you? We see Yuika hesitating and saying yes. But she resolves herself and says, I'll participate too. Kusanagi says it's decided then, and tells Ruka if we win you're not allowed to say anything on the matter anymore. She replies if we win Yuika must quit the academy, and they both leaves as she says I won't hold back. You should be prepared to face reality. At the rooftop, Yuika asks Kusanagi for his help and asks him to teach her more about magic. Kusanagi thinks, and here I was wondering why I suddenly get called up to the rooftop. He replies that I'm a lowly mage whose amount of magic power is 100. Are you sure you want to be taught by someone like me? She says, I know you're hiding your real power. You're definitely much stronger than me. Hearing it impresses him. You know of a way to become stronger. That's why you said that I can win against Nisama, right? He thinks those kinds of people are the type who desperately want to control everything. That's why I set it up so that she'd get provoked and suggest a fight against me. She lowers her head and begs Kusanagi, and he gives in. She asks, "You're sure?" He replies, "But you must follow everything I say, and you can't back out midway," and she says, "Of course." He thinks there's no way I can decline if she begs me like that. Besides, I need to prepare for what's going to happen from now on. Raising a mage might not be so bad. He says we'll be starting right away from today. S for where we'll practice, as he thinks, but Yuika suggests why not go to her place. We see Yuika's house, which is huge, and Kusanagi says what a big house, and Yuika replies that her father is a noble mage, so it's only natural. Yuika thinks, speaking of which, this is the first time I've invited a boy over to my house, and wonders did he find it strange for me to invite him to my house, and say it's not like I have any weird intentions, though. He says we should get started, Yuika. She gets surprised hearing him calling her by her first name, and says, "Why did you call me by my given name while blushing?" He replies, "Well, your sister also goes by Mizuha. People won't know who I'm addressing if I do that." She says, "Ah, so that's why," and he replies that if you don't like it, should I call you by a different name? And she replies, "No, you can go with Yuika." He says, "Well then, we'll start now." She says, "Please take care of me." He says, "First, let me ask you, what exactly is magic power?" She replies, "That's easy. It's the energy inside your body that is needed to perform magic." "What about incantation?" he asks, and she says, "A program-like way to automatically turn magic power into magicraft." He says then, "Is it possible to deliberately increase your magic power?" She replies, "Impossible. The limit of one's magical power is determined pre-birth. The amount will stop once you reach a certain age." She proudly asks how about it. I answered it, all perfectly right, and he replies all answers are incorrect. Surprised, she says, "What did you say?" And he thinks who would have guessed that the current mages are so foolish. Just what happened in the past 50 years. He explains first, magic power is not just within your body, but it also exists in the nature. Incantations are simply tools to back up your magicraft. And it's possible to intentionally increase your magic power. She replies those are all lies. If it's true, it would overturn the Magicraft Academy itself. He says it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not yet. I'll simply teach you about the 3 things I just spoke about, as he tells her to sit over. He says, "I'll channel magic power into now. Inform me once you feel it." She questions you can feel magic power, and he says you won't get stronger if you can't, and tells her to close your eyes. "I'll touch you now." He touches her back and pours magic power into her. He says still not enough, huh? Well then, and he increases the amount, but she still isn't able to. She says my back feels hot, and that she is feeling something. He replies that just now was a magic power perception. She says, "So this is what you meant by feeling the magic power?" And he says, "Yes, you must remember how it feels. If you can feel it, then you can detect it. You'll be able to find the magic power in nature. You should make that your goal for now." She smiles and says, "I'm the second daughter of the Mizuha family. I'll master it in no time." Kusanagi thinks you could only sense it after I poured in that much magic power. Seems like Yuika doesn't have the talent to be a mage. Now a week later, Yuika gets all sulky saying she can't do it at all. Kusanagi thinks it's been a week, and she has been practicing diligently, but this girl is so slow at understanding, and says even so it's almost time, huh, and tells her that he will pour his magic power onto her one more time. He once again pours his magic power into her, and tells her to open her eyes. She says, "I can see it," and says, "So this is magic power." She says, "Awesome. I can really see magic power. Wait, perhaps I can see Kusanagi's magic power." She says she can barely see it, Just what is the meaning of this? And Kusanagi praises her, saying that she did her best, and she happily says it's only natural for me. He says, now you've managed magic power perception. It's time to adjust the amount of magic power you have. Use the magic craft with the appropriate amounts of magic. Discard all futilities and focus more on efficiency. Use your magic power up to its limit. After your magic power is depleted, the amount will increase after recovery. You should be able to maximize its use once you're able to sense magic power. She asks, is it any different from the basic teachings of the Magicraft Academy? And he says it's okay even if you don't, but before he could complete his sentence. She says she believe it and that she won't doubt anymore. He says, well then, we'll move on to the next stage of your training. And he tells her to move back a little. He takes off his shirt and says it's practice battle, and she gets ready as well, saying, fine by me. I also want to see your true power. She uses first level of aqua sorcery and attacks Kusanagi. But Kusanagi blocks it with his barrier, and she gets surprised and says he blocked it the Magicraft. He says first level, none attributes magic barrier. If you can't even destroy this, how do you plan on beating Ruka? She attacks again using ice bullets, and he says you must move as you use Magicraft. Stopping your movement means defeat when you're facing a mage. She gets frustrated, and fast forward, we see her lying on the ground all tired. He says you're using too much magic power in an inefficient way. If you can adjust your magic power, you'll no longer need any incantations. You can use Magicraft as long as you have magic power, and tells her to watch him. He shows her the way she uses her Magecraft first, and then shows his which doesn't have any incantations. She says the magic power dispersed in my Magicraft, and he says that's right. It's possible to perform Magicraft even without incantations as long as you can adjust your magic power. She says, in other words, there's no need to chant. He says you must first learn how to shorten your incantations. Once you're able to adjust your magic power, you won't need any incantations. It'll be advantageous in battle if you can shorten your chant. And then you'll no longer waste magic power on your incantations. She says, in other words, it'll strengthen your Magicraft. He says that's correct and tells her that let's start again. She says so soon, and he replies it's meaningless otherwise. As he is about to attack, he says practice like your life depends on it, and she gets scared. Again we see her lying on the ground, and Kusanagi asks if she is all right, and that they will be doing this every day from now on, but says seems like you are not listening. It's night again, and we see Kusanagi flying over Harajuku this time. He says there are monsters here in Harajuku as well. They don't seem to decrease in number despite constant extermination. As he says just what on earth is happening, he notices a monster who is trying to attack a civilian. He rushes towards the monster and takes it down in one blow. He asks the girl if she is okay, but she starts clicking pics instead. As she records him flying away, Kusanagi says suddenly taking pictures without saying thanks. What is wrong with people nowadays? He goes away saying I should wear a mask next time. Back in the day, we see Yuika and Kusanagi training together. We see her all tired, and Kusanagi thinks there's only a few days left before the duel. She's progressively getting better, but she's still lacking in all fields compared to Ruka. There's no way Yuika will win if things continue like this. He tells her it's okay to give up no. And she replies, I've always been compared to Nei-sama. I can't beat her in anything. I've been forced to give up many things. But Magicraft is one thing I refuse to give up on, ever. He says you won't win like this, and she replies, then be stricter. He smiles and says I won't hold back, and she gets ready as well, saying that's more like it. We see him teaching Yuika many things and practicing battles with her, and a tired Yuika on the back of Kusanagi. We see Yuika all tired, and Kusanagi telling her that she passed. She smiles and says at last, Kusanagi says you worked hard, Yuika. On to the day of magic duel. Outside of school, Kusanagi asks her if she is ready, and she replies yes. Yuika notices something. She sees some people. We see a bunch of reporters who are trying to interview Yuika, and Kusanagi asks what is this, and she replies that the sisters of Mizuha family are going to fight each other. Kusanagi, surprised, says just from a battle between students shows just how much important the lineage of noble family is. We see a huge stadium with a lot of crowd of students, and Kusanagi says, don't you think it's a bit too much? It's more like an event. She replies it's rare for a magic duel to occur. Kusanagi looks at nervous Yuika, and the announcer asks participants to come to the stage. He calls her out, and she asks what, and he tells her to do her best. She gets better and smiles, saying of course she will. She says what a mysterious person. His words resound in my heart, and we see both sisters facing each other. Ruka says, so you didn't run away? She replies, of course not. Ruka says how uncouth and asks her if she really thinks she can win. Against someone like me, at that, she replies, I'll definitely win with a confident face. She says, seems like you made progress in the past 2 weeks. Yuika says, Ne-sama is strong. To think that the difference between our magic powers is so large, but I won't lose. Announcer says we will commence the magic duel, and tells the contestants to start as they both get ready. Yuika charges her spell and says if I just shorten my chant, but Ruka also chants her. Looking over the battle, Kusanagi comments that to continuously move is the basis of battle. Ruka should also know the basics of battle between two mages. In comparison, Yuika was so nervous that she forgot to move in battle. She lost the advantage of speed in chanting. As Yuika and Ruka uses same spell, first level aqua sorcery. Their attacks collide and Yuika gets pushed back from the impact. She says I managed to counter it. I'm getting stronger. Ruka says in just 2 weeks' time, you've become stronger. Yuika gets happy hearing it and thinks Ne-sama is praising me. But with an intimidating face, Ruka says, what are you happy about? It was a mere comparison. I'm not praising you. As she says, she will increase her magic level now and charges another spell. Yuika gets pushed back, and Ruka uses second level Water Blitz. We see the spell reaches Ruka and damages her, sending her flying away. Ruka gets pushed out of the stadium as Kusanagi looks at her. Kusanagi says in terms of enchanting speed, Yuika's chance of winning is higher. But the other party is simply stronger than her. Ruka comes over and tells Kusanagi what a cruel guy he is, and asks him if he is not going to help her because he did protected her before. Kusanagi replies there's no need for it. Ruka asks what did you say, and we see Yuika trying to stand up again. Surprised, she says how could it be? I attacked you using level 2 magic. How are you still standing? Yuika replies with determination that she is not going to lose as Magicraft is the only thing she have. Even if she loses everything, this is one thing she won't ever give up. She again charges a spell, but Ruka blocks it easily. They both attack each other, and their spell clashes, but Ruka, tired, says I'll definitely win and that she won't give up. Yuika falls over, and we hear the announcement that contestant Yuika has used up her magic power. The victory goes to contestant Ruka. Yuika says she can't do anything, nothing, but Kusanagi comes over to her and thinks it was a battle of magic usage based on magical power adjustment. She simply lost in terms of amount of magic power. Ruka says now you understand, right? That kid has no talent. Kusanagi, you must have thought too. Kusanagi stands up saying it's true that she has no talent. She's clumsy and she's barely progressing. Inefficient, and gets even weaker during the real deal. But she's a hard worker, She diligently practiced every day, single day, like an idiot. Ruka replies, and this is the end result. Kusanagi says it's true that she lost, but I like hard-working people. Yuika cries hearing it. Kusanagi says Yuika is my disciple. I find it displeasing when you speak badly of her. Ruka tells Kusanagi that he is being too cocky for someone with magic power amount of 100. Kusanagi replies, and that guy with 100 amount of magic power will defeat you. Ruka replies, you're good at spouting nonsense. Very well, I'm not going to be your opponent. Ryuji comes over saying it's finally my turn, and Ruka tells him to hurry up and finish this, to which he says you don't need to tell me. Kusanagi carries Yuika away and tells her to pay attention to his battle. Yuika notices that her body doesn't hurt, and that her wounds are healing as well. Kusanagi says, although I said that I can defeat him with just a magic power of 100, there's no way I'll win if I don't go all out. I'll keep my magic power at 100, using only none attribute, and I'll go with no incantation. I didn't set a magic barrier, so if I get hit directly, I might actually die. He smiles and says what a thrilling situation. Ryuji tells him sorry, but he won't be holding back for him, and Kusanagi replies that he will be the one holding back. Students in the crowd tells Ryuji to not go all out, and that he should be nice to him. Kusanagi looks at Ryuji and says 8,000 magic power. Usually it wouldn't be a big deal, but right now I only have a magic power amount of 100. I might die if I let my guard down. Announcer says the second match begins, and Ryuji charges up his magic, saying, don't hold a grudge, okay? Ryuji thinks with this one attack, he'll be able to test whether he really defeated those delinquents or not, and says, can you withstand my full power, Kusanagi Minato? But suddenly, he gets hit on his head, as Kusanagi attacks him saying, so slow. Students in shock, says Ha, it ended. As we see, Yuji laying on the ground, and announcer saying it's settled. It's contestant Kusanagi's victory. Ruka in shock, says he made him lost consciousness with just one hit. I didn't hear him perform any incantation. Just what trick did he use? Kusanagi tells Ruka I ended it quickly just as you wished for, and Ruka gets pissed hearing it. Yuika says awesome, he really defeated him. Ruka tells Kusanagi seems like you're pretty good, and he replies better than you, and she says still spouting nonsense. Kusanagi says Ruka's magic power is just 10,000 Ha. She's still stronger than Ryuji though, now then. Announcer says an unexpected event in the second match. Contestant Kusanagi's way of fighting has gathered much attention. The match will decide who wins the duel. Well then, the third match begins. They both immediately starts and uses their spells. Kusanagi thinks I only have a magic power of 100. Of course that means I have low magicraft power. That's why there won't be any effect unless I am for her head. She seems to realize that it's better to not move and defend herself. She uses her spell and attacks Kusanagi with him. She gets shocked and says how can this be, as Kusanagi comes out unscathed. She says he's not even hurt, and it doesn't seem like he used any magic. Just what on earth did you do? Students also in shock says, didn't he just get hit by a spell? He didn't even get wet. What is going on? Surprised, Yuika also says, Kusanagi, you. Just what technique did you use? Ruka angry says I'm sure that he did something and attacks him again. But Kusanagi dodges easily as he moves through his spell with grace. Surprised, she says, so you were just avoiding it without using any magic. Yuika says you can counteract a magicraft with another magicraft. Even if you have difference in power, you can still somewhat annihilate it. It's common knowledge that you'll get hurt if you don't do that. Ruka says a level 2 technique means a different speed and mass. There's no way of escaping unscathed. This guy, does he have no fear? Is what she must be thinking, Kusanagi says. Well, it's just possible to avoid as long as you can sense and detect magic power. Well, you do need some courage too. Ruka charges her spell again, this time a third level Azure Splash. Students watching her gets surprised and says third level magic. It would be bad if he get hit directly, right? We see a huge explosion of water. Ruka falls on the ground, tired, and says you shouldn't be able to dodge this. But she suddenly gets hit with a spell on her head, and we see Kusanagi is standing right in front of her. Shocked, she says, "No way. How come you're fine? How did you dodge it?" Kusanagi explains that he used a magic drain that's capable of consuming magicraft and simply walked through the center of that magic. As Ruka looks over there and laughs, saying, "You just walked through it." She admits it's her loss, and announcer says, "Who would have thought?" It's contestant Kusanagi's victory. Yuika comes running over to Kusanagi, asking if they are all right, and he replies that they are both fine. As he declares his victory to Yuika, and she says yep while smiling. Ruka says, as promised, "I won't say a thing anymore. You are free to do as you please." Kusanagi sighs and says, "Well, well." He tells Ruka Yuika's wound was quite shallow, you must have been holding back. Unlike during our fight, as Ruka blushes and says that's not. Kusanagi says Yuika got much stronger within 2 weeks. You must have realized it too, right? You should stop being so overprotective. Yuika says I will get stronger, so as to not make Nei-sama worry. Ruka smiles as well, saying, "Yeah, you're right," as both sisters smiles along with each other. Kusanagi senses something and looks over to the sky. He says this abnormal magic power is the calamity, as all three of them looks at the sky basking in red light. We move to Tadano and his friends searching Kusanagi's bag, as Tadano is saying we have to find it, now that we've lost so many people due to the duel. His friend says he only has textbooks. Kusanagi, that guy is way too diligent. Tadano says he must have had something. Otherwise, how could it be possible for him to use that kind of magic? His friend's in shock as he says, "What the hell is that?" And Tadano looks over to him and asks, "Did you find something?" Tadano also looks over, and they both see a complete red sky, and says, "What on earth is happening?" The blondie says it's a calamity, and the other one replies, "But there's no way there could be a calamity." All the students get scared and wondering what is happening, and some speculating that it's calamity. Kusanagi says, "Why is there a calamity happening? Don't tell me it's related to what's happening in Shinjuku. The first calamity also happened in Shinjuku. Is this merely a coincidence or?" The teacher tries to calm down the students, as Kusanagi fires a spell and takes down the magic beasts. He tells everyone to calm down, as all the students looks over to him. He says only weak monsters will come out during the opening of Calamity. It should be fine as long as you handle this rationally. Everyone should evacuate to the gymnasium. Move in groups. It's dangerous to move alone. He tells Ruka and others to evacuate as well, and they ask what is he planning to do. Kusanagi says he'll go and save the people in the school building, and teacher says you're planning on going by yourself. You're being too reckless, he says. Ryuji says I'll go too. There should be no problem now, and teacher hesitates, but Ryuji says you've seen what he is capable of, right? Teacher agrees and tells them to not push themselves, and Ryuji replies that there's no way he will die, right as he looks over to Kusanagi. He tells Yuika, "Well, I'll be going now," and she tells him to be careful. Ryuji says I'll go first, Junior. As Ryuji says my speed allows me to run 100 meters within 10 seconds. Can you keep up with me, Kusanagi? As he is in shock seeing Kusanagi rushing past him easily, saying I'll go first, Senior. Ryuji says what a monstrous speed, but speed itself is useless. I'll closely observe your true power, and I'll save everyone along the way, too. Kusanagi uses his ability and says there are 58 magic power users in the school building. but there might be a human who doesn't have magic. If that's the case, he'll just have to go look around the entire school. Kusanagi jumps in from the window and uses his spell to annihilate the magic beasts. He charges another spell and kills another magic beasts, while the students braces. One of the magic beasts tries to attack him from behind, but he kills it without even looking. Ryuji arrives asking if they are good, but sees Kusanagi already killed all the magic beasts and have saved students. He tells Ryuji that he will entrust him with their evacuations, as Ryuji tells him to wait, because it's dangerous if he goes by yourself. But Kusanagi leaves before Ryuji can complete his sentence, and wonders if he saw him as a burden, and that he can't say anything since it's probably true. He annihilated the magical beasts within seconds, as Ryuji wonders just what on earth he is. Kusanagi says I can only defeat them in one go with magic bullets if it's outdoors, but indoors I might accidentally harm students. I have no other choice but to ceaselessly attack them with low-grade magic. We see him going around classroom to classroom and killing the magic beasts while saving the students. Kusanagi says it would be a waste of time if I continuously bring the students to the gymnasium every time I save one, as he says that's why I would defeat the magical beasts, while you evacuate the students. A student looks with shock towards the sky, and Ryuji asks what's wrong. He gets shocked seeing students fall from the sky. He wonders what is this Kusanagi's doing? Just who exactly is this guy? As Kusanagi smiles and looks over from the window, saying he seems good at taking care of others, so he should be fine, we see a student scared and shouting for someone to come help her. And suddenly an attack comes and the monster is killed. She says, it's the same as that time, and Kusanagi comes asking her if she is hurt. She says, Kusanagi, you're the one who saved me, and he replies, well, yes. She asks him during the practice class, was it you who saved me back then as well? And he replies, yes, such a thing did indeed happen. She thanks him while crying that he saved her life twice. He replies, don't sweat it, it's nothing special. She blushes, and Ryuji arrives asking who's the person needs saving. Kusanagi leaves, saying you'll be safe if you follow him. I'll take my leave now, as she tells him to wait. As they both look him leaving, Kusanagi says there are still quite a number of people that needs to be saved. There's no time to wait for the police to arrive. I need to hurry and save them. We see outside of a building and a guy saying a calamity has occurred in Kamui Magic Academy. All the others surprised asks how did it happen in our country? There hasn't been a calamity since the last one 50 years ago, and asks the Prime Minister what should they do now. He replies that we are still contacting both the Beast Countermeasures Division of the Metropolitan Police Department and the Magic Nobles. The GSDF have also begun their preparation, and other replies that only available mages in the self-defense are the ones specializing in handling disasters. There are no mages who specializes in battling against beasts. Prime Minister thinks that's the negative effect of living peacefully without facing any calamites. Most of the military expenditure was allocated to the national defense of international affairs. We can only leave the handling of magic beast to the police and magic nobles. He slams the desk in anger and says the disaster from 50 years ago is happening again, but Ikikami Minato is no longer with us. One of Police Girl asks was there really a calamity, and other replies, yeah, there's no mistaking it. She replies, but we've been safe for 50 years, so the peace was just temporary. He replies, that's why we are here in the first place anyway. He is introduced as Beast Countermeasure Division of the Metropolitan Police Department, Shidu Shaogo. She says she will do her best, and she is introduced as Beast Countermeasure Division of the Metropolitan Police Department, Sanada Kurin. We see a news reporter saying a calamity has happened in Kamui Magic Academy. The sky has turned red, and beasts are constantly appearing one after other. Beasts are suddenly appearing inside the school area. We are currently taking refuge in the gymnasium. We see other students also attack the magic beasts, and teacher saying the magical beasts are our only opponents. We should be able to defeat them if we work together. People are watching the news as the reports come in. The teachers and students are working hard. But there are so many beasts appearing that it's impossible to leave. They say the Kamui Magic Academy is located near here, right? And the other one says this is bad. Magic beasts roams the streets as people run away, and someone saying this is getting out of hand. Back to school, Kusanagi says the monsters keep pouring in huge numbers. It's almost time to enter the second stage. He explains stronger beasts will appear as we progress through each stage. Moreover, the beasts will keep on appearing no matter how many times you defeat them. For as long as the boss is left undefeated, the beasts will just keep appearing. The boss will reveal itself in the final stage. I must hold on until then. For goodness sake, a calamity is truly bothersome. We see him saving people and saying this makes a total of 20 people. They're scattered everywhere, so saving them is already hard work as it is. All right, let's move on to the next stage as he rushes forwards. We see Tadano battling monsters and in trouble. He says there's no use. I can't launch any more attacks. We see a demon soldier standing against him, and his lackeys say why there is another demon soldier. That's why I warned you to not do this. Tadano says but Kusanagi can defeat it in just one hit, so why can't I defeat it? Kusanagi arrives and says it's because you're weak. We see a huge fire spell and a huge hole in the wall, with the demon soldier being annihilated, as we see Kusanagi, and he walks away from a despaired Tadano. Tadano thinks again, it happened again. I got saved by him again, as he shouts at Kusanagi and tells him to stop. He asks him, why did you save me? Aren't you annoyed at me? If so, then why? Kusanagi replies there's no reason. He just did it because he could. That's all. Tadano says you saved me because you're capable of doing so. That's all you have to say. Tadano shouts at him saying don't mess with me. You're nothing but a wimp. You can't even use magic properly, right? How did you get so strong? Kusanagi replies that Kusanagi Minato died in a traffic accident, and I was reborn. Tadano says what? Do people get even stronger when they're at death's door? I should have been stronger than you. But why did I, to someone like you? Kusanagi questions him you're strong, and says the strong doesn't oppress the weak, and the weak don't oppress those weaker than them. You were consumed by a sense of superiority that fooled you into thinking that you were strong. Right now, you can't even imagine fighting against me, right? As Kusanagi walks away, Tadano kneels and says I know that I'm running away from the fact that my power hasn't grown much since junior high. I vented all my frustration onto those weaker than me, but I got saved by Kusanagi, who was supposed to be a weakling, and I can't accept the truth. What have we been doing? In the end, we were saved by Kusanagi. As they call out, Tadano, and Tadano starts to cry. Onto Kusanagi, who is battling monsters, and we see a huge flying demon heading towards him. The demon breaks through the window, and Kusanagi prepares to attack him. He fires at him, but the demon dodges. But Kusanagi teleports right in front of him, and uses his fire spell on point-blank range, completely obliterating him away. He says the demon soldiers are increasing in numbers. It would make sense if the boss shows up soon. Arriving at classroom, he tells the students be at ease. It's all right now, as we see Yuji calling Kusanagi bastard, since he pushed everything onto him, and we see monsters attacking a student. Ryuji attacks them and says, "I'll protect everyone. Rest assured and just follow me." All the students gets happy and calls him Big Brother, while he says, "I sad that. But there are too many beasts." Kusanagi suddenly teleports in, and Ryuji gets scared and says, "Don't just appear out of nowhere all of a sudden." He tells him to escape as soon as he defeats the beasts. Ryuji says, but it's impossible with their numbers. It's better to just use different route. But Kusanagi just uses his spell and one-shots all of them at once, which shocks Ryuji and everyone. He tells them, "What are you doing? Hurry up and go." Ryuji says, "Everyone, let's go." All the students and Ryuji runs away as Kusanagi kills the monsters attacking them. Ryuji gets excited seeing it all and says, "Awesome. This guy is awesome." As Kusanagi says, "They've gone now. I should go back and search the school building." All the students are battling beasts and teacher says, "Don't give up. Continue to defeat them." We see Yuika gets tired and starts falling, but Ruka catches her. Ruka tells her that go inside if you can't fight. You're being a nuisance. But Yuika replies, "I can still fight. We don't have time to rest." As they both continue, Ryuji arrives saying, "I brought the rescued," and teacher says, "You've done well." He asks what's the situation, and she replies they are barely holding them back. Yuika asks where is Kusanagi. Ryuji smiles and says he's fine. He's alive and kicking. Yuika, relieved, says, "Is that so?" Ryuji says Kusanagi is an amazing guy. With him here, we should be able to overcome the calamity. Yuika replies, "I agree with you. With Kusanagi here, we'll definitely," but before she could complete, everything starts to shake. The teacher tells the student to evacuate right now, as we see a huge army of demons heading towards them. Ryuji says there are too many beasts. We must escape, as we see them attacking the students. As Yuika and all are running away, from behind suddenly we see Yuika getting attacked. We see the magic beasts gets taken down by the police, as Shidu says we must hurry and eliminate the beasts, and to prioritize the civilians' safety, and all the students gets happy saying, "The police is here. We're saved." Shidu says it should be fine now that we are here. Please evacuate according to our instructions. Yuika says, "We will fight alongside you," and Shidu replies the civilians should evacuate to the gymnasium, and Ruker replies that we are not civilians, we are mages. He says, "All right, please back us up. You guys should attack from rear." Shidu thinks, to be honest, we're actually low in numbers. So these mages are a really big help. It's truly pathetic of the police. And we see Karin healing a student, saying, "Okay, it's all right now." Kusanagi is looking from the window and saying the police are finally here. "I'll leave the rest to you." Kusanagi says, "But to think that the police would arrive before the self-defense troops, A calamity is national-level disaster. There's no way the country didn't have any precaution measurements prepared. But scarily enough, it might be possible for the country that takes peace for granted. Anyway, I should just do whatever I can. Let's save the remaining students." The reporters say it seems the police have arrived. However, the beasts are growing in numbers. Will the police alone be enough to take care of it? The people of the nations are waiting for the mage nobles to arrive. The students watching it says they exist for times like this, after all. Other people also says we've already paid taxes. The mage nobles should be able to resolve this, right? As the reporter says, "Hurry and come." The mage nobles, and we see one of the mage noble saying, "Just ignore it," who is head of Fuka household, Fuka Jin. The butler asks, "Are you sure, sir?" And he replies the police are more than capable of handling this small-scale calamity. There's no need for mage nobles to get involved. He asks, "Where are you going?" and he replies, "To sleep." He says, "Please have a good rest," as Shidu says the situation is getting worse. He asks one of the police, "Can you take care of the beasts near the entrance?" And he replies, "We can't, there are too many of them." Shidu says the beasts are appearing at a faster rate than expected. It's impossible to evacuate the civilians in time. Rear support is all the self-defense force are obligated to do, and they have yet to arrive. We can only rely on mage nobles, but we couldn't get in contact with them. He says the mage nobles exist for times like this, that useless bunch of peoples, as we see the students pushing back the beasts. Shidu says, "I've learnt about this from the available information, but it's called calamity for a reason. Did the people of the past used to handle things this way too? And if the boss were to appear?" We see the huge demon army, and a purple light shines in between them. As a demon appears which scares everyone and make them sweat. Shidu in shock says impossible. The demon captain is the boss. And Ruka says it's a beast rarely appears in this era. And although it rarely appears, only mage nobles are able to win against it. Yuika gets scared saying we need magic higher than level 5, and no one can use that level of magic. The demon captain attacks Yuika with his fire spell, but Ruka intercepts it and uses her own spell to counter it. But her spell proves insufficient, and Ruka uses her body to protect Yuika. Ruka gets injured and falls on the ground as Yuika looks at her with despair. She calls her older sister out, and we see Ruka struggling to speak. As all the students behind them run away and Yuika holds Ruka in her arms, asking for help. We see everyone else also struggling, and Yuika saying, "Someone please help, I beg you." As the demon starts preparing a huge spell, everyone has given up saying it's impossible, we are going to die. Yuika cries and calls out for Kusanagi, saying, "Please save us, Kusanagi," as the spell is about to hit, and she shouts her name, Minato. We see a sudden black stream around the fire, as the demon captain looks over. He gets shocked as we hear Kusanagi saying, "For goodness sake," as his spell starts covering his fire, as he stands right in front of Yuika saying, "Sorry for being late. I've kept you waiting, Yuika." Yuika starts crying about her older sister, and Kusanagi says it's all right, she's just passed out. We see Ruka passed out, and Yuika looks at her with a crying face. And all the students lying around, injured, which angers Kusanagi. He gets up and says, "I'll go and defeat it," as he uses a huge spell on all the students, while Ruka wonders what's this in shock. She says Ruka's wounds are healing, and all the injured students also starts getting up. Karin says, "Is this the 3rd level holy magic? Sacred heal with shock, and even she can't use it. Just who on earth?" She runs to Shidu and asks him if he is all right, and he replies, "I'm fine. I just ran out of magic power." Karin wonders what is happening, and Shidu says, "I'm not sure, but we must protect the civilians." She says it too reckless, "You might die, you know," and he says if we don't fight, everyone will die. She says it's already impossible. After all, everyone is. The police have been annihilated. Shidu looks in shock and says both the self-defense troops and mage nobles aren't showing up. There's nothing we can do. We see the demon captain and his army, and the reporters saying no way the police were annihilated. It's the end for us. The student says the noble mages are useless, will be killed, and the people watching news says there's no one who can fight against it. There's no one who can win against it. But Kusanagi starts to walk towards them as Karin says that student is heading towards the demons, and Shidu says does he want to die, as he shouts at him to get back. He stands head to head against the demon captain, and says you've just been doing whatever you felt like. The demon captain rumbles something and says kill, as he starts saying kill repeatedly, which starts to scare the students, along with everyone else, as we see a sudden explosion, with Kusanagi causing it and telling him to shut up, as the demon captain gets angry. They all attack Kusanagi, and Kusanagi says I went all out during the world's biggest calamity, but I must hold back this time so as to not involve people around us. We see a huge explosion as Shidu says he got killed. The attack starts to reach the students as well, but a green barrier-like energy blocks it. We see it's Kusanagi using his magic to protect the students. He then uses another spell to strike multiple magic beasts at once. Shidu, seeing it, gets shocked and says what's happening. Just who is that student? The reporter says that student is fighting against the beast. We can't see his face, and let's get closer to them. But Yuika uses her magic to destroy their camera, saying that Kusanagi must have been hiding his true strength. With this, he can fight without any distractions. All the student in awe of Kusanagi says he's awesome. Can we really be saved, and cheers him up. We see some magic beasts attacking students, but Shidu protects them, saying there must be something we can do. We'll support him. Back to Kusanagi, as he says the police in the current era aren't half bad. The demon captain starts to get angry and charges up a huge spell. Shidu says it's 6th level magic. It's magic on par with the mage nobles, you know. There is nothing we can do. He uses 6th level magic, Dragon Flame, as all the students and reporter watches in shock. We see Shidu scared and standing in front of the students to protect them. We see all the students looking at it with despair and Karin saying, God, please protect the students. Shidu says it's impossible for that student to beat it. No matter how strong he is, there's no way he will be able to win. We get back to Yuika, who says he can win this. It's possible if it's Kusanagi, I believe in him. He will definitely win this. Kusanagi says it's huge, but also slow. That demon captain, it's forcing itself to use 6th level magic. I can't win this if I keep using 2nd level magic, huh? I don't really want to stand out though. And we see Kusanagi using some huge and insane magic, displaying a glimpse of his true might. Seeing it, Yuika gets shocked and relieved as well. As Kusanagi's magic forms a huge water serpent, which shocks Shidu as he wonders if it's synthesis magic. The demon captain's magic also forms a creature which stands head to head with Kusanagi's. Their magic collide and starts to try and devour each other. The demon captain keeps saying kill repeatedly and to slaughter the humans. Kusanagi's puts a bit more effort into his spell, and we see the demon captain's magic gets completely destroyed. As his spell heads towards the demon captain, and he shouts why, before he gets completely absorbed and disintegrates. As Kusanagi tells the dead demon captain that it's due to his lack of training. Kusanagi says I presumed that it could do better than this, but it's weaker than I expected. The sky clears, Kusanagi smiles, and says seems that the calamity has passed now that the boss has been defeated. We can be at ease for now. All the student in disbelief says are we saved? Did he defeat the demon captain? They all rejoice and says we made it. The boss has been defeated, we've been saved. Karin also cries saying it's safe now, the calamity has passed. Shidu says unbelievable. For a student to defeat the captain, it's uncertain whether even mage nobles could have defeated it or not. Just who is he? As he falls down, saying seems like my knees have given out. Kusanagi goes to Yuika and says I've put an end to it. She replies yes, I believed in you. She thanks him and he replies you're welcome, Yuika. We see the students rushing towards Kusanagi, praising him, saying you're awesome, as he says I understand, so please step back. He thinks I ended up standing out just like in the past. I'm worried about the future. Yuika, looking at him, laughs and says he seems annoyed. We see the news saying the calamity that occurred in Kamui Magic Academy has been safely put to stop. The Academy has announced that they will not be disclosing the information of the student who defeated the boss. There are no casualties, but several people have injuries. All the student gathered around Kusanagi says, "Hey, look at this. They're talking about Kusanagi." Other reply, "That's only natural, since he is our savior." We get to know that Kusanagi got promoted to S-class, and some girls behind him says we can't talk to Kusanagi. Now these girls also get all close to him, asking how did he get so strong, and does he perhaps inherited blood of mage nobility. Other students looking says he's growing conceited from being so pampered. There's no way a student as strong as him exists. Some students starts fighting him saying, but it's true that he defeated the demon captain. And someone supporting says that's right. You're teasing him out of frustration. Kusanagi just sneaks out of the class, saying good grief, as Yuika comes along saying you're having it hard, huh? And he replies, don't tease me. She says you're the hero who protected everyone, so there's no helping it, right? And he says you also got promoted to S-class, didn't you? She replies seems as if it's the result of the battle and calamity, and he replies don't you seems happy. She blushes a little saying I am happy. After all, a certain someone is here. Kusanagi says speaking of, how is Ruka's condition? And Yuika replies she's fine, and we talk more often than before now. He says I see, that's good. And she replies yep, I'm glad, and once again thanks him saying I'm glad you're here. Kusanagi smacks her a little on the head. She asks what's that for, and he says thanking me once is enough. Don't keep on saying it. We get back to the president, and he says with this the teleconference with each country is over. One of the guys says finding support for the next calamity would be hard, right? They already have so much on their plate, just taking measures against it. The president says the talk about a student defeating the boss. The scene was chaotic, and most of the people were knocked out. The other guy replies perhaps it's just a misunderstanding. President says the leaders of each country are being skeptical too, but that's understandable. Anyways, bring back magic nobles. We need to set up a measurement conference to prepare for the next calamity, and they all replies yes. Back to school. At the rooftop, we see Yuji and Ruka meeting up with Kusanagi and Yuika. Ruka says Kusanagi, there's something I like to ask, as she asks him to please make her his disciple as well. We move back some time and see Ruka and Yuika sitting together, and Ruka asks about the calamity. Ruka says it seems that Kusanagi stopped the calamity, and Yuika replies that's right. Kusanagi defeated the demon captain boss, and he used 4th level synthesis magic. Hearing it shocks Ruka as she says you said 4th level synthesis magic. That's magic that even most high-class mages are unable to use, you know. Yuika says it's really true, and Ruka replies it must be so. There's no way Yuika would lie. Yuika says, why do you believe that I wouldn't lie? And Ruka replies, because you've always been an upright kid, even since back then. You're an obedient kid who would never lie, and a gentle yet serious hard worker. And I think that someone with those qualities shouldn't be a talentless mage, but it seems like I was too forceful. Yuika says I will become stronger, strong enough to put Nei-sama at ease. As Ruka looks at her and says you've really grown, Yuika. As Yuika looks at her with smile, and Ruka thinks Kusanagi Minato's strength surpasses that of a student's, and perhaps it's even higher than father's. She asks Yuika can she help her with something. Back to the present, we see Ruka thinking if things continue like this, at most I'll just end up as a high-class mage. In order to become even stronger, I need Kusanagi's help. Ruka tells Kusanagi I am sorry for insulting and looking down on you. I'm really sorry. I know full well how selfish this request of mine will sound, and I'll swallow my own pride just to ask this. As she is saying, please make me your, but Kusanagi accepts before she could complete. She gets surprised about it, And Kusanagi says I said I'll make you my disciple. She asks why, and Kusanagi says what a weirdo, aren't you the one asking for it? Ruka replies that's true, but I've done so many awful things to you. Kusanagi says I forgive you since you've apologized, and I accept your apology because you asked me to. That's all there is to it. She gets surprised hearing it, and Ryuji asks then, me too, and Kusanagi says all right. There's no issue with teaching 1 or 2 more people. Yuika tells Ruka he's just that type of person. Ruka thinks what a mysterious guy. We get to the conference room, where both Yuika and Kusanagi are sitting along with their teacher. We see Shidu and Karin as well. Shidu introduces himself saying, I'm Shidu Shaogo from the Beast Countermeasures Division of the Metropolitan Police Department. Shidu says, first please let us express our gratitude. Thank you very much. Without your help, both the civilians and us would have been annihilated. Kusanagi replies, you've said your thanks over and over again during the questioning. I think this is more than enough already. Is there something else you need now? Shidu says the investigation related to the calamity is over, but there is something that piqued our interest. Kusanagi asks something interesting. Shidu says, Kusanagi, you awoke your mage ability after getting involved in a traffic accident, right? People around you also said the same thing, so there's no mistaking it. But there's one said, you seem like you become a whole different person after the accident. Your personality changed and your magic became abnormally strong, strong enough to defeat the demon captain. Yuika gets angry at them and says, please wait a minute. Just what are you trying to say? Shidu says, let's change the question then. He asks Kusanagi, do you know the Black Magician? Kusanagi, in confusion, asks the Black Magician. Shidu shows him a video and says he's a mage who defeats beasts and helped people under the cloak of the Dark Knight. The video got widely spread on the internet. Didn't you see it? Kusanagi thinks I see, so that was it. Yuika says, what does that have to do with Kusanagi? Shidu says because they are similar, both in stature and age. The Black Magician is said to be quite a considerable mage. There's barely anyone in that age range who would be able to use that much magic. Not to mention, the period where he began his activities is close to the day you got discharged. He further says it's illegal for one to use magic in the city without a permit or qualification. If he is a student of this academy, we'll leave it to the discretion of the school to some extent. However, since it had gathered this much publicity, the police had no other option but to take action. Just expulsion won't be enough. But if you confess, we will do everything we can to lessen your punishment. So please answer with utmost care. Shidu asks again, are you the Black Magician? Kusanagi replies, I'm not. Shidu smiles and says, I see, so you're not him. That's good then. He leaves while saying, well, thank you for having us over. We'll take our leave for today. Shidu thinks he didn't even fluster in the slightest. That's a lot of courage if he really is the Black Magician. He's nothing like a regular high schooler. There must be something different about him. Karin thinks Kusanagi is definitely the Black Magician. Both the ambience and voice are similar too. Was his movement during the night purely for the sake of saving people? I can't tell the senior about his real identity. This could be counted as failure for a policeman, but he is a nice person who saved me. As Shidu says, I'll look further into his real identity, and Karin thinks I must hide his real identity. We see the teacher introducing them both into S-Class, saying these are Kusanagi and Mizuha, who will be joining our second-year S-Class from today on. Please get along well. The students once again surrounds Kusanagi and asks him, did you really defeat the demon captain? And some girls asks Mizuha as well that what does being nobility feels like. The teacher tells everyone to be seated, and the class will begin. Out of the class we see Kusanagi thinking, I got barraged with questions all the way up to recess time. This is exactly why I didn't want to stand out. Someone calls Kusanagi out, and it's the girl who he saved who says, "Can I have a bit of your time?" while blushing. Back to the roof, we see Kusanagi thinking the roof again. Is it custom to ask people to the roof when you want to speak with them or something? Yuika is hiding and says, "And here, I was thinking I'd be able to get some solo training in. Why is Minato on the roof? And with a girl no less. What are they doing?" as she peeks at them. She asks Kusanagi, "Do you remember me?" And he replies, "Sorry, I don't." She says, "You saved me during the calamity, though." He says, "Oh yeah, I remember that." She starts blushing and says back at the combat lesson, "I was also assaulted by monsters. Then somebody saved me using magic. That magic was you, right?" Kusanagi remembers and thinks, "Oh that." She says, "Thank you for saving me twice." He replies, "Don't mention it. I just did what I could." She says, "You really are cool, Kusanagi." As Yuika hiding says, "I can barely hear what they're saying. What are they talking about?" She suddenly confesses to him saying, "I like you, Kusanagi-kun. Please go out with me." Yuika gets shocked as she says confession, while Kusanagi looks at her as usual. She says, "I really don't have any good points, but I'll do my very best, so please let me be your girlfriend, Kusanagi-kun." Kusanagi says, "Thank you for liking me," as she gets happy hearing it. "But I'm sorry I don't have time to start dating someone. There is something I must do." She replies, "I see. Thank you for rejecting me up front. I think I can give up on you now." As she runs back all teary, and Kusanagi calls out Yuika saying, "How about you stop hiding and come out, Yuika?" She replies, I thought I hid my mana well, though." He replies, "Your mana control is downright awful. It's practically spilling everywhere." He says it's the second time, good grief. You into voyeurism or something? She gets all flustered and says I was just by chance. It's not like I was listening or anything. She asks, "Hey, why did you reject her? She was pretty cute, wasn't she?" And Kusanagi replies, "I don't plan on dating anyone," and Yuika says him. Kusanagi thinks I mean we're just too far in age, despite physically being in the same school year. She says, "I see. So you won't go out with anyone, right?" As Yuika thinks, "Wait, why am I so relieved to hear that? He isn't planning on dating anyone, huh?" As she looks over at him while they are walking. Kusanagi says, "Work a little harder on your mana control, okay? You clearly haven't had enough practice." She replies, "Humph, I already know, and thinks I'll work harder and become stronger, until the day you finally acknowledge me." It's night again, and Kusanagi says the number of monsters hasn't decreased despite the calamity being over. Is this a sign that another calamity is on the way? As he notices someone, we see a girl shouting, "Save me." Someone as a guy is chasing her saying like hell somebody would be around at this time of night. As Kusanagi suddenly appears before him saying there is though, which shocks him as he says what? He punches him right in the gut, and then uses his magic to blast him away. Kusanagi says an amateur mage and criminal, ha. His close combat skills are incredibly crude. He must not be used to fighting other mages. The girl says, "Thank you very," but suddenly notices and says, "Is it really you?" The black mage. But Kusanagi flies away as she tries to tell him to wait. Kusanagi says the black mage. The students and Shidu mentioned that as well. It seems to be referring to me, but why has it become so popular? At the school, Kusanagi asks about the black mage and says, "Yeah. Shidu mentioned it earlier, right? People were gossiping about them too, so I was just wondering why." Ryuji says that's probably because it's become a popular topic on the internet. As Kusanagi confused asks, "What does internet mean?" Shocking everyone as they say what. They all discuss, and Yuika says, "Could it be that Minato is crazy bad with machines?" Ruka says, "In this day and age, is it even possible for someone to not know what internet is?" They explain that the internet is an information network that spans across the entire world. people can find anything on it, so information spreads as fast as lightning. It also has pictures and video, so basically everything is there. As Kusanagi, still in confusion, says I see. Ryuji says you can even look things up on your smartphone. You have one, right? Try and open the app first. As Kusanagi gets really happy about opening an app and says I did it. While Yuika and Ryuji says you did it, now you can use internet as well as Kusanagi gets smug about it. Ruka says, by the way, you promised you would help us train. When do we start? Kusanagi replies we can start after school today. Since you taught me how to use smartphone and everything, I'll do my very best to train you. Yuika gets nervous and says I have a bad feeling about this. Fast forward, and we see all three of them on the ground. Kusanagi says, oh come on, we haven't even warmed up yet. Act as if your life depends on it. They all stand up again. Yuika says, I can still go on. Ruka says, don't look down on me. And Ryuji says, I'll just show you how stubborn I am. As Kusanagi says, that's the spirit now, come at me. And all three of them jumps at him. We go to a scene near Tokyo Tower where two people are seen scouting and says, unbelievable. It was looking normal moment ago, but now. As they get scared and says just what the hell is going on. And we see a huge demon army and a demon captain coming towards them. We see all three of them tired and on the ground. Kusanagi says what's wrong, given up already. They attack again saying not yet, eat this. And Kusanagi easily blocks it with his barrier. He hits them with his spell right on the head, and Yuika attacks from behind him. He dodges saying I'm not, which shocks Yuika as she says he dodged it. He hits her on the head as well and says break time as they all grasp and says finally. We see all of them back and drinking water and resting. Ruka says, but aren't you way too strong? To the point where even I, the top student of the academy, couldn't put up a fight. Yuika says indeed, you're not at the same level as students as she looks at him. He gets annoyed, and Yuika says his usual annoyed look. He replies, I almost died due to a traffic accident, and I obtained power. This power the moment I regained consciousness. The reason is unknown, so stop asking about it. Ruka says, then your near-death experience was the trigger to your awakening of your power, and he says that may be so. Yuika thinks both of you are too gullible. Look at that, I've managed to deceive them. Look on his face. But he might have a reason as to why he can't tell us the truth. Since he's trying so hard to hide it, perhaps it's better to not look into it any further. Kusanagi looks at them and says all of them are too gullible. We see both Ryuji and Kusanagi walking home together, as Ryuji says that was a great training session. Kusanagi says you're really tough, and he replies that it's because he trained himself. Ryuji says, but I'm hungry now. I need to go home and cook some food for those brats. Kusanagi says you make your own food. And he replies, well, yeah. Kusanagi, surprised, says, despite that appearance of yours. And Ryuji gets angry, saying, just what do you mean by that? Huh? Ryuji asks him, do you always eat outside? And he says, I moistly eat cup noodles. Ryuji, surprised, says cup noodles. That's all, and he says the world has really become convenient. Ryuji tells him your body won't hold if you continue with your unhealthy dietary habits. And he replies, are you my father? Ryuji tells him to come to his place and he will make him some food before he can say no. Ryuji already decides for him as well. Kusanagi smiles and goodness, what a forceful guy he is as we see Ryuji's home. We see the kid playing with Kusanagi as Ryuji comes and says sorry about that, for having you look after those brats. He uses his spell and says don't worry about it, and Ryuji says I'll worry about it, you idiot. Don't use magic inside the room. Ryuji says I've never heard of someone using magic when playing, and Kusanagi says to the kid, I got scolded, as she pats him on the head. Ryuji says, but it's somewhat unexpected. For you to be so good looking after kids, I mean, as Kusanagi remembers the previous calamity and a lot of abandoned kids. As he says, kids are precious after all. Ryuji says you sounded like an old man just now, and he gets pissed, telling him to shut up. As Ryuji looks over at them playing, and they all sit down to eat the food. They all happily starts to eat, as Kusanagi says it's good. He thinks, how long has it been since I last had a home-cooked meal? I've been fighting for so long that I neglected myself in the process. Kusanagi asks, speaking of which, where are your parents? And he replies, I don't have a father. My mom is working late. I do the housework and babysitting, and also job. Kusanagi says, seems like you're quite busy. And he replies, it's hard, but I don't hate it. Kusanagi says, I see. You get more fired up the harder something is, right? And thinks, what a muscle head. They all go to sleep, and Yuji says sorry for having you stay over due to the brat's selfishness. He replies, don't worry about it. It's not bad once in a while. Ryuji says thanks, and he replies, I did nothing to deserve your gratitude. He replies, no, it's about Ruka. He says she's become brighter than before. I believe that it's all thanks to you. Kusanagi thinks, is this perhaps a romantic kind of thing? Kusanagi asks him, do you like Ruka? And he replies, what, me to Ruka? No way. Both of us are misfits. So we naturally stuck to each other, that's all. Kusanagi thinks, misfits, huh? It's similar to me. And we see the next day both of them walking to school together. Yuika says, really? Both of you are late. Ryuji says, Kusanagi just wouldn't wake up, you see. Yuika says, did you guys have a sleepover? And Ruka says, a sleepover? Were you training? Kusanagi thinks, how come we're meeting up so naturally? Well, I don't really mind though. We see Shidu and Karan come over, as he says, can we have a minute, Kusanagi? Kusanagi says, it's you guys again. Karan says, sorry for repeatedly disturbing you. We have an urgent matter this time. She explains beasts have started abnormally appearing in the surrounding of Tokyo Tower. There's a possibility that it's related to calamity. So we're come to ask for Kusanagi Minato's cooperation. And he replies, I'm just a student, you know. Shidu says you managed to prevent a calamity by yourself. You're not suited to being categorized as a student. Truthfully, it's too much just for us to handle. Kusanagi says, is it all right for a police officer to say that? And Shidu replies, it shows the extent of just how far we've been pushed into a corner. Shidu once again asks Kusanagi-kun, please work together with us. Kusanagi says, if you're okay with it, I'll lend you my power, and Shidu says, really? Kusanagi thinks, although I really want to avoid standout, the situation won't allow me to do so. Shidu says, of course, you will be appropriately compensated. Stay at ease. We will be the ones to contact the academy. They all jump in as well. Yuika says we will also help you. Ruka says we should be able to support you from the rear. And Ryuji says we'll lend you some helping hands. Shidu says, I'm thankful for the thought, but it should be impossible for you guys to help. Ruka says, we are top-level students in the, but before she could complete, Shidu says you're merely the top within the academy, right? We are talking about real battle here. And asks them, or are any of your powers are on par with his? And they all go silent. He tells them to go back to the academy, and says, let's go, Kusanagi. Kusanagi tells them, hey, you must catch up with me. As they all look at him and cheers up, saying, of course. We arrive at the police headquarters, and they explain there are hundreds of beasts appearing near the Tokyo Tower. We need to set up a countermeasure before they cause harm to the civilians. We've asked for cooperation from the student who played an active role during the calamity that happened in the academy few days ago. So Kusanagi was it, stand up. Kusanagi stands up. And others says, why is there some brat in this kind of place? And other replies, it was said that he's the one who defeated the boss during the calamity. As Kusanagi thinks for goodness sake, and Shidu takes the mic to say something. He says Kusanagi Minato is the student who stopped the calamity at the academy. I've seen him in action from up close, and there's barely anyone whose power is on the same level as his. He's somebody who was involved in the calamity that happened for the first time in decades. We believe that cooperating with him is a must. Please treat him a fellow collaborator instead of a student. Others says so he's just a mere student, huh? He's acting all haughty in a place filled with professionals. The old guy says what we must do remains the same, even with an outsider among us. We must immediately annihilate the beasts. Everyone back to your posts. As they look at each other with frustration, Shidu says sorry about that, Kusanagi, and he replies it's all right. It must have just put them in a bad mood. Shidu says you're really mature, and tells Karin compare to you. Just what are you doing, Sanada-kun? And she says I was too scared to stop them. Kusanagi says please don't mind it, and thinks since I don't really care, and she thinks he's such a nice person. Kusanagi asks how much is the approximated combat power, and Shidu replies around 80 mages. Most of them are middle rank. Only a few are high rank. Kusanagi thinks middle rank mages can use level 2 magic, while high ranks can use up to level 3. Shidu says this might sound pathetic, but since you can use level 4 synthesis magic, you are our strongest means of combat power. He asks, and the combat plan is, and Shidu replies in outside combat, it'll be purely magic battle. It can't really be called a combat plan. Kusanagi thinks there won't be any problems if it's just demon soldiers and magical beasts, but beings on a higher plane than the demon captain have a high intelligence. So we'll need a countermeasure for that. Straight-up battle can't be called a combat strategy, you know. Kusanagi says there doesn't seem to be any equipment judging from what I've seen. And he replies because there's no equipment capable of going against magic and beasts. We often go to battle using easy-to-move outfits or suits. Kusanagi asks there used to be anti-beasts equipment, right? And he replies yes, but it's rare now because there's barely any of it left. It's only the mages nobles who have them. Kusanagi thinks no equipment. How could this be? There used to be an abundance of it. Although I'm aware there's a decline in magic and mages, but just what happened during the past 50 years? As Shidu looks over to Kusanagi in thoughts, and they finally arrive at the scene, we see huge number of magic beasts, and Kusanagi thinks the calamity isn't occurring, but their numbers are abnormal. What is happening? The police says, hey, is this for real? There are more of them than what was stated for in the report. There's even a demon captain here. We can't win against it, you know. We must ask for support from private organizations or the magic nobles. Shidu says we've asked for backup, but they won't get here right away. There has been an increase in beasts and illegal mages as of late, so they have enough on their plate already. They all says do we have no choice but to defeat them ourselves. It's like we're asking to get killed. Shidu asks Kusanagi, can you annihilate them? And he replies, well, yeah. The police officer says, don't joke around, you brat. Don't get ahead of yourself. There's no way you can win against them. Kusanagi says, but there's something weird, and they ask what, and the beasts start to act up. We see the sky starts to turn red, as they all look towards it, scared, and says it's a calamity. We get report urgent relay from the headquarters to every single post. A calamity has occurred across the country. I repeat, a calamity has occurred across the country. Report says savings the civilians should be the utmost priority. Immediately countermeasure the calamity. As we prioritize dealing with the calamity in the urban area, there won't be any backups for other areas. The officers say a calamity is occurring again. Just what is the meaning of this? Kusanagi says a calamity is something that happens naturally, but the beasts from earlier seem to be the cause of this one. Within the span of 50 years, have they now found out how to cause a calamity? The officer says Shidu it's impossible without backup plan. We must first reorganize, and Kusanagi says it's moving. They notice the beasts are heading towards the city. At this rate, they will cause harm to civilians. There's no other way but for us to subjugate them. That's practically suicide. Kusanagi says to think that the police have fallen this much, and the officer shouts at him saying, "What did you say, you bastard? There's no way we can win against them." As Kusanagi jumps down, smirking and saying we can, he lands right in middle of all the beasts. The beasts, noticing him, starts to attack him. The officer shouts, "You'll get killed, hurry and run," but Kusanagi uses third-level magic, Wind Cutter, and annihilates all of them. As all of them are shocked along with Shidu as well. We see all the beasts dead, and others charging up their spell to attack him at once. But their attacks get blocked by Kusanagi's barrier, and he says it seems that a magic barrier is enough to block it. Since there are bystanders, it's probably a good idea to put up a barrier, just in case. He once again uses his wind spell to cut through the beasts, which shocks Shidu as he says what strength, so he can use several magic attributes. As expected, it can only be him. He orders everyone to follow him, and Karen says she will also back him up. The officer says we can't just tremble and run away, and others shout don't fall behind him, and they also starts battling the monsters. Kusanagi thinks unexpectedly they seem capable, and we see the demon captain arriving. They all get scared and say shit. We are no match for its level. Only a legendary class mage can defeat it. But Kusanagi immediately attacks him with his synthesis magic. He says, "I'll defeat the demon captain. I'll leave the others to you." As they all stand in shock saying, "Did he defeat it? Such strong magic." Shidu shouts, "We must continue to defeat the beasts until the boss appears. We'll have Kusanagi defeat the demon captain and anything stronger than it." Kusanagi says 60 years ago, a worldwide calamity occurred. The first calamity, following it, calamites started to happen again and again, destroying the world. If what happened 60 years ago repeats itself, this calamity will spread worldwide, but I'm here this time too. I won't let you eradicate humanity. We see Karen against a magic beasts, and the beasts tries to attack her. But Kusanagi comes, and saves her by blocking his attack using his magic. As she sees Kusanagi and says it's the same as that time, he helps her up and asks if she is okay, and she says yes, thank you. Kusanagi thinks it's the same situation as before. Did she find out? Karen thinks, why did he become the black mage? How is he this strong? But he'll hate me if I ask those questions. She blushes and thinks the other party is a student, Karen. You can't think of any strange thoughts. She suddenly gets attacked again, but once again Kusanagi saves her. He says it's dangerous, and she says I'm sorry. He tells her to stay by his side, and thinks since she seems like she can't use combat magic. She blushes again and says yes, and thinks is he really a student? He seems more like an adult than me. Everyone suddenly starts to tremble and wonders what is it, due to which they can't stop trembling. We suddenly see another demon captain, which Shidu says is a subspecies of demon captain, and says why is the higher species of demon captain here. They all lose strength and says it's impossible. I don't even know whether mage nobles could win against it or not. But Kusanagi steps up and they all say stop, stupid. You can't win against it no matter how strong you are. He confidently tells them he can, as they all look at him with shock. He thinks the trembling stopped, and Karen says, please win, Kusanagi-kun. Shidu says he should have the strength of a mage noble. He might just win against the demon captain's subspecies. Shidu says, "Now show it to me, Kusanagi, your true power." Shidu orders everyone to keep using their full power until the boss is defeated. And we see a showdown about to happen between the demon captain and Kusanagi. They both stand opposed to each other while a battle is going on around them. The demon captain attacks Kusanagi, which goes past by him and causes an explosion right behind him. Everyone says it's only first level, yet what's with this strength, such an outrageous monster? Kusanagi just shrugs off his shoulder from the attack, and the demon captain asks, "What are you?" Kusanagi replies, "I'm just a student now, that is." As the demon captain, confused, looks at him, he senses an enormous amount of magic from Kusanagi and immediately uses a strong spell, while saying, "Kill the strong human." Everyone shocked says 6th level. There's no way right. While the magic is coming for him, Kusanagi says even if I were to avoid it, or use a direct attack, the allies will surely get engulfed. Now then, what should I do? As all the beasts around also charges up their spells and attacks Kusanagi. Shidu, shocked, says the beasts are working with each other. Impossible. As Karin shouts Kusanagi in worry. She tells him to run as the attacks are about to reach him, but he just stands there nonchalantly. Kusanagi uses his own spell, which instantly engulfs the huge flame and creates a giant pillar of water, and as the rest of the attack comes towards him, he blocks them with his barrier. The demon captain gets shocked, as Kusanagi says it's over already. Shidu, in utter shock, says just what the hell is this guy? And Karin says what just happened. Shidu says it doesn't make sense. Such an unbelievable thing is unfolding right before my eyes. He explains only a mage noble can use level 6 magic. It's an advanced technique on the same level as remote activation. And Karin says Kusanagi committed such a feat. He adds, and the most surprising thing, is that he used a second type of magic at practically the same time, and explains normally you are only able to cast magic once at a time, and there's a buffer time needed before you can use a different type, but he used it almost simultaneously. A single type of magic is already powerful enough, and to use more than one at virtually the same time he might be stronger than even a mage noble. Shidu thinks my intuition wasn't wrong. He really is the person I'm looking for, the second Ikikami Minato. The demon captain lunges at him, and Kusanagi says it's too stuffy here. Let's move somewhere else. As he uses level 1 magic, aerial, to lift the demon captain in the air, they both float in the air, and Kusanagi says seems like you can use aerial magic. The demon captain says in order to not receive any cooperation, and Kusanagi replies, "I don't care about the beast's clumsy cooperation." Kusanagi says I don't need to hold back here, and the demon captain charges towards him. He attacks Kusanagi, but he easily dodges, but he lands a hit on him, but Kusanagi guards. Kusanagi gets pushed back a bit, and the demon captain launches a spell towards him. The spell causes an explosion on his location. Kusanagi is again unscathed, and Demon Captain appears above him and strikes him down. The Demon Captain watches from above as Kusanagi lands on the ground. The Demon Captain once again gets shocked as Kusanagi gets up like nothing. In shock, he asks how can this be, and Kusanagi smiles and flies above to attack. He replies seeing as it's useless to use magic, the best decision is to resort to hand-to-hand combat, and the demon captain says but it's futile. But suddenly, Kusanagi appears right before him, and says you won't be able to strike a blow against me. Kusanagi punches him right on the face, and which makes him go flying. Again in shock, he says there's no way a mere human's punch would work, as he suddenly feels the impact of the punch. As he shouts, "You bastard, what are you?" and Kusanagi replies, "Did you think I can only use magic? Then I'll show you it. My very own technique," as he gets ready. We see a huge amount of magic coming from Kusanagi as he prepares for combat. The demon captain thinks such great magic power in shock, as Shidu at ground says, "What is this? This chill, I can feel something above us." As we see Kusanagi closing his eyes to focus and preparing to attack. The demon captain shouts, "Even if you cover yourself with magic, human attacks are useless against me." But Kusanagi instantly reaches in front of him and says, "Let's give it a try." The demon captain uses his hands to try and block as Kusanagi punches him. But Kusanagi launches a flurry of punches at him as he is unable to defend. Shidu gets shocked and says he overwhelmed the demon captain in hand-to-hand combat. How is this possible? Human fists are useless against magic beasts, and not only that, he managed to harm it with his blow. We see the demon captain all damaged, as he says, "How can a human's attack work?" Kusanagi replies, "Normal attacks and weapons are useless against magic beasts. But it's different if one were to use a huge amount of magic. Attacking and covering yourself with magic, it's a fusion of magicraft and martial arts. It's called magic martial arts." The demon captain gets angry and attacks Kusanagi while furious. Kusanagi casually dodges his attack and counters with a punch right through his stomach. We see the demon captain falls down, and as he calls Kusanagi a monster, the sky clears once again as everyone says the calamity has stopped, that brat did it. Shidu tells everyone to not let their guard down just yet and defeat the remaining beasts. Kusanagi says it should be fine to leave the rest to the cops as he reduces his magic. He says, "It's been a while since I've used magic martial arts, so I was quite rusty." Kusanagi comes down and sees all the officers standing right before him. Shidu says, "Thank you for your hard work in defeating the calamity's boss. We thank you for your cooperation." As he tells everyone to salute to Mr. Kusanagi Minato. We see the news which says ever since that day, calamities have occurred all over the world. Thanks to the police and mage nobles' active participation, the calamity has stopped. The anxiety towards the calamity, criticism towards the government and police, the expectations and disappointment towards the mages. As the people's anxiety rose, someone said this: "If it's the black mage, we have the black mage with us, and we see a tons of comments asking the black mage for help in saving them." Back to Kusanagi, we see him surrounded by students again, saying they said you stopped another calamity, and that you're awesome. What kind of magic did you use? Is it true that the boss was a subspecies of the demon captain? Kusanagi thinks how bothersome, as we see Yuika staring at him. The teacher says today we will talk about the calamity that has occurred recently. You guys are indeed just students, but also mages at the same time. There's a possibility that you may be summoned. Please remember to always be prepared. But as she looks over to Kusanagi and says, although we do have an experienced student among us. Suddenly, Karin comes into the classroom, shouting, "Excuse me." Teacher says, "Wait a minute. What is wrong with you guys?" And Karin replies, "We are the police. We've received permission from the headmaster." She tells Kusanagi, "We would like to borrow your power once again." As Kusanagi thinks they really don't think much about their image, do they not have any honor at all? As all the students looks at him with excitement, and he says, "Stop it. What's with those eyes?" Kusanagi sighs and gets up. He asks Karin to explain the situation, and she replies, "Of course. Please be at ease. You will receive both rewards and class credit." She explains in addition to the calamity, beasts have been appearing all over the world. The illegal mages and underground organization are becoming more active too. We are extremely lacking in personnel. And Kusanagi replies, "And that's why you came to me again." She says, "I'm really sorry for asking for your help over and over again, but there's truly no one as strong as you." Kusanagi replies, "Will you please contact me using the phone next time?" And she says, "Sorry, I'll do that so next time." Karin says so this is Kusanagi's contact info, and Kusanagi asks so, "What do you want me to do now?" She replies, "We would like to ask you to defeat the beasts appearing in Harajuku." And Kusanagi replies, "I see, understood." She says we'll go together using the car, but before she could complete, Kusanagi rushes and says it'll be too late, and that he will go first, as the police officer in shock says so fast. We switch to Harajuku and see two kids, and the older brother helping his little brother, saying it'll be fine, brother will protect you, as they both get scared and we see a shadow of a beast over on them. We see a magic beast attacking them, as they both try to run away. The little one falls, and the beast catches up and attacks them. But Kusanagi comes in and takes the magic beast down and saves them both. Kusanagi tells them you held on well, you were great. Kusanagi leaves, saying they'll protect you both, as the kid thanks him. Kusanagi says the battle in the city is more troublesome than the one back at the academy. Unlike the ruined Shibuya, there are many obstacles and people here. Since there are still people running away, I can't use magic bullets, I can differentiate between beasts and human magic, but I can't detect humans with no magic power. The only way to save everyone is by patrolling the area. We see a police officer who is ordering to focus on defeating the beasts. We can leave saving the civilians to the firefighters and the army, as he notices Kusanagi. Kusanagi thinks he was from that time during the calamity. The officer says, "So you have come as reinforcement. That's really helpful." And Kusanagi asks, "How is the situation?" He replies, "We've yet to save even half of the civilians. We are in such a situation that we are unable to reach the east side." Kusanagi says then, "I'll go check that side of the city," as the officer replies, "There have also been reports of illegal mages there. Be careful." As Kusanagi leaves, the officer says I say that, but there is no need to worry about him. The other officer asks in shock who was that youngster. He annihilated those beasts in an instant. He replies perhaps he appeared solely to save us during this chaotic time. We see Kusanagi using 6th level burst stream spell, as he says for a demon captain to appear outside of the calamity. That's something that was impossible even 50 years ago. The beasts are increasing in numbers. Moreover, they are gradually getting stronger. This has exceeded to an amount that even I can barely handle. If I don't begin taking precautions now, things might get out of hand. I have several plans in mind, but I'm not sure which one to go with, as we see him saving people. Karin and other officers arrive at scene, as they all get relived and Kusanagi leaves. The officers thanks him, saying, "Thank you, you've been a great help, Kusanagi. We managed to minimize the damage thanks to you." He replies, "No, it was thanks to the police and fire department. I was just helping out," and the officer replies, "You're really awesome." They all bow and says, "I'm sorry for what happened during the calamity. Because of our stupid pride, we've been acting all haughty towards you." Kusanagi replies, "It's only natural for a student like me to act all proud. So please don't dwell on it too much." They say you're simply too mature, but thank you, and Karin says I would like to thank you too. I'm sorry to keep depending on you when you're just a student. Kusanagi replies, "It's fine. I'm the one who agreed to help out." Kusanagi says, "But I've been bothered by the fact that not only were there a huge amount of them, but they were also all extremely strong." Karin replies, "Yes, we need to make a plan to counter the beasts and the calamity. Senior Shidu is also taking action, but..." The two kids that Kusanagi saved comes to him saying, "Excuse me," and thanks Kusanagi, and he replies, "I'm glad you're safe." The little kid asks him, "Big brother, are you the great sage?" The older brother says, "Sorry. My brother really likes the great sage, so..." Kusanagi looks at the doll and thinks if I'm not mistaken that's, and smiles saying, "Yeah, I'm the great sage." The kid gets all excited and says I knew it, and we get to the past, where we see Kusanagi saying you want to make a doll of me. And the guy replies not just dolls, but also photo cards and key holders as well. And Kusanagi replies there's no way anyone would want such a thing. But the guy says the great sage is the support needed in everyone's heart. These items are a must-have, especially for kids, and Kusanagi says I don't really agree though. The guy says you're wrong, 50 years no, it'll keep on saving people, even 100 years from now. So please give me permission, Ikikami-san. Back to the present, we see Kusanagi holding the kid, and thinking seems like it's just as you said. But mere dolls don't have the power to save anybody. The great sage is also needed during this time. We switch to another scene, a certain place in the capital, and some guys saying that concludes the report regarding the Black Mage. We are introduced to Underground Mage Guild, Black Rebellion, and its president Kuroi Akuto. Kuroi says an illegal mage who isn't part of the guild. This means that there's a bastard who dares to go against me. With an intimidating face, he asks his goon, to which he replies yes while being scared. He orders them to go find out the real identity of the Black Mage. I don't mind if you use military force. A guy asks can we kill him, who is introduced as Black Rebellion Executive Kabuki-cho Branch Manager Kaga Shuji. Kuroi replies only after you torture him, and Shuji says I'm looking forward to it. We get back to Kusanagi and others, as Ruka asks Kusanagi on what is his magic power amount. Yuika says I'm also kinda curious. She guess around 100,000. No, maybe 500,000. If it's Minato, I think it's possible. Kusanagi replies it's 99,990,000. And all of them stares at him in disbelief. They say I don't think that's, and even if it's you, isn't that a bit too much? And Ruka says even Ikikami Minato is said to only have about 1 million, you know. Kusanagi questions Ikikami Minato's magic power is 1 million, and Yuiker replies that's why it's said that 1 million is the highest limit of magic power. Ruka says you didn't know, it's practically common sense. Kusanagi thinks my magic power is only about 1 million. I'll try looking it up on the internet. He tries to search but gets confused and says I completely forgot how to use a phone. It's already troublesome, so let's just give up. He suddenly gets a call from Shidu, and he picks up asking what's wrong. Shidu replies sorry for the sudden call, but do you have some time? And he replies yes, what is it? Shidu says, are you friends there too? And Kusanagi says they are here. Shidu says sorry, could you turn on the speaker for me? Kusanagi, confused, asks Yuika what's a speaker, and Yuika teaches him. Shidu explains actually, in response to the calamity and the increase in number of monsters. We decided to establish a specialized anti-monster unit. Special magic team, and I want Kusanagi to be the captain of that unit. Yuika says Minato, the captain of the special unit. If you're a mage, it's a title you'd be dying to get. There's no way Minato would refuse, but he refuses, and Yuika asks why. Shidu says, could you let me explain first? And Kusanagi replies, let's hear it, while Yuika is getting angry in the background. He explains first off, there are too many problems, and the police can't handle them all. Also, the current situation is that we can't fight the monsters alone. I think you understand it well enough, and Kusanagi thinks, is it because the level of mages are low? Kusanagi asks what happened to the mage nobles. He replies the heads of the Amge nobles, Mizuha, Hamurai, and Kaichi. I have yet to return from an overseas meeting. The only one left is Fuka, but, well, a lot of things have happened. Kusanagi tells Yuika come to think of it. I have never met your parents, and she replies I've been away from home for quite some time now. Shidu says the members are made up of more than a dozen officers, and those from the academy are Mizu, Hayuika, Mizu Haruka, Katsuragi Yuji. I recommend the three of you. I'll take care of all the troublesome things such as clerical work and negotiations. All you have to do is focus on cultivating and leading the mages. You'll receive rewards and school credits, so it's also advantageous for finding employment. Shidu then begs Kusanagi, saying, "You're the only one I can count on. Kusanagi, please be the captain." Kusanagi sighs and says, "I'll do it." Shidu gets all excited and asks, "Really?" Everyone else agrees as well. Kusanagi thinks I have some concerns, but I guess it's fine since I get to train some of the mages. We see the news which says criticism is gathering towards the mage noble family, the Fukas, in addition to abandoning their duties due to the school disaster. They were also slow to deal with the monster subjugation. The Fuka leader says these stupid people. Are they mistaking mage nobles for jack of all trades? Someone knocks on the door and he says, "Come in." The butler says, "Pardon me. I've just received a document from the police department." Jin reads it and says, announcing the establishment of a special magic team. Incompetent people love doing unnecessary things, huh? But wait, this is enough to silence the public. "Hey, call my stupid son here." He tells the butler, and he replies, "Yes." Back at the police department, we see Kusanagi and his friends. Kusanagi says dozens, and Shidu replies, "I'm sorry. We had candidates, but their applications weren't sent. So, if you can produce results, I'm sure more requests will come in." Kusanagi thinks I could more or less guess that was the case. If a student is made team captain, there's bound to be friction. Shidu hands Kusanagi a badge and says also, "I'm giving this to you. It's a temporary mage badge. It's an external cooperation, but there's no doubt that all of you are public servants. But it's handed over only if you belong to a unit. It's only temporary because all of you have not officially qualified as mages yet." Well, that's the end of student treatment. I'll leave it to you, Captain Kusanagi. Kusanagi thinks it's been a while standing before people. Kusanagi gets on stage and says, "I'm Kusanagi Minato. This time, I will be the captain of the special magic team. First of all, I promise you that I'll make all of you stronger than the heads of the mage nobles." Hearing it makes all of them shocked, as they say, "What? Stronger than the heads of mage nobles?" Kusanagi says, "Looks like you guys don't believe me. Then I'll prove it." He asks Shidu, "Is there a magic power measuring device in the station?" And he replies, "Of course there is, but..." They all arrive there, and Kusanagi says, "First, Ruka and Yuji. Measure your magic power." Ruka says, "All right." Yuji says, "Well, I guess I don't mind." They both go to the device and pour in their magic. Kusanagi says previously, Ruka's magic power was 10,000, Yuji's magic power was 8,000. But their magic power now is. Both Ruka and Yuji get shocked upon seeing their magic power, 30,000 and 28,000 respectively. Everyone else gets shocked too, saying, "Impossible. Isn't that the highest grade mage class?" Kusanagi says it's still early to be surprised, and he tells Yuika it's your turn. We see Yuika getting nervous, and she thinks, "What do I do? What if the gap between me and my sister is too wide? I've put in a lot of effort, but I'm just an ordinary person. I'm scared. I'm so scared about the results. However, I've decided not to run away anymore. No matter what kind of result I get, I refuse to deceive myself ever again." As everyone gets shocked seeing the results, and Yuika slowly open her eyes to see it as well. Her magic power is measured as 28,000. Shidu says according to the records her magic power should have been 2,000. There's no way her magic power could have increased this much. Kusanagi says no, it's possible to increase your magic power. All you need is talent, as well as the will to put in effort and never give up. He pats Yuika on the head and says, "I'm proud of you. You did a good job, Yuika," as she starts to cry. Ruka looks at her and smiles as well, expecting some head pats too. Kusanagi tells them, "You guys also did a good job." Ryuji says, "Well, of course." He tells Ruka, also as expected of Ruka. She replies, "If you're one of the Mizuha family, this kind of thing is normal. I don't need your words of praise." But he gives her head pats as well, saying, "I'm still going to praise you though. You did a good job." Ryuji gets surprised and says, "Wait, Minato," and thinks I did think he was an out-of-this-world kind of guy. But this guy doesn't know fear at all. Yuika gets scared and says, "Oh no, sister is going to get angry." Ruka says, "I'm not a child," and Kusanagi says, "Yeah, that's true." Ryuji says, "That scared me for a second," and Yuika says, "Thank God, she didn't get angry." Ruka thinks it's the first time I've ever been patted on the head. Even my father never did that kind of thing for me. We see someone arrive saying, "So you were here. I've searched everywhere for you guys, so why aren't you giving me a proper greeting?" Shidu says, "I heard that you wouldn't be coming today, so," and the guy replies, "Well, I changed my mind." Shidu says, "I'll introduce you. This is Mr. Shu, a mage noble from the Fuka family." Shidu tells Kusanagi we have no choice but to ask for the approval of a mage noble. "So I was forced to enlist all of you, sorry." Kusanagi replies, "If I remember correctly, I head the Fuka family ignored the dispatch request when the school disaster occurred. Is that right?" Shidu replies they have a habit of maintaining authority instead of responding to requests, because it's not something a mage noble would usually do. Sho says, "I heard that these are Japan's leading magic unit, but why are there just a bunch of students here?" Shidu says this is Kusanagi Minato, the student who stopped the school disaster. Because of his achievements, he has been appointed as the captain of the unit. Sho says, "You stopped the disaster, an ordinary person who isn't even a mage noble." He stomps on Kusanagi's foot and says, "How dare you stand above me, you piece of trash. Don't try getting cocky despite being a brat." His friends get in saying, "What do you think you are doing?" Ruka says, "Hey, get away from Kusanagi," and Ryuji says, "I'm gonna blow you away, you bastard." Sho says, "Oh my, ordinary people get emotional so easily. Oh, aren't you too over there, Mizu, ha daughters? Looks like not all of you are trash after all." Sho smirks and says, "All right, I'll be the captain of the unit," and Shidu says it's already been decided that Kusanagi would be the captain of the unit. He replies, "Then let's fight for it. The unit that defeats the boss of the next calamity will earn the right to be the captain." Shidu tries to say no, but Sho just goes along with it. Shidu tells Kusanagi, "Sorry, I couldn't stop him." And Kusanagi replies, "It's fine. Whatever you say would have been useless anyway. We just have to win." His friends gets riled up, and Yuika says, "I'm not going to let that guy become the captain," and Ryuji says, "I definitely won't lose," and Ruka says, "I won't hold back." Kusanagi thinks, why are they more fired up than I am? Now, at Metropolitan Police Department grounds, Kusanagi thinks now then, what should I do? The police officer's magic power was about 10,000. Just as I thought, let's discuss magic power first. He tells everyone first of all, "There's something I want to tell everyone. It's about the importance of magic. Magic power is the energy to produce magic, but it has other uses as well." He calls Ryuji to come up. He tells him to hit him with everything he got, and Ryuji gets confused, but Kusanagi tells him to hurry up. Ryuji says don't complain about it later and hits Kusanagi right on the face. But a barrier blocks it, and Kusanagi explains this is the power of a magic barrier. If you have a huge amount of magic power, you can use it naturally. And if you have outstanding amount of magic power, you can use magic without even being conscious of it. It's called automatic magic. Increasing your magic capacity is the most important aspect for mages. Bear that in mind. We then see Kusanagi helping them all to sense magic power and Yuika, and all training with their magic. Kusanagi at home says besides magic training, we're gonna need some equipment. If possible, I want to get some anti-monster equipment. But from the looks of Shidu's reaction, it seems like it's impossible to get it right away. As we see Shidu saying, as for the equipment, please wait for a little longer. Kusanagi says, I don't think there are any craftsmen nowadays. Guess I'm gonna have to make it myself. I've never done it before, but I'm sure I can do it. Is there something here I could use? As he finds a ring and says a cheap ring, huh? It's been kept in good condition, so I guess it's important. This could work, but it's not gonna be enough. Where should I go shopping? And he suddenly gets a call from Ruka, which surprises him a bit as he says from Ruka, that's rare. Kusanagi says hello, and Ruka replies it's me, and Kusanagi asks what is it. But she gets silent, to which Kusanagi wonders why is she silent. Ruka says you're the only one fit to be our captain, and Kusanagi replies, are you encouraging me? And she replies, that's not my intention. Kusanagi smiles and thinks what an awkward person. Oh right, I should ask her while I am at it. He asks her if you're free tomorrow, I'd like you to go shopping with me. And Ruka replies, shopping, you say? And Kusanagi says, I don't know where to buy accessories. She asks if Yuika and the others are coming as well with them. Kusanagi says no, just the two of us, and thinks there's no need to go in large groups. Ruka says the two of us, and Kusanagi asks, so what do you think? Ruka replies she don't mind, and Kusanagi says you're a lifesaver. Where should we go? And Ruka says Harajuku will do. Kusanagi says then, shall we meet at the station around noon tomorrow? Ruka says okay, see you tomorrow. Kusanagi says with this, I should be able to buy rings for all the members. Should I start crafting the anti-monster equipment from the ring before? Kusanagi says well, it'll work out somehow. We move to Mizuha house, as Yuika calls out Ruka for dinner. Yuika thinks no reply. Is she asleep? That's unlike her. As she opens the gate and says I'm coming in, sis. She gets surprised seeing Ruka picking out clothes, and Ruka asks what is it. Yuika says sorry. Dinner's ready and Ruka replies I'll be right there. Yuika thinks this is the first time I've seen her so excited. Is she going out with someone? Could it be with Minato? We see Kusanagi already at Harajuku Station, and Yuika hiding and saying I have to conceal my magic so Minato doesn't notice. That and I can't get too close. She wonders, why am I spying on them like this? Sorry Minato, sis. We see Ruka arrives as well, and everyone staring at her. She asks, did I keep you waiting? And Kusanagi says, nah, I just got here. Everyone comments, wow, what a beauty. That must be her boyfriend. I'm so jealous. Yuika gets shocked seeing them both together and thinks Sis and Minato are on a date. What's happening? Ruka asks, so what are you looking for? And Kusanagi says rings. Ruka asks a gift. And Kusanagi says something like that. I need several. Ruka gets surprised and asks several. Do you have that many partners? To which Kusanagi says yeah, more or less. Ruka says Japan isn't polygamous, you know. And Kusanagi says I know that. She says if you're buying in bulk, inexpensive ones are best. And I know just the place for it. And Kusanagi says all right, I'll leave it to you. We see both Ruka and Kusanagi checking out the rings and going to several places. Ruka says a ring that's sturdy, inexpensive, and not too fancy, huh? They're surprisingly hard to find. Kusanagi says even when we find a nice ring, something seems to be missing. This one's pretty expensive too. Yuika says what are they talking about? For some reason, they're standing awfully close to each other. A lady comes and says hi. What are you looking for? If it's a present for your girlfriend, I can give you a good deal. As he is about to say no, "'She's not my," but Ruka jumps in and says I'm not his girlfriend. She replies, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Please feel free to look around," as she runs back. Kusanagi says, "Good grief," now sitting. Kusanagi says, "I'm exhausted from all that walking, especially in such a crowded place. Still, it's hard to find what I am looking for. Maybe I should reconsider my criteria." Ruka gets a bit sad and says I'm not good at showing affection. "You know me and how my personality is," and Kusanagi replies, "Yeah, I do." Ruka says, "I can't even interact well with Yuika. Because of that, I've caused her distress. You'd be better off shopping with Yuika. I'd just be in the way." Kusanagi replies, "That's not true. You looked up the location of the stores beforehand, didn't you? And you thought hard about which ones to choose. Even though we're shopping for myself, you took it as seriously as if it were your own trip. I want you to know that you're really a big help," to which Ruka smiles and says, "Is that so?" Yuika says, "I've never seen sis make a face like that. What am I even doing here? I should go home," as she leaves. Kusanagi says, "I'm glad we found decent rings." Ruka says, "But buying 5 of them." And Kusanagi replies, "I needed one for each member." Ruka replies they'd be thrilled to receive a gift that you picked out so thoughtfully. Kusanagi says it's for the unit's equipment. Of course, they'd be happy. And Ruka, confused, says unit's equipment. "Ah, I see. So that's what it was." Kusanagi says, "You were a great help. Thanks, Ruka." And she replies, "Don't mention it. Being of help, that's enough for me." Kusanagi says, "I should repay you in some way," to which Ruka says there's no need for that, as he gives her a ring. Kusanagi asks for Ruka's hand, and she blushes a bit and says, "What are you doing?" But he grabs it and puts the ring on her finger himself. Kusanagi says, "This is the first special ring I made. Take good care of it, will you?" Ruka hurries back and says, "I appreciate it, then see you," as Kusanagi tries to stop her, and he thinks I was about to explain about the anti-monster equipment, but I guess I can later. As Ruka walks and stops in the middle and takes a look at the ring, she holds her hands on her chest and starts blushing really heavily. Next day, we see Kusanagi handing out the equipments and saying, "Each of you take your own." Karin says there's a magic reaction, so this is anti-monster equipment. Kusanagi replies, "That's right. This is anti-monster equipment imbued with wind magic. If you infuse them with magic power, they can utilize up to level 1 wind magic." Shidu gets shocked and asks Kusanagi, "Where did you get this?" And he replies that he made them. Shidu thinks craftsmen capable of creating anti-monster equipment are almost non-existent now, to think he can create them with such ease. He tells Kusanagi that he never ceases to amaze him, as Yuika thinks, what about Big Sister's ring? She notices the ring on Ruka's hand and thinks she's never worn that ring before. Could it be from that date? What happened after I left? Kusanagi says what we lack is swift transportation. We can't always rely on cars, it won't be fast enough. Shidu says true, we were always late. Kusanagi says with this anti-monster equipment, anyone can use wind magic spell Aerial. It should significantly reduce our travel time. But remember, it's only a basic spell. Its magic power is low and not meant for attacking. Go on, give it a try yourself. Aerial involves flying and acceleration, so start by visualizing yourself jumping. We see Yuika is able to control it, and Kusanagi commends her, to which Ruka says, "I've been training in magic manipulation forever. This much is nothing for me." As she looked towards Kusanagi, she thinks the guilt from spying on them is hitting me now. Kusanagi asks, "By the way, there's something I wanted to ask. Yuika, you're familiar with Ikikami Minato, right?" She replies, "Of course. He's the person I admire the most. Kusanagi asks how strong was he, and Yuika replies his magic power level was about 1,000,000 and he could use a wide range of spells. He died fighting against the demon god during the Great Calamity. Kusanagi asks, and what happened to the mages after Ikikami died? She replies it seems that there weren't many mages left. Among them our noble ancestors contributed significantly to the revival. The Mizuha family also aimed to play a huge role. At that time, almost no document or data about magic were left. That's why they started building up magic studies again from scratch. Kusanagi thinks I remember the death rate of mages was quite high, but there still should have been a lot books left. I stored them in various places in preparation for future. But the knowledge of modern magic is scarce and full of errors. The magic power level of mages is low too. Is this all due to chance or someone else's doing? Yuika asks Minato, "Are you okay?" And he replies, "Yeah, I'm fine." Yuika says, "If something's up you can tell me, okay? I might not be that reliable, but still." Kusanagi replies, "Just your feelings are enough, so thank you. You've been a big help." Kusanagi thinks Yuika probably won't spread what I say to her around, but there's also the matter of the black mage. Considering the possibility of getting her involved, I shouldn't just casually bring it up. Besides, if she knew that I was her much-admired Ikikami Minato, she might faint. Yuika thinks he can't tell me because I'm unreliable, but if I get stronger, surely, I'll keep doing my best. Now, 1 week later, Kusanagi says everyone brace yourselves, fire. Karin uses level 2 Holy Magic, Holy Crest, and Shidu uses level 3 Lightning Magic, Lightning Blast. Ryuji uses level 4 Earth Magic, Stone Rain. And Yuika and Ruka uses level 4 Water Magic, Waterfall. Kusanagi thinks everyone's level has increased. Sanada has also become able to use offensive magic. She couldn't cast a single offensive spell before. But what intrigues me most are those two. Their compatibility is outstanding, especially seeing as they're sisters, perhaps. We see Yuika getting happy about being able to fight alongside and keep up with her sister. Kusanagi also smiles looking at her and tells good job, everyone. But don't get complacent just because your levels have increased. Your level doesn't necessarily indicate the strength of your magic. He tells Ruka, use a level 4 magic spell on me, and she says understood, and prepares a huge spell. She attacks him with it, and Kusanagi uses level 1 spell Wood Spear. His spell pierces right through Ruka's, shocking everyone as Shidu says a level 1 spell. Neutralized a level 4. Kusanagi explains your level simply increases the limit of magic power you can infuse, but it doesn't mean higher level magic is always stronger. Even with level 1 magic, if you infuse it with maximum magic power, you can beat level 4 spells. Of course, the attribute matters too. Water is weak to earth. Don't get trapped by the idea of levels. Understand magic power, master the spells. Do so, and you'll become stronger. Don't forget we also have our companions. If we combine our power, we will become even stronger. As everyone cheers and says yeah, but suddenly Sho comes and says my, must be tough being plebs. Shidu asks what brings you here, and he replies the calamity isn't coming, and I'm dreadfully bored. Shidu says if you're not training, why not exterminate some monsters? He replies no, thanks, that's too much trouble, let the police handle it. Everyone gets angry looking at him, as he says how I wish the calamity would arrive already. Yuika shouts look at the sky, as it starts to turn red and Sho shouts it's here, the calamity is upon us. As he declares the squad that defats the boss first gets the right to be the squad leader, the game's on, plebs.
Yuika tells him we'll never lose to someone like you, as he flies away saying yeah. Yeah, keep saying that. Later losers, and Yuika shouts at him saying that's unfair. Kusanagi says we're going to work, too. Don't forget to put on your hands-free headsets. And this is our first real fight since we formed the squad. Don't let your guard down, and they all shout yeah. As Sho sees behind him and notices the police vehicle and says what's this, too slow. Too slow, it's making me yawn. Ruji says they're too fast, and Yuika says how can he be so fast with that body? Kusanagi says well, our opponents are skilled in wind magic. It'll be tough for Yuika and others to catch up. I could overtake them alone, but that would defeat the purpose of being in a squad. If the citizens are not affected, we shouldn't rush. Sho mocks them and says what kind of special magic squad is this, you can't even keep up with me, and he keeps shouting losers at them. Yuika gets agitated and says I can't hear him, but I'm sure he's mocking us, and we see Sho already reached the site. He says it's the calamity, let's slaughter some monsters. Both Sho and his guards uses wind magic to slaughter the monsters while shouting kill, kill. We see some citizens running away from the monster that's attacking them, as they plead for help from Sho, who doesn't listen and keeps on killing monsters. Sho kills the monster beside them, but his attack also bounces towards the citizens, about to hit them. Suddenly multiple ray of light shines in the sky and we see Kusanagi standing in front of them, saving them with his barrier. Kusanagi gets pissed and asks Sho on what is he doing, which scares all of them. Scared, Sho wonder what is going on, and that he is unable to move, as Yuika and everyone else arrives and checks up on the citizens. Yuika also gets angry and says what do you think you are doing, don't drag ordinary people into this. Sho says I can move again, did that brat do something? No it can't be. Sho says humph, it's your fault for getting in the way of a magic noble, and Yuika replies what was that? Sho says I'll take down the boss, you guys just focus on protecting the commoners. Kusanagi thinks it would be easy to incapacitate Fuka, but that would make it seems like I'm running from the battle. Actually, this might just be the perfect opportunity. Kusanagi tells everyone I'll protect the citizens, you guys focus on exterminating the monsters. Shidu asks, but can you handle him on your own? Even you could have a hard time protecting everyone. Kusanagi replies I'm the head of the special monster squad, and Shidu says I was stupid for even asking. Yuika says, we can't always rely on Minato, let's take down the monsters by ourselves, and they all shout yes. Kusanagi tells them go, win for us, as they all fly away saying yes. They all are surrounded by monsters, as they fight them with their backs to each other. Yuika charges up and uses a level 3 spell, Azure Splash, which runs cleans through the monster. Yuika says I was scared and couldn't do anything before, but now I'm able to defeat the demon soldiers. I've become really strong. Kusanagi senses and says there's a lot of energy, both allies and monsters mixed in. It seems there are also many civilians who failed to escape. Rescue won't be easy. If it were anyone but me, that is, as he takes off at extreme speed. We see Sho and his assistant battling monsters, as he keeps shouting die, die like a maniac. Back to Yuika and others, Ruka says don't let your guard down, and Ruji says get into formation, and Yuika replies let's take them down together. Suddenly Yuika senses an abnormal magic power, as she says what is this magic energy, and sees a demon coming for her. But Sho suddenly comes and shouts the boss is his prey, and that he will show them some real level for magic. His assistant warn him that your opponent is a demon sir, you can't defeat it with a level for spell, sir. But Sho ignores and says of course I can, there are hardly any humans who have fought demons, so how would you know? He uses level for wind magic, Tempest, and shouts I'm a noble mage, it's natural that I'd win. The demon also responds and uses his own magic, level for fire magic, Flare. Sho's magic gets easily swallowed by the demon's magic, as Sho responds that my invincible magic was overpowered. Sho and his assistant run away, as Sho shouts retreat. They run past the civilians instead of saving them, they ignore them completely, leaving them to die. But Kusanagi comes in and tries to block it, but before he could we see some other spells coming in. The spells pierces the magic and we see it's Yuika, Ruka, and Ruji who used those spells in combination with each other. Kusanagi looks at them and says not bad, as Yuika walks towards Sho. Sho says phew, that was close, and we see Yuika pissed, and asking Sho why did you involve the citizens. Sho says it's their fault for not running away, if they're going to slow down a magic noble, they'd be better off dead, right? Hearing it, Yuika gets even more pissed as she raises her hand to slap Sho. She gives him a tight slap, which causes him to fall over, as Yuika shouts some magic noble you are, for someone who has no pride. Sho says did you really just slap me, a magic noble, Yuika, and everyone flies away, as she says let's leave that dimwit behind, we're defeating the rest of the demons, as Sho shouts, telling them to wait, and how dare they ignore him. Kusanagi thinks good grief, quite a scene they're making in front of the enemy, they collected themselves rather quickly, so I guess it's all good. Looks like there are still survivors who need saving, I should keep an eye on the boss, too. We see the demon boss growling, and Sho and his assistant are hiding in a building. His assistant says there's no way we can win against that demon, we should retreat Sho-sama. Sho thinks I admit that the demons are too strong, even for someone like me, it might be tough to take them all down, but he suddenly thinks of something and says wait a second. He tells his assistant his plan, that what if we let them wear down the demons, and then swoop in to finish them off. His assistant agrees and says, as brilliant as always, Sho-sama, and Sho gets on a high horse and says, naturally. Now let's lay low and wait, and they reply yes, sir. We see the demon boss coming for others, as Yuika thinks such powerful magic, can we really win? No, we have to. Ruji prepares his spell, and shouts strike first, strike fast, as everyone else also goes in and launches their attacks at the demon boss. Ruji wonders and says did we do it, but the demon boss emerges, completely unscathed by their attacks. Yuika nervously says it didn't work, and Ruka replies we either need a level for spell or an appropriate amount of magic power, as the demon boss starts to prepare a spell of his own. Yuika shouts and tells everyone to dodge, she thinks it's more powerful than before, twice as strong as her magic, even. Our difference in magic power is too immense, we can't win like this, as she ponders on what to do. Suddenly Kusanagi says seems like you're having a hard time, here's some advice, work together. Yuika replies we already are, and Kusanagi says combine your powers in the truest sense, the key lies within you and Ruka. Yuika confused asks him what do you mean by that, Kusanagi replies figure it out yourselves, he cuts the call, as she tells him to wait. She suddenly looks behind her, as the demon boss's attack is coming for her, but she is able to dodge the attack. Ruka says Kusanagi's words definitely hold some kind of meaning, we need to think about this together. Yuika thinks it's just as my sister said, Minato has always led us, that means what I should do is. She thinks of a plan and tells everyone, the demon magic is powerful, but their casting time is long, let's clear out the smaller enemies while avoiding the demon boss's magic. Shido and the others can attack from the east while we attack from the west, I'll give the signal when the demon's magic is coming, and as they both says understood. We see the demon boss charging up his spell again, and Yuika shouts here it comes, and does a countdown. As the spell gets close to them, Yuika shouts at them to dodge now, and they all dodges the spell using their wind magic. Kusanagi thinks so Yuika has started taking command, I thought Ruji or Ruka would step up, but she has a knack for reading people, she might just be cut out for this. Back to Yuika and others, she thinks our magic's level and power aren't enough, and wonders how can we win, what did Minato say again, remember, what did Minato say that time? She suddenly gets something and thinks could I have misunderstood, I'm not sure if such a ridiculous method will work, but my common sense was shattered a long time ago, it's a do or die situation. She tells everyone, please lend me your power, and Sho and his assistant are hiding behind, as he wonder what are they all trying to do. Everyone gets ready, as Shido says are you sure we can do this, and Yuika replies I don't know, but we don't have any other leads, and Ruka says I believe in you, Yuika. Ruji says guess we'll just have to grit our teeth and go for it. Karen says if it doesn't work, we'll think of something else, as we see the demon boss preparing a level 5 fire magic, blazing pillar. We see the huge fire spell above them, and as it hits them creating a huge flaming pillar. Sho and his assistant hiding behind, braces from the shockwave, as Sho says damn incompetent fools, they got us, as his assistant tells him sir, please look over there. Sho notices something, and we see Yuika and everyone coming out from the huge fire spell, with little to no damage. Karen uses her level 3 holy magic, sacred heal on everyone. Kusanagi thinks I see, that's quite the plan, it's hard to fully dodge a level 5 spell, so Sanada healing part of the damage is a smart move. And as for Yuika and Ruka, and we both see them charging up a huge water magic spell. Kusanagi says that's right, if each individual's power is weak, then combining their magic power is the solution, and that's exactly what. a grand magic spell is, as we see both Yuika and Ruka combining their magic to create a level 6 grand water magic spell, Burst Stream. Everyone seeing it is surprised as Ruji says damn, and Shidu says who knew they could cast a level 6 spell, but we see the demon boss still alive. Sho says now's our chance, time to deal the finishing blow, being unnoticing the spell that's being casted on him, as he suddenly falls on the ground, saying what's this, the strength is leaving my body. He starts falling unconscious and we see Kusanagi standing behind, using his spell and saying good grief. Ruji says it stopped moving, and the demon boss starts to disappear, and Shidu says it must have been on the brink of death. We see the red sky clearing up, revealing a blue sky, as they all excited about their victory, proclaims we beat the boss, we stopped the calamity, and it's all thanks to Mizuha and the others. Both Ruka and Yuika collapses, and Ruji asks them are you two okay? Ruka says my magic is exhausted, and Yuika says I can't move another inch. They both hold each other's hands, as they celebrate their victory, with Yuika saying we did it sis, and Ruka replies yeah, we won. Now we are back at the police department, where Kusanagi is congratulating everyone, as he says great work, everyone, we stopped the calamity. It was your first formal mission, yet you've already shown our worth. I can already tell you'll just keep getting stronger, especially you, Yuika, your growth has been exceptional. Your instructions were on point, and noticing the grand magic was impressive, and he asks Yuika, did you already knew about it? She replies, nope, not at all, so, it's called grand magic, hey, I see now. Kusanagi gets a bit surprised as he says, you didn't know, then how did you pull it off? And she replies it's all thanks to the hint you gave, the rest was intuition. Kusanagi thinks she might be more extraordinary than I thought initially, and then he says anyway, you did incredibly well, especially to have succeeded on the spot. Surely your harmony as sisters also played a significant role, as Kusanagi looks at the clock, and says it's almost time. He turns on the TV, and we see the news, with Shidu and some others on it. They say the reason for the creation of the Special Magic Team, otherwise known as SMT, was to strengthen our response to the growing number of demons and the calamity. Someone asks we heard that leader is a student who stopped the calamity at the academy, is this true? Shidu stands up saying, I will answer that. He introduces himself, I am Shidu Shogo, the proxy representing SMT's leader. The squad leader is indeed a student, as you have surmised. Everyone gets surprised and says, impossible, a minor as the squad leader? Shidu replies that he possessed a power that surpasses a mage noble. During the calamity at the academy, the magic nobles didn't come to help, leaving the police and citizens in a dire situation. However, he appeared, and saved us all. I am convinced that he is the savior who shall shoulder the era. There is no one else who could be trusted with the leadership role. Kusanagi watching this, thinks I wish he wouldn't make such a big deal over it. The reporter says this is a problematic statement, forming a squad of mags and overlooking mage nobles, could strip them of their roles. Some other replies that, but it's true that the magic nobles did not respond to the calamity, particularly, the Fuka clan has a notorious reputation, even though some clan heads are abroad, not responding to the calamity was still negligent of them. The white-haired old dude says, we in the police force, place a lot of importance on the magic nobles, the creation of the special magic team is not meant to undermine them. Suddenly Sho barges in, saying halt, I said halt, the current squad leader is utterly incompetent, a magic noble like me deserves to be the leader. Completely disregarding me and holding a press conference is utterly rude, and his assistant shouts it is as you say Sho-sama. Shidu says why are you here, you lost the challenge. They all act oblivious saying, what challenge? I don't remember promising such a thing. My words as a magic noble are absolute. You peasants should just listen to me. A girl stand up asking Sho a question, and Sho replies oh, you have a question for me, the new squad leader, okay let's hear it. She says we've received information that you didn't help the citizens during the recent calamity, and instead involved them in the fight, is this true? He gets nervous and says there's no way that happened, and some others stands up with proof saying, we have received the same information here, we have videos and images. They say could it be that a magic noble really did those things, the citizens are to be protected, exposing them to danger is unacceptable, such actions cannot be tolerated. Sho gets all defensive and says shut up will you, it was their fault for getting in a magic noble's way, you peasants should keep your mouths shut. Shidu shouts everyone must have noticed by now. The current magic nobles are corrupt, what we need are heroes who will protect the people, people who will fight selflessly, like our squad leader. We don't need magic nobles, who can't protect the citizens, as everyone starts to look at Sho with contempt and anger. Sho runs back shouting, "You'll pay for this, I'll make you regret doing this to me," as Kusanagi, watching the news, thinks, "Shido, he really did it this time." Yuika tells everyone, "Hey, look at this, videos about the calamity are everywhere, the magic nobles are getting most of the bashing, especially the Fuka." Kusanagi thinks the internet is a scary place, things can spread so easily. Suddenly Yuika gets shocked, and Kusanagi asks what happened? Yuika says our faces were completely caught on camera as well. Kusanagi thinks hiding my identity is impossible now, as if I didn't stand out enough as it is, things are bound to get more complicated. Now a week later, at the meeting room, we see Kusanagi surprised, saying what's the meaning of this? We see a huge number of people there this time around, and he asks why are there so many people. Shido says for some reason, it's become easier to get the higher-ups' approval. The number of volunteers has supposedly increased too. It's probably thanks to the press conference and the information on the internet. Shido says, "Oh, I know I ran amok during the conference, I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you," as Kusanagi thinks I did want to train mags, but I didn't want to stand out. Yuika says just give it up and strengthen your resolve, the world can't take its eyes off of you, as Kusanagi says seriously, "What a bother, I didn't want to attract any more attention than this." Now we switch the scenes and see a guy tied up on a chair, as someone says I'll ask again. "Tell me everything you know about the Black Mage," as he puts a knife on his neck. The guy replies, "I already told you everything. He's a young man who can cast crazy magic, that's all," but the guy stabs him in the knee, as the red-haired shouts in pain. He asks I'm sure there's more than that, and he replies please, it hurts. I remember now, the police are making their roundup at the Magic Academy to find the Black Mage. And that's why there's a rumor that he could be a student, I don't know anything else, I swear. The glasses guy replies I see, it does seem you know nothing more, how disappointing. The red-haired asks you'll release me now right, and he replies why, of course I will, from life's grasp, that is, as he slits his throat and blood sprays all over. He says your blood dirted my clothes, as he shouts filthy repeatedly, while cleaning his clothes. He thinks but, a student, hey, I'm sure a young man's agonizing screams sound terrific. As he fixes his glasses and says wait for me, Mr. Black Mage. Now it's night time, at Shinjuku we see Kusanagi killing magic beasts. But he suddenly notices something, he goes to check out and it's some guys recording videos. The guy says whoa, there's a dead monster, must have been the work of the Black Mage, damn it, I missed my chance to film him. Kusanagi flies away, saying I figured the hype around the Black Mage would have cooled off by now, yet they are here, searching for me, even in these quiet residential areas. The patrols have also increased, they seem to be dealing with monsters and disasters more efficiently now, perhaps they don't need the Black Mage anymore. But once again, he notices something, some thugs extorting a guy saying pay up, you owe us 10 million yen, if you can't pay, then sell your organs, he replies, but I only borrowed 200,000. They attack the guy saying that's what interest is for, we're gonna teach your body a lesson, but we see Kusanagi jumping in between them. He uses a barrier to protect him from the attack, and the guy safely runs back. The thug says interfering brat, how dare he, think you're some kinda hero, looks like you need a taste of pain to learn. But the scene cuts to both of them all beaten up saying we're sorry, we won't resist anymore. Kusanagi thinks I guess the police still aren't dealing with the illegal magic users. They say could this guy be the Black Mage, rumor has it that the underground syndicate are searching for him, that means they found out we're dealing on their turf. Kusanagi asks the underground organization, they reply we know nothing about the underground organization, Black Rebellion, please just let us go, we won't tell anyone about you. Kusanagi says how much do you know, if you talk, I might let you go, and the guy gives a thumb saying, you got it, Black Rebellion is an underground organization of mags who've kept out of the public eye, apparently they're involved in all sorts of crime, raking in the big bucks. Whether it's the Yakuza, gangs, or mafia, they're always behind them, they got connections in the media and politics and seem to do whatever they please. There's a branch nearby in Kabukicho, we were hoping to get a foot in or not. Kusanagi then knocks them unconscious. Kusanagi says Sanada did mention some things about an increase in illegal mage activity. Black Rebellion, hey, I see, interesting. Perhaps dealing with disasters and monsters should be left to the Academy's Minato Kusanagi, the Black Mage should clean up the underworld. Alright, I guess it's time to take down that Kabukicho branch. We arrive at Kabukicho, and see people having fun and enjoying themselves. People advertising, 8,000 yen for 60 minutes, fancy a cabaret club, it's half the price for your first set. Kusanagi thinks, wow, modern entertainment districts sure are lively, it's blinding. I can sense magic everywhere, but I can't tell which ones belong to the organization. Maybe I should start by arresting some guys doing questionable things around here. We see a guy dealing and saying good stuff, right, they're top quality, and others saying sheesh, this is gonna make me trip balls. The guy shouts at Kusanagi, hey, what are you looking at? You asking to get killed or what? But he beats them up and says seems like they don't know anything. I should report this and move on. Kusanagi says Western, hey, that's the organization members are gathering. And the guy replies you'll let me go, now that I've given you the information, right? But Kusanagi knocks him out and says I hope what you told me is accurate, at the very least, and we see a location called Western Bar. We see a purple-haired girl coming in, as some dudes stare at her, and she sits down at the bar. The bartender asks what can I get you, she replies do you have any information, as she slides him some money. He replies what do you want to know, she says Black Rebellion's hideout and the bartender says wrong. You should be asking a different question, as she gets confused and says excuse me. Suddenly bunch of guys are behind her, as the bartender says it should be what's going to happen to me next, as one the guy says heard someone was sniffing around our business, but didn't expect such a beauty. She thinks oh, no what have I done, seems like I've been fed false information, as the guys attacks her saying grab her, just keep her alive. She also fights back with her own spell, and she tries to run for the door, to escape, but she gets hit behind her with a fire spell, and she falls on the ground. They say I don't mind a tough woman, imagine having a babe like you all to myself, as she falls into despair and loses hope and thinks I'm sorry, Kai, your sister couldn't do anything. As the guy is about to put his hand over her, suddenly Kusanagi arrives right through the front door. They notice him and says hey, what now, as Kusanagi just casually strolls in and sits at the counter. He just casually asks are the members of the underground magic organization here? We see the thug coming up to Kusanagi and asks him, are you out of your mind, do you even understand the situation you're in? He tries to grab Kusanagi while saying, just go home and stay under your mommy's skirt, punk, but Kusanagi punches him right on the face. The thug gets blown back right onto the wall behind, as he calls out to his mom. Everyone gets shocked from seeing what's happening right before their eyes, as that purple-haired girl says, no ordinary person could possibly send someone flying like that, was it magic? She wonders and says, but I didn't see him cast anything. She wonders, just who is he? And Kusanagi says, looks like my intel didn't lie to me, quite the pile of low-level mags we have here. She wonders, just who is he? And Kusanagi says, looks like my intel didn't lie to me, quite the pile of low-level mags we have here. They prepare to attack him, shouting, kill him, he's just one guy, if we gang up on him, there's no way we can lose. The purple-haired girl says, no matter how strong he is, numbers have the advantage indoors, he doesn't look like he can cast high-level spells, so magic is out of the question. He doesn't have a chance and she shouts at him to run. Kusanagi says, good grief, as he swiftly dodges the attacks that are coming for him. He immediately closes the distance between one of thugs, and punches him right on the face, and then simultaneously hitting the other one with a kick as well, sending them both flying. He swiftly moves on to the rest of them and takes care of all of them, single blow each. The purple-haired girl gets shocked, and stares at him in awe. She says, he moved too quickly for me to see, what kind of magic did he use? The last remaining guy says, what the hell are you, who are you? And Kusanagi replies, I am the Black Mage, the man who will annihilate the Black Rebellion. The guy gets passed out from hearing that and Kusanagi moves on the pupil-haired girl. She thinks, he took out everyone in an instant, he's an elite, no, could he be a legendary mage, as Kusanagi gets close to her. She thinks, he looks about high school age, such striking eyes, Kusanagi says, you don't seem to be injured and she's still in awe, says, ha, oh, right. He walks away after checking on her, and asks the bartender, tell me about the organization. He gets scared and says, I can't, they'll kill me if I do, and Kusanagi intimidates him by smashing the counter. Kusanagi say, this is your last chance, tell me about the organization. Scared, he says, I'll talk, just don't cut me in half, please. The bartender explains, the organization's base is in Tokyo, with branches in places beyond Kabukicho. The head of the Kabukicho branch is a real piece of work or so I've heard, the leader is a mage with influence in the underworld, and there are even rumors he's manipulating Japan from behind the scenes. Kusanagi asks, and where is the branch? He replies, I don't know, I swear, they don't tell us low-level guys, they just give us all the crap jobs. Kusanagi thinks, he doesn't know where the branch is, I'm back to square one again, guess I'll hunt more illegal mages then. The purple-haired girl stops him, saying, wait, thank you for saving me, I can't imagine what could have happened had you not been here. Kusanagi replies, don't sweat it, I just happened to be passing by, if you knew it was dangerous and still got yourself involved, you only have yourself to blame though. The purple-haired girl tells him, you're quite harsh, and Kusanagi replies, towards adults, yeah, and she replies, aren't you searching for Black Rebellion's branch, what are you planning to do once you find it? Kusanagi replies, destroy it, and she thinks, he's serious, he's dead set on obliterating the Black Rebellion. He's certainly powerful, but he can't do it alone, neither can I, perhaps, and she asks Kusanagi, hey, how about we join forces? Kusanagi asks, with you, and she replies, I'm a detective, I have access to more information than you, connections, too, but I don't have your strength. She thinks, the black mage, he's more powerful than the rumors say, if I work with him, maybe I can also achieve my goals, and Kusanagi replies, so, you're offering your information in exchange for my strength, and she replies, sounds like an ideal partnership, doesn't it? She asks Kusanagi to join forces and work together with her. Kusanagi thinks, I need information, but can I trust her? If things go sideways I can always cut ties. He says fine, we'll work together, and she replies, it's settled then. She introduces herself as Leona, and Kusanagi says, I'm the Black Mage, and she says, that's quite mouthful, don't you have a shorter name? He replies, no, just call me whatever you like, and she says, then, how about Chrono? And Kusanagi says, it's fine by me. He asks her, so, why were they attacking you? And she answers, I was looking for the Black Rebellion's hideout. He tells her, that's careless, I know how to protect myself, and she replies, I don't need you to tell me that, I am aware of my weakness, but I had no choice, nobody dares to stand against the Black Rebellion. Lately, rogue mages do as they please in Kabukicho. Apparently, the police are too tied up with the calamity, and Kusanagi recalls Sanada's word. Leona starts to shake, and Kusanagi says, sounds like you have quite the situation. She says, my little brother, he was attacked by rogue mages. Ever since our parents died a few years ago, I've been taking care of him, I was working like mad just to provide for him. He must have felt lonely, but he never complained, not even once. Then one day, a burglar broke into our house, my brother witnessed it, and we see the burglar noticing her brother and attacking him with a spell as he tries to run away. He asks her, was your brother injured? And she replies, he wasn't severely hurt, but he hasn't regained consciousness yet. Kusanagi thinks, so he's in a coma, not ever sacred magic can heal that. She gets angry and says, the doctor says there's no telling when he might wake up, he's only 9 years old. The preparators were Black Rebellion lackeys, they've been arrested, but that isn't enough, and he asks her, so you want revenge? And she replies, no, I want to correct things, it's to prevent more people from going through this. I don't have power, but you can stand against the Black Rebellion, can't you? And he thinks, she doesn't seem to be lying, did she share her story to prevent me from betraying her? She's a tough woman. But I don't hate desperate types, and he tells her, if you prove to be useful, yes, and she replies, don't underestimate a detective's information network, I've located several potential hideouts, but there are too many. They could be Yakuza or Mafia, that's why I've been proceeding carefully, and he tells her, give me all the locations of their hideouts, and she asks him, what will you do? He replies, storm in, and she tells him, that's reckless, no matter how strong you are, that'd be like walking to your own death. Kusanagi replies, I won't die, I'm the Black Mage after all, and she says, fine, I'll go with you. Kusanagi tells her, you might die, and she replies, I don't care if I do. He asks, what about your brother? And she says, if I die, he'll get the life insurance money, as Kusanagi recalls back to war in the past. He tells her, money is worthless compared to family, never say you're okay with dying, and she shouts at him saying, strong people like you wouldn't get it, how it feels to be weak. To live righteously, only to be oppressed by scum, to be unable to fight back, even when being beaten, my brother and I, what did we do to deserve this? As we see Leona breaks down crying, as Kusanagi looks at her. He asks her, what are you doing? Give me the locations of the hideout. He tells her, we're going to give them a beating, Aren't we? As she wipes her tears and says, yes, of course. She says it's quite a walk and Kusanagi tells her, we don't have to, as he grabs hold of her and tells her to just hang on. She starts blushing and says, and we get a look inside one of their hideout. One of the guy looking out of the window notices something and says, what's that? Another guy asks him, what's up? As we see Kusanagi and Leona barging inside through breaking the window and kicking the guy on the way. As they all get shocked and Kusanagi casually says, so this is the Black Rebellion's hideout? We see Leona scared and saying, I thought I was going to die. The thugs prepares to attack them and asks, who the hell are you? Do you even know where you are? Kusanagi says, oh, the Yakuza haven't changed much. The boss asks him, who the hell are you, punk? He replies, the Black Mage, and the boss shouts, have you lost your mind, you little shit, and orders his henchmen to kill them. Kusanagi tells Leona to not stray away from him, and she replies with okay. One of the thugs prepares to hit Kusanagi. As he hits him with a sword, the sword breaks and he gets scared and says, what the hell is happening? Other thugs tries to use guns to shoot him down, but it also gets blocked by Kusanagi's barrier. They all get scared and says that guns and blades aren't working and call him a monster. Kusanagi asks him, are you the boss here? Is this group connected to Black Rebellion? But the boss gets angry and shouts, you little brat, think you can get away alive? You're really underestimating the Yakuza like that? They all attack him together once again, and Kusanagi says, good grief, stubborn bunch, aren't they? And Leona replies, what did you expect? They're Yakuza, but how come we're unharmed? Kusanagi replies, seems there's no mage here, guess they're not related to them. All right then, let's get this over with. The boss says, you're the one whose life gonna be over, die. But Kusanagi closes the distance and lands a heavy kick, making all of them flying to the wall at once. They all get knocked out with a single kick, which shocks Leona as she says, that's it. Kusanagi says, seems like we drew a blank, let's move on to the next one. Leona thinks, he's so strong, so this is the Black Mage's strength, he might just be able to bring down Black Rebellion for good. He once again holds Leona like a princess, as she says, wait, don't tell me we're, and Kusanagi says, we're leaving. He jumps out of the window again and Leona shouts, not the sky again, please, as they land into one more hideout and Kusanagi quickly defeats them and they bow down and asks for his forgiveness. Kusanagi wonders, why do they always attack us? Are the Yakuza a bunch of idiots? Leona replies, they're not the sharpest tools in the shed, you think they'd really listen to us? Besides, could we please stop entering through the window? At this point, we're just ambushing them, and I had enough of heights. Kusanagi replies, I see, I thought doing it was fine since they're Yakuza, and Leona asks, what kind of logic is that? Kusanagi says, fine, we'll do it by the book this time. They enter their hideout like a normal person this time. One of the guy asks, who might you be? And Kusanagi just straight up asks, we'd like to ask about Black Rebellion. But he shuts the door and says, we don't know them, get lost. But Kusanagi immediately kicks the door open, as the guy says, hey, is this a raid? Which clan are you from? Kusanagi again asks, we just wanna ask about Black Rebellion, but the guy immediately attacks him. Kusanagi tells him, learn to listen to someone when they are talking, as he punches him back. His head gets buried into the wall as everyone looks at him in shock. Kusanagi says, okay, where's your boss? He comes out and says, that would be me, Ushiro. What brings you here? And Kusanagi asks him, is this clan connected with the Black Rebellion? And he replies, Black Rebellion, you say. Another guy tries to attack him and says, don't go around asking such disrespectful things, damn you, but the boss shouts and stops everyone. He says, but boss, and the boss replies, don't lay a finger on him, he's not someone you can handle, and tells Kusanagi, as for your question, we have no relations with trash organizations like Black Rebellion, this clan is all about honor. Kusanagi asks, so, do you know where their hideout is? And he replies, will you leave, if I answer? And Kusanagi says, I will give you my word. He offers them tea, and Leona thinks, how did things turn out like this? The boss once again introduces himself. Once again, I am Ushiro, and Kusanagi replies, I am Chrono, the Black Mage, and Leona says, I'm Leona. The boss says, the hideout for Black Rebellion, or BR for short, is as far as I know, and he shows them on the map. Later he says, that's all, I don't know any other locations. Kusanagi thinks, it matches Leona's suggested hideout candidates. If we search thoroughly, we might eventually find the right hideout. She might be more reliable than I thought. Kusanagi asks Ushiro, Are you sure you can just reveal that? Aren't you a part of the same industry? And he replies, we're not. They're an enemy force, and we're not so low as to harm respectable individuals. Kusanagi replies, we're respectable people too, you know. And he replies, I wouldn't call people who raid a Yakuza office respectable. The Yakuza have principles too. Don't lump us in with trash. Kusanagi thinks, it's interesting that someone like him still exists in this day and age, even if he is Yakuza, and Kusanagi gets up and starts to leave, saying, we got what we came for, as promised, we'll leave. Ushiro asks, are you planning to pick a fight with BR? Rumor has it they're connected with some influential folks in this country. It won't be a walk in the park, and Kusanagi replies, oh, opponents like those? Kusanagi picks up Leona and says, I've already faced plenty of them, and he jumps out of the window, while Leona shouts, not again. The boss says, while they are leaving, not often you see a gutsy guy like him these days. If it's him, he might just have a shot at wiping out BR. We switch scenes to see two gangs meeting and making some kind of deal, with the black suit guy assuring the quality of goods that they have received. The other party then gives the cash to the gang, which they count. They both shake hand and say, deal settled. Yeah, it was a good deal. The people in black suit says, Japan is amazing, there's no other country so kind to criminals. The other one replies, this place is filled with peace-addled folks, it's the best country ever, and they both start to laugh. Suddenly Kusanagi and Leona breaks in through the window, as they both get surprised. Everyone immediately prepares to attack them and says, who is this guy? And Kusanagi says, finally found you. Black Rebellion, and he thinks, all right, I wonder how many mage there are here. All the BR-looking guys are magic users, and about half are from the Mafia-looking guys, Leona hides behind one of the container, and starts to record Kusanagi and their confrontation. The red-haired guy asks, who are you? And Kusanagi replies, good grief, villains always start with that line, don't they? And the guy replies, what was that? Kusanagi introduces himself, I'm the Black Mage, I came here to wipe out the Black Rebellion, and the Mafia leader says, the Black Mage, and the other one in confusion as well, wipe out BR. Everyone starts to laugh at Kusanagi, saying, a brat like you, what can you do alone? Kusanagi immediately fires off a spell that goes right beside them and causes a huge explosion right behind them. Kusanagi declares, I'll take you guys down, as they both get pissed hearing that. Everyone attacks Kusanagi shouting, you've got some guts, kill him, fire, but all of their attacks is blocked by his barrier. Kusanagi thinks, you can only use level 2 magic indoors, any level higher, and it will destroy the warehouse. I could use combative spells, but their numbers are a pain to handle. They all get shocked that their attacks aren't working and the bullets aren't hitting him as well. The Mafia boss asks, how is he unharmed? And the other guy replies, how would I know? I've never seen magic like this. And Kusanagi thinks, it's not even magic. Still, their panic is noteworthy. The Mafia boss says, we've still got that thing I brought, right? And he replies, yeah, that thing. The Mafia boss tells Kusanagi, enjoy your confidence while you can. And the red-haired says, Black Mage or whoever you are. And Kusanagi thinks, they seem to have preaked up. They bought out some kind of grenade, and Kusanagi, after looking at it, thinks, is that what I think it is? He shouts at Leona to run outside immediately. She immediately runs outside and the guy throws the grenade, but Kusanagi uses his magic on it. But it explodes nonetheless, and Kusanagi also braces for impact, and the red-haired says, too late, dumbass, not even you can resist poison gas. They laugh thinking it's over and says, finally bit the dust, has he? Right, let's see what his dead face looks like, shall we? And the red-haired replies, I can't wait. As the gas clears and they have a look, but we see Kusanagi standing completely unscathed by the attack. They all get shocked as they wonder how is he still alive. Kusanagi explains, magic barriers and magic shields can't block poisoned gas, but gas is gas. If I circulate the air with wind magic, it's not a threat at all. A superior mage like me can't be defeated by poison, as they all get scared. They try to call for backup, but nobody picks it up, and Kusanagi says, of course, they're not. I've taken out all your hideouts in Kabukicho. You're the only ones left. Prepare yourself. As they both get scared, fast forward we see all of them defeated and lying on the ground, unconscious. Kusanagi says, Kabukicho's Black Rebellion is finished, time to call Leona, but he suddenly notices someone and says, who's there? We see a figure clouded in shadow, holding Leona as hostage, and says, you did all that by yourself, impressive, I must say, care to negotiate? The mysterious figure is revealed to be Shuji, who is the executive of the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi thinks, the distance between us is quite far. I won't make it in time if I use a magic combat technique, except if there's a gap, that is, I'll just immediately activate my first spell and make him drop his knife. Shuji says, please don't try to do anything reckless unless you want to see this woman die, and Kusanagi thinks, that guy's able to see my magic power. Looks like there are still mages who can perceive magic powers in modern times. His magic power is about 40,000, it seems like he's a high-level mage, although it's possible that he's restraining his magic power. Leona says, I'm sorry, because I followed you unreasonably. Kusanagi replies, don't worry about it, I'll definitely save you, and Shuji shouts, don't you dare ignore my presence, do you even understand what kind of situation are you in? I am the god of this place, if you dare to do anything reckless, I will kill you, and Kusanagi replies, I understand, I won't do anything. Shuji replies, that's good, apologies for the late introduction, I am Kaga Shuji, the head of the Black Rebellion Kabukicho branch. To tell you the truth, my boss ordered me to investigate the Black Mage, if possible he told me to befriend him, if that's impossible then I am to eliminate him. I have tortured people who were involved with the Black Mage, and I was finally about to obtain information. And yet, to think that he was just some bitch, who aimed to destroy the branch. He presses the knife against Leona's throat in anger and realizes it and says, oops, pardon me. My apologies for getting too emotional, that was unlike me, killing a hostage would be meaningless, wouldn't it? Still, what pretty blood you have. Blood is truly beautiful indeed, when you are the only one who's observing, that is, and Kusanagi asks, so, what are the terms for negotiation? And he replies, I almost forgot, well, it's simple. Starting from now on, I will torture you and kill you, of course, you're allowed to refuse and run away, but if that's the case, then this woman will die. Now then, what will you do, Black Mage, between you or this woman, choose, and he replies, I'll accept the torture. He replies, oh my, what a self-sacrificing spirit you have, how wonderful, don't you think? And Kusanagi thinks, any kind of attack won't work on me, so torturing me won't mean anything. Then, please restrain that enormous magic power of yours, there's no meaning if you have a magic barrier after all. Leona is in surprise and thinks, a magic barrier, that means he was able to block any attacks thanks to that? Kusanagi thinks, he even knows about my magic barrier, he must have seen it from the battle just now, that was careless of me. And Kusanagi starts winding down his magic power. He completely restrains his magic power and says, are you satisfied? And Shuji immediately attacks him with his own spell, but he tries to dodge. Shuji tells him to not move, I won't kill you right away, I'm going to torture you using my first level spell, as he hits Kusanagi with it. Leona shouts at him to stop and Shuji says, there's no way I can stop when I'm having this much fun, and we see Kusanagi drops on ground. She shouts his name and thinks, this is all my fault, I've already made up my mind to annihilate them even if it kills me, and yet. Shuji says, it's certainly pity, but this is the end for you, thank you for this pleasant time you have given me, farewell, Black Mage. And Leona thinks, I won't let him kill Chrono, because he is my only hope. He drops Leona and says, I can see right through you, if only you weren't here, he wouldn't have lost, a great man like him had to die because of a single small fry who doesn't know their place. What a fitting ending for a stupid woman like you, go and die here pitifully. But we see Kusanagi coming for Shuji just as he is about to kill Leona. He punches him right on the face and sends him flying and says, the one who's pitiful here is you. Leona asks him, how are you all right, didn't you restrain your magic barrier? And he replies, it's simple, just before his magic hit my body, I put up a tiny magic barrier so that he wouldn't have found out. Leona says, that's not simple at all, only you can do such tricks like that. And Kusanagi says, well, anyways, you're safe now, so don't worry, and he heals Leona. Leona drops on the ground and says, thank God, and Shuji stands up again and shouts, what do you mean, thank God? Kusanagi thinks, although I used a combat technique that emphasizes speed, he didn't faint, he's pretty good. And Shuji says, how dare you hurt me, even torture is lukewarm for you. Instead, I will burn you to death. And he charges up his spell and Kusanagi thinks, his magic powers is increasing, just as I thought, he was hiding it. He shouts, burn to ashes, and uses a level 4 spell, fire lightning compound magic, fire spark. Leona gets scared seeing the spell and she says, a 4th level compound spell, there's no way we'd be able to block this. Holds on to Kusanagi and screams as the spell surrounds them, but Kusanagi puts up his barrier to block the spell. Leona gets surprised and says, a 1st level spell, completely blocked 4th level spell, how is that possible? She thinks, and what is this sense of relief that I'm feeling right now? Am I thinking he'd surely do something about this? Just who in the world are you? Shuji laughs like a maniac and says, good, I knew it, you are strong. I already assumed that my magic wouldn't work against you. However, I also have a trick up my sleeve. Leona says, why, there's no sign of the magic wearing off, his magic should have disappeared by now. And Kusanagi replies, it's a sustainable magic, and Leona asks, sustainable magic? He explains, usually, you can't use multiple spells at the same time, and when the magic is casted, it wears off after a while, eventually disappearing. However, if you reuse your magic at the same time as when the magic disappears, it will continue. The same principles applies to when you take flight using wind magic. Without doing that, you wouldn't be able to fly. Leona gets pissed and says, thank you for your explanation, but there's literally no time for that. The barrier is about to, but she notices and gets surprised and says, it's not disappearing. Kusanagi says, if I can explain it, that means I know how to do it. That's why. I can obviously use sustainable magic too, and it's easy to do. Shuji loses his cool and says, impossible, you can use sustainable magic too. Leona tells Shuji, your magic won't work on him, I'd advise you to give up now while you still have the chance, and Shuji looks down in frustration. He looks up and smirks and says, just kidding, and Leona gets taken back by his demeanor. Shuji says, sure, he is strong, it would have been difficult if I played normally, but I already told you, I have a trick up my sleeve, and we see Leona falls to her knees and says, it's hot, I can't breathe, why is my body getting heavier? Shuji says, do you know what happens if you create a barrier in an enclosed space while surrounded by flames? Naturally, there'd be no oxygen and the temperature will continue to rise, meaning that it would be impossible for your barrier to block everything. Now will you continue to suffocate to death inside the barrier, or will you burn to death outside the barrier? Choose, dear Black Mage, and we see Kusanagi being completely unfazed and nonchalant by it and yawning. Shuji gets shocked seeing it and says, you bastard, do you even understand what kind of situation you are in? And he replies, of course, I understand, even more so than you. Shuji shouts, you bastard, you did something, didn't you? However, your female ally is on the verge of dying as you can see, and Leona starts to get better and says, it's not suffocating anymore, and it's gotten cooler now? Shuji gets surprised and shouts, what? And Kusanagi explains, I'm glad that your fire magic can affect the atmosphere, but it seems that you didn't know about the fact that magic alone also exists in the atmosphere. Shuji replies, what in the world are you talking about? Kusanagi says, a magic barrier is a mixture of magic from the caster and nature. Magic exists in the atmosphere and has the properties of the atmosphere. So in other words, and we see magic swirling around Kusanagi and his barrier and the whole surrounding as well, and Kusanagi says, magic itself is both air and shield. Was that educational enough? Shuji falls down to the ground and shouts, impossible, in frustration, how did things turn out like this? My tactics were perfect, it's supposed to be the best magic that can torture and kill anyone. And Kusanagi says, you bastard, I won't let you faint just yet, you like torture, don't you? Then go ahead and feel the same pain as your victims, as Kusanagi uses a spell on him and he breaks down in tears. Kusanagi uses a spell called Dark Zone and Shuji gets completely surrounded by void and blackness and he says, where am I? And my voice won't come out and I can't hear anything, and I also can't see a thing nor feel anything. Shuji calls for help, somebody please, is anyone here? Where in the world is this place? And we see he is completely unconscious. Kusanagi says, pay for your sins in the depths of the darkness, and Leona says, it looks like someone reported this place. Kusanagi again picks her up and says, let's go, and she says, wait a second, don't tell me we're going to fly again, and they both take off as Leona shouts, no. They both land on top of a rooftop as they see the place gets raided and Leona says, with this, Kabukicho BR is now destroyed, and Kusanagi says, guess I have to clean the next district now, and Leona says, Chrono, I have a favor to ask, would you allow me to be your ally? I'm powerless and I might slow you down, but I have an information and connections, I need your help, so please. And Kusanagi replies, I've just realized this now, but apparently I'm weak to people's requests. And Leona gets excited and says, then. He says, yeah, I look forward to working with you from now on, and she replies, of course, I look forward to working with you too. I'll take care of public relations and gathering allies, so leave it to me. And Kusanagi asks, public relations, and we see the news, early dawn today, a number of members from the secret organization called Black Rebellion have been arrested. It is said that a person called the Black Mage was involved in the arrest. Currently, it is said to be under investigation, and a lady comes in hurry and says, "We've just received breaking news. This is a declaration message coming from the anti-illegal magic organization led by the Black Mage." We see Kusanagi standing and announcing, "We are Shadow Bringers. I am the Jet Black Annihilator who stood up to exterminate the illegal mages centered on Black Rebellion, and injustice committed by the mages will be unacceptable, no matter who it is, be sure to remember that." We see the Black Rebellion leader watching the news, and he breaks down the table in anger. He says in anger, "The damn Black Mage." We see someone in the shadow saying, "No need to get all fired up, the Black Mage is only an insignificant person." He replies, "True, and besides the Black Rebellion has you." The guy is revealed to be Mage Noble, head of the Fuka family, Fuka Jin, who says, "That's right, a noble such as me, that is." Fast forward and we see Jin watching the news, with the guy saying, "I've always been skeptical of these magic nobles. They're supposed to protect the people, but their actions in videos and press conferences have always been appalling. During the calamity, they barely responded. It was outrageous. The special magic unit functions way more effectively. Do we even need magic nobles anymore?" Hearing the news, we see Jin getting angry as he destroys the TV and tells the butler to bring show to him. Jin says, "I'll show them what happens," when they cross the magic nobility, and we switch to a scene in New York. People shouting at each other and monsters attacking them as they run away for their lives. The police arrives and says, "We've arrived, we're clearing them out, pronto," and they battle the monsters. "There's too many, where's the SMAT team? The calamity is happening everywhere, they won't be here anytime soon, damn it, useless fools." A huge explosion occurs and they brace for impact. We see it's a demon captain arriving. How can we possibly beat these creatures? What do we do? And the demon captain charges a spell. He uses a level 5 spell, Blazing Column, as they all watch in fear, but suddenly we see someone using a level 5 water spell, Titanic Bubble. The water spell completely envelops the fire spell and the police wonders, what is happening, and they suddenly gets a call, all units. A calamity specialist is on site, coordinate and initiate containment. The specialist name is Mizuha Tushiro, is from the Japanese magic nobility. Tushiro jumps down from the building and both him and Demon Captain charges up their spell. Both of their spells collide and we see Toshiro's spell is overpowering the Demon Captain's, eventually completely engulfing it and the Demon Captain as well along with it. He lands on the road down below as all the officers watches him in shock and run towards him. All the officers surround him and praises him. Now we see the airport and Toshiro arriving back in Japan and people welcoming him. The guy says, "Thanks to you the damage was limited," and he replies, "Was just doing my job, no need for thanks." Others comments, "Look at that Japanese acting all high and mighty. H used to be impressive, but now he has fallen from grace. Apparently, apart from the magic nobles his level is quite low. Japan might be done for. It's unfortunate that you're leaving right after the battle. You Japanese's folks sure work hard." And he replies, "There's a pressing issue I need to address back at home," and they reply, "I wish you success." Toshiro thinks, Japan's reputation, the state of magic nobles, and the fact that my daughters are in the special magic unit, this can't go on. Back to everyone else, Ruji says, "Kusanagi is way too powerful, it's almost unnatural. He might be the strongest in Japan." "No," and Ruka replies, "I can't deny that," and Ruka says, "And it seems he's not giving his all." Shidu says, "Surely, we'll have a chance at winning if we attack him all together," and Sanada says, "No matter how strong he is, we won't lose." They all get together and says, "True, you've all gotten much stronger. We do have 100 members in our squad, not even Kusanagi can beat those odds." Kusanagi arrives at their back and says, "Want to give it a try?" They all get surprised and say, "No, we were just making a casual conversation," and Kusanagi replies, "Really now, trying to run away?" He asks, "Am I that intimidating to you?" and they all get agitated hearing that. Kusanagi tells them, "Break's over, your next training objective is to try and defeat me. Anything goes, just give it everything you got." Ruji says, "You asked for it, let's do this," and Ruka says, "Isn't he underestimating us too much?" and Ruka says, "Let's bring him down a peg." Ruka tells everyone, full force from the start, and everyone readies their spell to attack at once with an all-out attack. Kusanagi puts up a barrier and Ruka says, "That barrier won't be enough to protect you," and Kusanagi uses a level 4 barrier, high magic barrier. Ruji notes, he's added another barrier, and Yuika says, "Stay focused, break through with all your might, and they all launch their attacks at once at him. Their attacks gets completely deflected from Kusanagi's barrier, and they all get shocked from it. Ruka says, but we fired a level 6 spell at you. Ruji says, I swear something is off with him, and Yuika says, I expected him to be tough, but not like this. Kusanagi uses his own spell and says, guess it's my turn now, and they all get scared by it. Fast forward, we see everyone lying on the ground, defeated, and Kusanagi says, training over for today, and they say, he's a monster, and we see Yuika and Ruka's phone ringing. Seeing it, they both get shocked and says, no way, what? And Kusanagi asks, what happened? They say, it's our father, he's coming home. Fast forward, we see Yuika and Ruka at their home sitting in front of their father. Their father asks, I heard you joined the special magic squad, and they reply, yes, we did. He asks them to tell him about it. They both get excited to share it all with him, and Ruka says, the special magic squad is making huge contributions to society, they've resolved numerous calamites, and everyone is just amazing. Yuika says, we've also grown so much from before, our magical powers have more than doubled, and we can even use higher level spells now, and Ruka adds, much of it is thanks to Kusanagi and everyone else, and Yuika says, he's an incredible man, if not for Kusanagi, we wouldn't have grown this much, and stopping the calamities would have been so challenging. Toshiro says, this Kusanagi seems to be quite the exceptional individual, and they say, he might even be on par with you, father. He's at the level of a magic noble, I believe. He just drinks his green tea and puts the cup down and orders them both to leave the special magic squad. They both get taken back by it, and they asks, what, why? And he replies, I'm sure you're aware, at present, the reputation of magic nobles is on the decline. This has negative implications for Japan. It is the magic nobles that support the country. The special magic squad brings no help, but harm to us, especially this Kusanagi Minato you speak of. From now on, I won't permit any further association with him. Both Yuika and Ruka gets pissed and says, that not fair, this is too one-sided, and he replies, you've always listened to me, it should remain that way. Ruka thinks, I've always obeyed father's words, never talked back even once, but now, and she speaks up confidently and tells him, no. I won't give up on the special magic squad or on Minato, he's someone who can save the world. Besides, we've been training non-stop too, the special magic squad is doing what magic nobles should do, we'd happily cooperate if you asked, but asking to quit. Toshiro says, then consider yourself disowned, never claim to be a magic noble again, and Yuika says, father in shock, and Ruka just accepts and goes her way saying, I understand. I'll operate in the special magic squad, not as a magic noble, but just as Mizuha Ruka, and she leaves. Toshiro says, to think Yuika would go that far, and Ruka replies, Yuika has changed father, and so have I, as she starts to leave as well. Toshiro says, if you're going with Yuika, then you must also stop using the Mizuha, but before he could complete, Ruka says, I understand, if it's disownment, then so be it. She bows and says, thank you for everything, father. As they both leave, Toshiro says, they fail to see the importance of the magic nobles. We see both of them leaving with their bags, and Yuika says, father was being so one-sided, both of us, and even Minato, are trying our best, and Ruka replies, yeah, our lives are ours to decide, just because we part ways, doesn't mean we should stop moving forward. Yuika asks, but are you sure about this, leaving the family and all, and she replies, don't worry about it, I share the same sentiments as you. Plus, I can leave my little sister alone, I'm still your big sister, and Yuika gives off a warm smile and calls out her sis and clings to her. We see them both trying to get a hotel for themselves, but they get rejected. Yuika gets tired and says, all the hotels, properties, and even the internet cafes were a no-go. Ruka replies, they turn away minors at the door. Ruka thinks, I could lie about our age for the hotel, but I don't think Yuika can. Yuika says, it's weird we have the money from the special magic squad activities, and Ruka replies, but we still can't use it. Two guys approach them saying, damn, you two are super cute, you celebs or something, come hang with us, and they both sit there and say, oh man, we are so lucky. Ruka gets pissed and says, hey, stay away from my sister or you're dead, and they both get scared and asks for sorry and leaves. What a bunch of idiots, and as she sees Yuika and asks, what is it? Yuika smiles and says, nothing. Yuika says, sis, let's go have some fun while we are at it. Ruka asks, but what about our place to stay? And she replies, we can worry about that later. We see them both having fun doing shopping, selecting clothes and stuffed toys and having fun at the karaoke. Yuika gets all cheerful and says, "That was so much fun, we did so many things," and Ruka replies, "I've never played around that much since we were born," and Yuika gives off a warm smile and says, "I'm glad I have you, sis." Ruka replies, "Is that so?" and Yuika says, "But we still have to find a place to stay, if someone could take us in," and suddenly Yuika's phone buzz. We see it's Kusanagi who is asking to teach him how to use phone again, as they both look at each other. They both arrive at his house and Kusanagi asks, "Why the sudden visit?" They ask, "Would it be okay if we stay at your place?" Kusanagi takes them in and says, "So, you ran away from home, don't you think that's a bit extreme?" Yuika says, "You think so too, huh?" and Ruka replies, "We're aware." Kusanagi thinks, they both have changed, they seem more honest with themselves now, they also seems to get along better as sisters. Yuika says, "I know we're troubling you by suddenly asking this, but can we stay here for a while?" Ruka says, "Please, we have nowhere else to go." Kusanagi thinks, "I acknowledge them as woman, but it's not like there's any romantic interest between us. Oh well, it shouldn't be a problem." He tells them, "All right, you can stay for a while," and they both get happy hearing that. "Just so you know, it's cramped here," and Yuika says, "We don't mind at all." Ruka says, "We appreciate it," and he says, "Such a handful of a pair you two are." They both blush hearing that and Yuika thinks, "This feels different from the usual Minato, we'll be living together from now on, I feel like we're doing something crazy." Ruka also thinks, "We'll be living under the same roof as Kusanagi Minato, my heart is racing, what is this feeling?" And she tries to calm herself down. Kusanagi asks them, "Do you want to take a shower?" and they both loses their cool suddenly hearing that. He says, "What, you don't want to?" and they reply, "No, we do," and we see it's Yuika first in the bath. Kusanagi says, "Still, that was a brave move, I never thought you'd run away from home," and Ruka replies, "I'm just as surprised as you are, this is first time for me and Yuika to go against our father, father's always been strict, never one to tolerate any form of independency, I expect he'll only become more resolute in his efforts against the calamities and monsters in the future." Kusanagi thinks, but it seems his impression of the special magic team is rather abysmal, he might take some action against us, who knows, and we see Yuika getting out of shower saying, "Ah, that felt great." She tells Ruka, "Sis, you can go next," and she replies, "Yeah, thanks," and this time we see Ruka taking a bath. Yuika says, "You know it feels strange, being in your room like this," and Kusanagi replies, "It's the first time anyone's been in my house," and Yuika says, "Thanks, Minato, if it weren't for you, we'd probably still be on the streets." He replies, "Don't worry about it, it's not a big deal," and Yuika smiles hearing that, to which Kusanagi asks, "What?" She says, "No, it's just you always say that, you know," and Kusanagi replies, "The special magic team is my unit, you're both my members and friends, I won't abandon you, no matter what, I'll help you through anything." Yuika blushes after hearing that, and thinks, "What is this feeling, my heart is pounding so fast." Suddenly Ruka gets out of the bath and Yuika gets startled. Ruka says, "She's done." Kusanagi says, "I'll go next then," and she replies, "Sure," and we see Yuika looking a bit down and Ruka sees her like that. Next day, Shido says, "Here's what our training schedule looks like," and Kusanagi replies, "No problems." Shido replies, "All right, the regular meeting is over," and Kusanagi says, "By the way, I have something to report. Yuika and Ruka have started living with me." Hearing that, Shido gets shocked and says, "So, the three of you are living together?" And he replies, "Yes, that's right," and Shido thinks, he's living with not just one but two girls, yet why is he so calm about it? Is this the norm among the youth now? No, he's the strange one, I guess I'll have to teach him some common sense. He tells Kusanagi, "Japan doesn't practice polygamy," and he replies, "Is that supposed to be a trend nowadays or?" Kusanagi thinks, "But seriously, 3 people in that room is cramped, maybe I should consider moving things," and he notices Sanada practicing magic all alone. She gets tired and Kusanagi comes and asks, "Still training, officer?" Sanada laughs and says, "I'm still lagging behind, so when I am finally at the level where I can use offensive spells, actually Kusanagi-kun, you're our leader, so no need for formalities, I'm your subordinate," and he replies, "I'll talk more casually from now on then," and she replies, "That's more like it." She smiles and Kusanagi tells her, "Try firing an offensive spell." She says, "Huh," and Kusanagi says, "I'll give you some advice, hurry up," and she replies, "Okay." Fast forward and Kusanagi says, "You've improved a lot, keep it up and you'll get even better," and she replies, "Thanks, Kusanagi, but compared to everyone else, I'm still so weak." He replies, "You underestimate yourself, I think you've been working hard enough," and she replies, "The reason I even got into the police was that being a holy mage is rare. They said, there's no way someone like me could be on par with everyone else, right? I'm the weakest on the squad, I hate feeling this way about myself, sorry, this must be weirding you out." Kusanagi asks her, "Why the police?" and she replies, "My grandma was a holy mage, she helped a lot of people during the calamities that happened long ago. I wanted to be like my grandma, so I joined the police force. She's passed away now though. A mediocre reason, isn't it? I don't have big ambitions or goals like everyone else. I guess, I'm just no good, I can't do anything." Kusanagi smiles and says, "You think, Sanada, you have your own strengths, you can heal people, and you've learned to use offensive spells, that's already pretty amazing. It doesn't matter why you chose this path, it's what you do that counts. You're working so hard, putting your all into it, you've come a long way and it shows." And after hearing all that, she starts crying. Now fast forward a bit again and Sanada says, "Sorry about that, I must be a pathetic adult to you," and he replies, "I don't think age matters," and she replies, "You're right, when I see you, I feel that way," and she smiles and thanks Kusanagi. Sanada thinks, "You've saved me time and time again, to me, you're a hero." Now at the night time, we see Kusanagi saying, "Why the sudden call, Leona?" Leona says, "I've obtained the information that you were curious about, it's about the dark rumors surrounding the magic nobles." Kusanagi replies, "Impressive, tell me more," and she says, "Put on your Shadowbringer uniform," and he replies, "You think I could wear that daily?" She says, "I've been investigating illegal mages and shadowy magic organizations using my media contacts. That's when I heard some dark rumors about the magic nobles. Money laundering, collusion, embezzlement, an endless list of crimes, particularly the Fukas, they seem to have ties with BR." Kusanagi asks, "And who's at the top of BR?" and she replies, "Rumors say it's Kyowa Akuto, a former magic noble. Apparently, he was quite unruly during his time and was eventually ousted, it even stayed in the news for a while." Kusanagi says, "That makes the ties to the magic nobles even more suspicious," and she replies, "Exactly, many suspect it, but there is no solid proof, no one talks, and no information is found," and Kusanagi tells her, "They're probably being threatened, just be careful if you decide to dig deeper. Send all the info to my phone," and she asks, "What are you going to do?" He replies, "Justice needs to be served." And Kusanagi flies away. He thinks, "I have many ways, I won't show mercy if it's against villains." Now next day at Kusanagi's house, we see Ruka doing mediation and Yuika doing studies. Kusanagi thinks, "Guess, I'll look into Ichikami Minato, the calamities and the 50-year history. I've learned how to use a smartphone too," but he again is troubled in using it. Finally, he is able to find it and says, "Here it is, his history up until his death is almost identical, but modern mages seem to depict it at a much lower level. There's fake news about the magical nobles' ancestors being active. There are lots of vague info on the magic nobles, no details on their high magical level or training methods either. If only my magic tome were around, mages wouldn't have been in decline, but according to Yuika, it seems no such books or data are left. It's as if someone intentionally weakened the mages. Maybe Mizuha's current head might know something, but meeting now would be tough. There's also scant info on the calamities. Why did they reoccur? Why did they occur in the first place? What even is a calamity?" We see Yuika seeing Kusanagi all troubled and in thoughts. Now the next day, Kusanagi suddenly gets a call, "Urgent, attention all units of the police department, calamity detected, all units proceed to the site immediately." They all leave and fly away immediately, and after reaching, Kusanagi notices something. It's Sho and his assistants who says, well, late to the party, I already defeated the boss's soldier subtypes, what was the special magic squad even doing? Relax, no civilians were hurt, you guys always talk big about protecting the civilians, but what would have happened without us? Be more alert next time, okay? Yuika says, "What was that about?" and Kusanagi replies, "Your guess is as good as mine." Now another day, again Sho, an assistant arrives first and he says, late again fools, could you be any more useless? Both Ruji and Yuika gets pissed off by it, as Sho leaves saying, "Seriously, what use is the magic squad? Clearly, the world still needs the magic nobles." Yuika shouts, "This is the 5th time, it's strange, there's no way he isn't pulling something," and Shido replies, "We might have been sabotaged, our intel is clearly delayed." Kusanagi thinks, "I can sense a calamity nearby, but farther away, my detection gets slower, what to do?" And Yuika replies, "And yet, he ignores when there's a demon-level boss, this is so infuriating." Sanada says, "Looks like the Fukas are getting a lot of support online," and Shido says, "That's suspicious, just a while ago, they were under heavy criticism." Sanada says, "Oh, there's a press conference that's about to start," and Kusanagi asks, "What's it about?" And she replies, "No clue, Fuka is gathering the reporters." They watch the conference and Jin says, "Thank you all for gathering here today. This conference was convened for one reason, it pertains to the recent inadequacies and disappointments displayed by the magic nobles. Specifically coming from my dear son, Sho, we've received a plethora of criticism concerning his actions and demeanor from the general public. The reporters say, the magic nobles have put civilians in danger. It's very inhumane. What's your plan to address this?" Jin bows down in front of them and says, "I deeply, truly apologize," and they all get shocked seeing a magic noble apologize, and they says, "It's unheard of." Jin says, "It is undoubtedly a reflection of my own failures as a parent, however I assure you, Sho is making amends, and is actively involved in handling the recent calamities." The reporter says, "It's true, there have been talks of how Fuka's son has handled calamities. Recently, he's been resolving issues before the special magic squad even arrives." We see Jin with a very evil smile and he lifts his head and says, "Recent calamities and the unforeseen overseas expeditions of other magic nobles have contributed to a shortage of hands, exacerbating the situation. We are working on comprehensive measures." Yuika says, "Fuka's press conference is trending, half the comments are supporting Fuka, it's all a damn ruse," and Kusanagi thinks, "Good grief, what a mess." Yuika says, "They're just all speaking their minds. Did we work hard, just so we'd get ridiculed like this?" And Kusanagi tells her to calm down, "No matter what people say, our mission doesn't change. Trust me, I'll handle it." And back at the police department, Shido says, "What did you just say, sir?" He replies, "I said at this rate, the team's very existence is in jeopardy. Complaints about the special magic squad are mounting. Going against the magic nobles is a major issue. Isn't this escalation partly because of your actions?" Shido says, "But, sir, the main issue was Fuka's son behavior," and he replies, "Still, you shouldn't have been antagonistic. You promoted the establishment of the team and made the magic nobles your foes. That's on you." Shido replies, "Our operations have been hindered. Do you perhaps have any insights?" And he replies, "Now you are throwing accusations at me. Shame on you. Improve the public's perception and amend our relations with the magic nobles. If you can't, the special magic team is done." Fukajin says, "It's all going as planned," and the butler says, "Astounding acuity, sir, nobody dares to second guess." And Jin replies, "The public is swayed easily, a bit of actions and those fools believe anything. With the public on my side, I'll crush the special magic squad in no time," and he laughs like a maniac. And we see Shido looking all down and Kusanagi looking up at the sky to solve this issue. Yuika says, "It's so weird that we haven't been called to work for an entire week." Ruka replies, "Well, Fuka has been handling most of the calamities," and Ruji says, "Even the insiders within the police are sabotaging the special magic team." Kusanagi says, "There are probably people in the police who are connected with the magic nobles. For them, the special magic team force is an obstacle." Yuika replies, "I don't understand, why would be an obstacle?" Kusanagi replies, "Our actions, they've been affecting the reputation of the magic nobles negatively." Kusanagi thinks, not to mention, many of them seem to be in cahoots with BR. It would be inconvenient for the if we gained more influence. Yuika says, "It's not our fault that magic nobles are incompetent. If they don't want their reputation to get ruined, they should work harder." And Kusanagi replies, "Tell them that." Yuika says, "Could it be our father is also involved?" And Ruka replies, "I highly doubt that he would be." Kusanagi stands up and says, "Well, let's go find out." And Ruji says, "Yeah, dilly-dallying will get us nowhere." Yuika says, "But we're not on good terms with him right now." And Kusanagi replies, "You don't have to come if you don't want to." She replies, "We're coming." And Ruka says, "We're his daughters after all." The servants at the house immediately turns them all away. Yuika tells them, "We just came to talk." And Ruka says, "Can't you make an exception?" They say, "The master has expressly instructed that his daughters are not to be granted entry. We cannot permit those who have been disowned to cross the threshold," as they both look a bit sad by it. Kusanagi comes forward and says, "I am Kusanagi Minato, captain of the special magic team, I have some questions for Master Mizuha. The servant replies, for interviews, please schedule an appointment in advance, and he replies, no, it's not for an interview, I just have some questions. She again says, for questions, please schedule an appointment. Kusanagi smiles and thinks, this is getting annoying, maybe we should just kick in, but Toshiro comes along and asks, what is going on here? The servants inform him that these people here wants to speak with you. He looks and notices Kusanagi and tells the servant to let them in, and they reply, yes, sir. We see them all getting inside, and Kusanagi tells Yuika, I didn't know you had a brother, and she replies, no, he's our father. He gets that a lot, and Kusanagi says, but he looks like he's in his 20s. Toshiro hears them talking, and they all arrive at a room and sit down for talks. He stares at Kusanagi and says, you must be the one who is leading my daughter astray. He replies, blaming someone else for your children's independence is a bad habit parents tend to have. Shouldn't you be happy that they are matured? Which pisses him off. Kusanagi says, let's get straight to the point. Are you the one putting pressure on the special magic team? He replies, I have neither given such orders, nor I have any involvement. Magic nobles generally don't work together. Fuka is acting on his own accord. Kusanagi tells him, you're surprisingly straightforward. I thought this would take longer, and he replies, I respect those who show resolve. I heard stories about you, a student with the power of a magic noble, hailed as a hero who stopped multiple calamities. I find it suspicious, and Kusanagi replies, would you like to test me? And he immediately releases his magic power against Kusanagi. Kusanagi also does so in returns, and everyone comments, what is this magic power? Damn it, are they monsters or what? The pressure from their magic is paralyzing. Both of their magic power collides, and they both again settles their magic power down. Toshiro says, impressive, few mages can match my magic power like that, and Kusanagi replies, sensing and controlling magic power is basic knowledge in handling magic, and you weren't releasing that much power anyways, and Toshiro smiles and says, you talk big. Kusanagi thinks, his control over mana and its sheer volume are unmatched compared to other mages. It's clear his leagues ahead in today's world. Talent and aptitude alone can't explain it. There's definitely something more to Mizuha Toshiro. He asks Toshiro, one final question, why have mages become weaker compared to the past? And he replies, what's your basis on saying that? Kusanagi replies, because I know about that thing 50 years ago. He replies, it's for restraint and regulation. And Kusanagi asks, meaning? And he replies, you'll understand in due time, but let me say this, magic nobles are necessary. Kusanagi asks, even the likes of Fuka, and he goes silent on that. Kusanagi stands up and says, it's about time we leave, thank you for answering my questions. Yuika tells him, wait a minute, we can't move, Ruji says, because of the recoil from Irila. Kusanagi helps them walk and looks back at Toshiro and says, honestly, I might have hesitated if the Mizuha family was involved. I'm a bit relieved you're not. Yuika and Ruka are important friends to me after all, and Toshiro asks, what are you talking about? And he replies, who knows? Now we see at the police department, they say, finally our uniforms have arrived. It's anti-monster equipment that can resist spells, and Shidu says, with this, we can start operating for real. Kusanagi says, looks like preparations are complete on my end as well, and Shidu asks, your preparations? Kusanagi says, let's go, we've got a score to settle. Now at the Fukas, Jin says, the end of special magic team is near. Fuka Jin, will control Japan with the help of BR. Sho says, money and fame will belong to the Fukas, and Jin replies, those stupid commoners will bow down. But suddenly a huge police force arrives and says, police, everybody freeze. Jin says, what is the meaning of this? Do you know whose house you're in? And Sho tells him, look at that. And outside the window we see the reporting helicopter. The police have entered the residence of the suspect, Fuka Jin. This is the first time a magic noble has been charged. The officer says, you are under arrest for bribery, intimidation, and misuse of special authority. We are conducting a search, and Jin gets pissed and says, are you kidding me? How dare you treat a magic noble like a criminal? You better have evidence. But Kusanagi and the special magic squad arrives, and he says, you bet we do, it's right here. Sho says, Kusanagi Minato of the special magic team, why are you here? And Jin says, there's no way you have any evidence with confidence, but Kusanagi shows them his phone with a clip of Jin taking bribery from someone, along with multiple other clips of his crimes such as collusion with illegal mages, plus threats and intimidation, to which Jin counters and says, that stuff is fabricated, in this age anything can be doctored. Kusanagi says, would you also say this is also fabricated? And he shows him a clip from back at the time of calamity when he refused to help when the first calamity happened, even when he was requested, and him saying to just leave the public be. Both Sho and Jin are completely stoned and scared from seeing that recording, and Jin says, who dared to spy on me? Only a few have access to my room. The butler comes forward saying, it was me, sir, and Jin grabs his collar in anger and shouts, how dare you, you're just a butler, why would you do this? We see a small flashback of Kusanagi meeting with the butler and the butler telling Kusanagi, I can't betray my master, and Kusanagi tells him, you're loyal. But is that loyalty genuine? Is it your duty to watch as the family you serve grows corrupted, which gets the butler thinking and all silent? Do you choose to let the Fuka family continue its corruption, or will you accept the pain and save the magic nobles? Make your choice. Back to the present, the butler tells Jin, you are not fit to be a magic noble, you should be eliminated, as he raises his voice on him. Jin in anger prepares to attack them, saying, all of you will die here, but he notices an attack coming for him, which separates him and the butler. We see it's Kusanagi who used that, and he tells Jin, there's no way out for you, corrupt magic noble, but Jin is pissed and he says, how dare you undermine all my years of efforts, all the money and status I've built up over the years, now all thrown away. Kusanagi replies, you brought this on yourself, but Jin laughs like a maniac and says, this is the angriest I have ever been. I have created overseas bases for a situation like this. If I escape there, no one will be able to touch me, but first, I'll kill you all. They all starts to bombard them with attacks, but they defend with a barrier. Kusanagi orders the team to deal with them and tells everyone else to just stand back. From the helicopter, the reporter reports that magic has been unleashed, and it seems like the Fuka family is resisting the arrest, as she questions if the magic noble family was indeed involved in a crime, and even in these desperate time of calamities and monsters, they thought of themselves first. And if they can really rely on magic nobles anymore, and if there is anyone left to protect them in these times, but it's not true, as there is still them. We still have the special magic squad to protect us in these desperate time, and we see them all facing against Sho and Fuka subordinates. And also along with their leader, Kusanagi Minato, and we see Kusanagi is facing off against the Fuka clan leader, Jin. Against the battle with Sho, he says, you think you can beat us with that few people? Yuika replies, unlike you lazy magic nobles, we're not idle, we've sent other members to deal with calamities and monsters, and Sho gets pissed hearing that and says, you're so damn annoying, you keep getting in my way, I won't hold back anymore. Yuika also prepares to attack, and she tells him that they are a disgrace to the magic nobles and they will never forgive them. Back to Jin and Kusanagi, Jin says, do you really think you can defeat the magic nobles? And Kusanagi replies, I see no reason to lose to small fries like you, and Fuka attacks the reporter's helicopter and says, then, let's get this started. But Kusanagi creates a barrier on the helicopter and saves them. He tells Jin, just how low can you go? To which Jin replies, as long as I get money, as low as necessary. Back to the battle between Yuika and Sho along with everyone else, we see the special magic squad is pushing the Fuka team back. Sho gets nervous seeing that as one after another all his subordinates keep getting defeated, to which he thinks that it can't be happening. We, the magic nobles, are being overpowered. Impossible, I won't accept it, I a magic noble, can't accept being inferior to them. He orders his subordinates to do whatever it takes and just kill them all, so they all began using their full power to attack them at once. Yuika and Ruka looks at each other, and they both also combines their magic to create a level 6 water spell, Burst Stream. And their spell gets easily overpowered, and they fall onto the ground, all drenched in water and defeated. Sho gets scared, as Yuika and Ruka stands in front of him, looking at him with anger. Sho lowers his head in front of them and says, it was just a momentary lapse in his judgment and that he will change his ways, hence please forgive him for what he's done. Yuika starts to walk back and replies, I see, if you truly intend to change, then we might have no choice but to forgive you. But Sho immediately stands up again and tries to attack them saying, dumbass, like I'd do that, but what he doesn't realize is that everyone is already prepared to annihilate him as soon as he makes his move. He gets scared and says, you said you'd forgive me, and Yuika replies, do you think we'd forgive someone who doesn't intend to truly change? Back to Kusanagi and Jin, Kusanagi says, guess they've settled things over there, seems like your pride and joy of a son met his match against my comrades, which pisses of Jin and he calls Kusanagi, bastard. Fuka uses a level 1 wind magic, aerial on Kusanagi, but he dodged by flying sideways. Fuka increases the difficulty by using the level 2 wind magic, Wind Spear, and we see multiple shots of wind heading towards Kusanagi, but again, he dodges them all swiftly. Once again Fuka attacks him, and this time using a level 3 wind magic, Wind Cutter, sending spiraling blades of wind towards Kusanagi, which he dodges by jumping and twisting right over them. Above them, the reporter dictates the battle for the viewers. Such astounding magic. The magic noble Fuka is completely on the offense. Is Kusanagi Minato going to be okay? Back to the fight, Fuka uses a level 4 wind magic, Tempest, and creates a huge wind vortex. Kusanagi flies up to dodge. But Fuka immediately follows up with a level 5 wind magic, Grand Typhoon, to attack Kusanagi in midair. We see the spell is right around Kusanagi as Yuika, and everyone tries to help as they shout his name and shouts that it's dangerous. Kusanagi braces, and we see the spell is disappearing, and we see it's because Kusanagi uses a high-level barrier to protect himself. Ruka in surprise says, "Did he just block that powerful spell with a barrier?" And Ruji comments, "That's Kusanagi for you." Viewers also comments, "The magic nobles are impressive. He used a level 5 spell with such ease that kid named Kusanagi blocked that powerful magic. Incredible." The reporter says, "Neither side is giving an inch. I have never seen a battle quite like this." Back to the fight, Kusanagi thinks, those spells weren't much. Is he trying to buy time? Guess he must be waiting for backup. Jin asks him, "Hey, what's wrong? Can't make a move?" And Kusanagi replies, "I could defeat you quickly, but where's the fun in that? Show me your full power." He smirks and says, "I'll take it all on and still beat you." Jin gets agitated and says, "Arrogant brat, I'll grant your wish, all right. But first, let me tell you something." And he smiles and says, "You better not wet your pants from this. My magic power is 200,000. Ruka and everyone else is in shock, and they say, 200,000, that has to be a lie. Even 100,000 is rare in Japan. He's just bluffing. Ruka tells everyone, "We should help out, even if just a little," and Ruji agrees and says, "Yeah, just standing by isn't like me," and Ruka also begins to move. Kusanagi notices them all coming, but they are attacked by Jin, and they stop in their tracks. Jin tells them, "Consider yourself lucky. Had you been a bit closer, I would have killed you." And they all get scared by his threat, and Jin starts to release his magic power. They all think the pressure from his magic is making his body glow. What an insane amount of energy. Even for Kusanagi, this is overkill. We see Kusanagi looking bored and Jin saying, "Can't quite grasp the sheer magnitude of my magic. Can you? Then let me demonstrate my overwhelming power, so even a simpleton like you can comprehend it. Behold and drown in despair. This is Neo magic." Kusanagi gets a bit excited and thinks, "That's a spell I've never seen before," and we see the huge wind vortex destroying everything in its path. Jin says, "This is atmospheric magic, the most powerful spell that can crush everything around it. It'll flatten a human in an instant," and Kusanagi tells him, "I'd like to see you try." Hearing that, Jin gets pissed and shouts, "Die from the pressure, extra level 6 atmosphere magic, air press." Kusanagi just stands in front of it and observes the spell, and Jin laughs thinking it's over. "You couldn't do anything and died, serves you right." Ruka and everyone else comments, "No, it can't be. It's impossible for Kusanagi to lose like that. This has to be a joke. Minato can't die." Yuika calls out to him, "Answer us, Minato." She shouts his name, and we see Minato casually standing, completely unscathed, as he replies back to her. Yuika asks him, "How are you still alive?" and he replies, "Come on, don't declare people dead on your own." Jin also loses his shit and shouts, "How are you unscathed? I was sure I had crushed you." Kusanagi explains, "If external and internal pressures balance out, there's no problem. It's the same principles as deep-sea creatures." Jin replies, "Even if that's true, how can you use atmosphere magic? That was my signature spell." Kusanagi says he watched and learned it, which completely shocks Jin as he says, "Just from watching?" Kusanagi replies, "If you had used it immediately, it might have hurt a bit, but you were kind enough to give a detailed explanation. At the end of the day, it's just a variation of wind magic, simple enough. Besides, if it's similar magic, I can use it too." We see Jin getting completely warped as he holds his head and says, "My head, what did you do?" To which Kusanagi replies, "I increased the sound pressure, that's all. It's sound magic, another application of wind magic." Yuika recalls back and thinks, "Come to think of it, back then." Jin gets more angry and says, "How dare you mock me? Enough holding back, I'll kill you with all I got." He laughs and says, I said my magic power was 200,000, didn't I? That was just for now. When I go all out, it's 500,000. Shidu and all says, he's not bluffing, and Sanada says, what kind of magic power is that? He completely goes insane and shouts, despair, Kusanagi Minato. We see his magic power surrounds the whole building and Jin smirks, being all confident in his power. Yuika comments, is this the true might of the magic nobles? Ruka says, to possess such magical powers, and Ruji says, this isn't an opponent we can face. Shidu says, we underestimated the magic nobles. Sanada says, there's no way we can win against that magical power. Jin chuckles and says, this is my full power, it's too late to beg for your life now, and we see Kusanagi yawning. Jin tells him, you're too dull to gauge my magical power. Seems like my atmospheric magic failed by sheer luck, but the charade is over. I'll kill you with my ultimate spell. Jin charges up his spell and we see Kusanagi just standing casually and unfazed by it, which pisses Jin off. Jin summons a huge number of magic circles and laughs. Shidu comments, no way, a level 7 spell, and Sanada says, even Kusanagi can't handle that. But Yuika believes in him and says, even in the desperate situation, I know you'll find a way. I believe in you, Minato, so please, win. Jin says, you missed your greatest chance. The few seconds I took to charge my magic was your only opening. It's too late for regrets now, and Kusanagi just tells him, sure, are you ready yet? He shouts, there won't even be a speck of dust left of you. Take my highest tier spell, Atmosphere Magic level 7, Plasma Break. The helicopter gets blown away from the sheer amount of wind generated by the spell, and Shidu and Sanada comments, what are we supposed to do against this? Ruka shouts, Kusanagi, run, and Ruji says, there's no way you can handle this. Yuika also braces, but she just waits for him. Jin tells him, you can run if you want, but then I'll kill your friends instead, so what will it be, run or die? Kusanagi smiles and says, I will take on your magic obviously. Kusanagi uses a level for Earth spell, Core Amethyst, and Jin laughs and says, what's that supposed to be? You think you can resist my magic with that? Curse your own ignorance, shatter into nothing. Kusanagi fires his spell towards Jin's spell and we see his spell reaching the inside of it. It instantly erases Jin's level 7 spell, which utterly shocks him. Everyone else also looks at them in shock, while Jin questions in shock that where did his spell went. Kusanagi explains, why? Because wind is weak to the earth attribute. It's obvious that a slow-moving spell would be neutralized. Do magic nobles not even know the basics? Jin falls into denial and says, there's no way my magic can lose to such a low-level spell. Kusanagi replies, sure, Core Amethyst has no attack power. It won't do much damage even if it hits the enemy, but it contains high-density magic power despite looks. If it absorbs an opposing attribute magic like that, it can neutralize it, even with a rank difference. Quite educational, huh? Jin asks him, why can you use such a useless spell? Kusanagi replies, because it's an original spell I made for fun. Jin falls into despair and says, you created a spell for fun, I spent decades perfecting mine. Kusanagi comes over to him and says, class is over, now it's punishment time. He tells him, wait, I surrender, my magic is depleted, I can't move, and Kusanagi smiles and says, I have no intention of beating a dead horse. Jin thinks, fool, do you really think a flick will? But before he could complete, Kusanagi sends him rolling away with just a flick of his finger. Everyone comments, wow, he sure flew, all that with just one flick, is he even human? And the officer arrives and arrests Jin. The reporter also gets happy and says, the magic noble has been defeated, the captain of the special magic squad, Kusanagi Minato, has emerged victorious. And the viewers also rejoice and says, he beat the magic noble, he really did it. Everyone arrives and Ruka says, that's Kusanagi for you. Ruji says, turned out to be a total victory in the end, and Yuika says, you did it, Minato. And Kusanagi replies, you all did great too. Kusanagi looks at Jin and thinks, good grief, I guess that's it, the magic nobility isn't much, after all, and this is supposed to be the peak of Japan's nobles, we seriously need to train today's mages. He asks Jin, hey, I have a question, what did the magic nobles do after Ichikami Minato's death? Did they destroy the tome that existed 50 years ago? If so, why? Jin replies, there's no way commoners could comprehend the lofty thoughts of the magic nobles, and Kusanagi asks him, what do you mean? And he replies, figure it out yourself. Now we see Kusanagi at a conference and many reporters are surrounding him and asking tons of questions, and along with that a lot of online traction. Now we fast forward and switch scene to a beach in Hawaii and see Kusanagi relaxing there and thinking, what am I doing in a place like this? He notices someone coming over, and it's Yuika in a swimsuit, who asks, what's wrong, Minato? We got back to some time before and Kusanagi says, you're saying we should go to Hawaii. Shido replies, as you guys are well aware, recently, the special magic team has become incredibly popular, we're swamped with handling all the attention. Yuika checks her phone and sees a video. What's this video? Were we being secretly filmed at school? Yuika says, the video's going viral on other SNS platforms too. Ruka says, the internet news is flooded with stuff about the special magic team too. Ruji says, even on the TV, it's all about the magic nobles and us, reporting non-stop, and Sanada says, we're really standing out, huh? And Shido says, all of Japan has their eyes on you guys, that's why I've decided to give you all a break, go to Hawaii and relax until we get things sorted here. Thanks to Kusanagi, our team has gotten stronger, and with the support of the Mizuha clan, we've got disaster response covered. The BOS can handle any monster threats that come our way. You've all been working hard, so take the chance to rest up. Now back to the present. Kusanagi tells Yuika he was just lost in thought, and she replies, I see, and she asks him, by the way, how does this look, is it weird? Kusanagi says, it's cute, which makes Yuika blush and startles her. Kusanagi adds, it matches your hair color, suits your style and looks great on you. To put it simply, it's really cute, which really tugs on Yuika's heart, and she thanks him while blushing. Now comes Ruka, who says, so this is where you were, I've been looking for you, and Kusanagi notices her swimsuit as well, and Ruka asks, what, got something you want to say? He tells her, I was just thinking that you look gorgeous, which shocks her, and he adds, like a model, no, even more than that, your pale, clear skin makes the swimsuit stand out, you're probably the most beautiful girl on this beach. She also blushes and leaves saying, I see. Behind him, Ruji thinks, this guy's is incredible, he's not shy at all, and he doesn't hesitate either, he's complimenting them, yet he doesn't seem to have any ulterior motive. Now Sanada arrives, sorry to keep you waiting, and Ruji gets shocked seeing her and thinks, Sanada's made her entrance. This is bad, I couldn't tell when she was in her uniform, but she got some crazy destructive power, and Sanada asks, how does this swimsuit looks on me? Ruji in the background thinks, hey, you're not going to compliment here, bust, are you? Stop, don't say it. Kusanagi, and Kusanagi just simply tells her, you've got a nice style. Ruji gets relieved hearing that and thinks, that phasing should be safe, and Sanada asks him, really? Now Kusanagi starts again, the contrast with your usual modesty makes you very charming, the swimsuit suits you well and catches the eye from afar, you look like a beautiful, grown woman, and she blushes and says, don't compliment me so much. Ruji tells him, you're seriously amazing man, isn't that a bit too much praise? And Kusanagi replies, why? I'm just speaking my mind, if I think someone deserves a compliment, why shouldn't I give it? I think all three of them are beautiful, so I complimented them, what's wrong with that? And Ruji replies, nothing is wrong with that, but it's making me feel awkward, and we see all three of them are blushing. Now Kusanagi starts complimenting Ruji and says, by the way, Ruji, you've got a great body yourself, well, proper toned, and your simple swimsuit suits you, you should be proud of your physical beauty. Hearing all that, which embarrasses him, and he shouts, don't start praising me too, and Kusanagi asks, why not? Now we see them having fun at the beach and playing games, using jet skis and fully embracing their holiday. Now at night, Kusanagi says, we played too much, my throat is parched, which way is the convenience store? And outside he meets Yuika, who is staring at the night sky. They both take a walk and Yuika says, this is fun, and Kusanagi replies, I didn't think we'd be able to enjoy ourselves like this, and she replies, we've been fighting non-stop after all, and she starts to stare at Kusanagi. She gets a bit sad and thinks, back then, my sister was wearing a ring, could it be that she's dating Minato? No way, those two couldn't possibly be, Minato said he wasn't dating anyone, and Kusanagi wonder, what is she doing? Yuika says, hey, can I ask you something? And Kusanagi replies, you want to ask about my power again? And she says, no, not that, what type of person do you like? And Kusanagi replies, I haven't really thought about it. Yuika says, like for example, out of the three of us, or something, and he replies, then it would be all of you. and Yuika says, all of us. Kusanagi says, you're all cute and attractive, plus, you're hardworking and diligent, and I like people who put in effort, and Yuika replies, isn't that different from a romantic feeling? And he replies, is it? I thought they were quite similar. But he says, but, now that I think about it, maybe I like you the most, Yuika, hearing that, which makes her stop, and in shock, Kusanagi continues, you've been honest, serious, and kind since we met. Above all, you always give your best. Yeah, that's right. Yuika, I really like you, which makes Yuika blush after hearing such thing. She sits down to process the things, and Kusanagi asks, hey, what's wrong? Are you okay? And Yuika thinks, I know he doesn't mean it in a romantic way, but still it makes me so happy. I guess, I really do like him. Next day, Shido says, things are getting pretty heated. There's a flood of criticism against the magic nobles, and there's a strong call for the special magic team to handle disasters and monster threats. Kusanagi's popularity is skyrocketing. At the same time, the Shadow Bringer's popularity is also rising. The special magic team and the Shadow Bringer, a confrontation seems to be forming, rather than cooling down. Things are heating up. Now what should we do? Now we switch scenes to the airport, and we see a red-haired girl saying, while we were away, things seem to have gotten quite troublesome. And a depressed-looking guy saying, spineless lot. The red-haired girl is introduced as Magic Noble, Homirai family head, Homirai Hinata, who says, if I were there, everything would be settled. And the depressed-looking guy is introduced as Magic Noble, Kaichi family head, Kaichi Riku, who simply says one word, annoying. Now a week later, we see Yuika cooking and Kusanagi saying, we got back way faster than I expected. Ruka replies, it seems the special magic squad has imposed some media restrictions, and the school has been complicit as well, and Kusanagi says, we can finally catch a break. Yuika calls them out and says, help me carry the plates, and Kusanagi says, sure, I'm on it. We see them eating food as they all say, thanks for the food. Yuika says, school starts again tomorrow, but are you sure everything will be okay? And Kusanagi replies, with the police and the school on our side, the attention towards the special magic squad should have died down, right? And she replies, true, social media hasn't been as active as before, but still. Kusanagi says, people will lose interest soon enough, we just have to ignore it. And fast forward in school, Kusanagi holds his head and says, I was stupid for even thinking that. We see a lot of girls are surrounding Kusanagi, asking if he has a girlfriend and to exchange contact info with him, and the boys staring at Yuika and commenting, Mizuha is so cute, should we go and ask for her autograph? While both Ruka and Ruji have a whole squad of students following them around. They both comes to Kusanagi and Yuika, and all the students surround the four of them. Ruka tells them, we came to invite you to lunch, but things seem a little rowdy today, and Kusanagi says, you call this little? Yuika says, apparently, this is still rather tame. I heard it used to be even worse with outsiders rushing in, and Ruji replies, I'm used to commotion because of Ruka, and Ruka says, by the way, we're out of toilet paper, and Kusanagi says, guess we should do some shopping on the way our home. Kusanagi tells Yuika, we can also pick up some bath salts, you've been wanting those, right, Yuika? And Yuika gets startled hearing that, and all the students around them start commenting, wait, did they just say, are they living together, and all three of them? Yuika pushes them all out saying, anyways, let's get to the rooftop. Ruji gets shocked hearing that as well, and he says, what, you're living at Kusanagi's place? Ruji thinks, it's not like they're dating or anything, right? It couldn't be, normally I'd object, but it's Kusanagi, so maybe it's fine. Ruji tells them, if there is anything I can do to help, just tell me, I'll do my best to assist you, and Ruka replies, that means a lot, and Yuika says, yeah, thanks. Ruji says, by the way, Kusanagi, actually, let's stop the formal calling, you're fine with Minato, right? And he replies, sure, all me whatever you like. Yuika says, speaking of which, Minato, and hearing that, we see Ruka being a bit uneasy about it and looking a bit sad as well. Yuika thinks, when you think about it, this is a big deal, living together and all, well, it's not like we are doing anything wrong. Yuika blushes looking over at Kusanagi and thinks, I wonder if Minato ever gets nervous about it. Now at night, we see Yuika is wide awake and saying, I can't sleep. How can those two sleep so soundly? Am I the only one feeling conscious about this? She turns over and thinks, this is so frustrating, let's just go to bed. Now this time, Ruka wakes up and says, I can't sleep at all. She thinks, How can they sleep so well? Am I the only one bothered by this? I'm still not used to sleeping in the same room with Kusanagi. She gets up and thinks, why am I so nervous? Why does it bother me this much? As she looks over at Minato being sound asleep. She blushes and lays down on the bed again. She thinks, Ruji has started calling him by his first name. I'm the only one still calling him Kusanagi. When is the right time to change how I address him? What am I hesitating for? Now at the next day, she thinks, why am I hesitating? I should just casually call him Kusanagi. I mean, Minato won't mind. She tries calling him by his first name and Kusanagi notices, but she is unable to and changes the words instead. May we have a good day ahead of us? And Kusanagi asks, what is this out of the blue? She gets nervous and breaks down and thinks, why can't I just say it? At the rooftop she tries again, but again she just changes the word and says, maybe I should learn from you, Kusanagi, which again confuses him. Again at afternoon, this time it's just utter nonsense and Kusanagi gets taken back by it as well. Now at night again same thing happens. Now while sleeping she thinks, I always end up avoiding it. I could have said it earlier. Am I really such a coward? I. Next day in the morning, we see Ruka looking a bit upset, which Kusanagi notices. He goes to her and asks her, what's wrong? Are you feeling ill? And she smiles and replies, I'm perfectly fine. Kusanagi, and he replies, it's not Kusanagi, and she says, huh, and he adds, we're not strangers, you know, stop calling me Kusanagi, Ruka. She blushes and says, if you insist that much, I guess I can change it, and finally calls him by his first name, Minato. Now switching the scenes, we see Hinata saying, the very existence of the magic nobility is in jeopardy, the rise of the special magic squad is to blame, for his sake, we can't just stand by. Riku says, but their captain, Kusanagi Minato, how are we supposed to deal with him? Hinata asks Toshiro, what do you think? And he replies, I agree. I only seek to align with our Lord's will, and Hinata says, as cryptic as ever, aren't you? Don't you have anything else to say? He replies, it seems Kusanagi Minato didn't recognize me, and Hinata says, does that mean he's unaware of our existence, too? And he replies, most likely. Riku says, we should put him to the test, he could prove useful, and Hinata replies, if he is trash, we will just get rid of him. Now back at the police department, Kusanagi explains, the next great calamity shall strike Osaka. The calamity have been following the same pattern as 50 years ago, with the exception of the smaller ones. Yuika says, that's been all over the media too. Ruka says, the pattern may be the same, but the frequency has drastically increased, and Ruji adds, it used to be once a year, right? Sanada says, we can't predict when the next calamity will strike, even the police can only stay on alert. Kusanagi says, the disaster response is a mess, but there's no dedicated squad like the special magic squad in other regions. Shidu laughs and says, I thought you would say that, Kusanagi Minato. The truth is, we're setting up a second special magic squad in Osaka, and everyone gets surprised hearing that. A second team? Seriously? Shidu says, yes, in collaboration with the self-defense forces and the police to enhance the disaster responses. In fact, they've asked us to train them, and Shidu points at Kusanagi and says, you'll go, won't you, Kusanagi Minato? And he replies, you always ask so smoothly. Well, it's not like I have a reason to refuse, and Shidu says, great, there's actually someone waiting for you there, a person who lived through the great calamity 50 years ago and one of the few anti-monster equipment artisans. As soon as he takes the name, Takegami Shizuku, Kusanagi remembers her and Shidu says, she's interested in you, and wants to talk directly, no pressure to meet her, though. Kusanagi replies, no, I'll meet her, and Shidu replies, glad to hear that. After all, Takegami is also the one who crafted the special magic squad's uniform, and Kusanagi thinks, Takegami Shizuku, and Shidu notices Kusanagi in thoughts. Now at the airport we see him leaving for Osaka and telling them all right, I'm off then. They tell him, take care, not that we're worried, show them what you're made of, and Kusanagi replies, oh yeah, almost forgot to give these to you all. He gives them bangles and tells them, you need to keep that on until I get back. He strictly tells them, don't take it off for any reason, and they reply, okay, you'll be fine without me, right? They all say, we've gotten stronger too, go on, head on with no worries, you heard them, and Kusanagi waves them goodbye and leaves. Now in the airplane, Kusanagi says, finally got to sit down, the same thing happened when we flew to Hawaii, but being a magician sure makes the check so strict. That aside, what's with the seat? To think I'd be flying first class, Shido's really outdone himself. He notices the magic nobles and wonders who are they, as they both sit down as well. He thinks, magicians, they seem pretty strong. Seems there are quite a few of them on board, but with the tough security, it shouldn't be an issue, as some suspicious-looking people pass by him. As the plane takes off, Kusanagi gets really excited seeing the food and says, "That looks good." We see those suspicious-looking people looking over each other as signal, and one of them stands up. Kusanagi thinks, delicious food and with a top-notch view, relaxing like this now and then isn't too bad, but it looks like I can just sit back and enjoy myself. As those people just takes over the plane and shouts, everyone freeze, as some of them also holds the magic noble and Kusanagi on point. All of them are looking incredibly calm, and the hijackers shouts, "If you don't follow our commands, we will kill everyone." Kusanagi thinks, illegal mages, and there are 10 of them. If I take them down one by one, the passengers will be in danger. Besides, using high-level magic might destroy the place. This might be too tough for me to handle alone. All the passenger shouts and scream to spare them. The hijacker tells them to shut up if they don't want to die. We see one of the guy with his little kid, who says, "Daddy, I'm scared," and he replies, "It's okay, sweetie." The hijackers say, "Our demands are simple, release the members of the Black Rebellion. We will not tolerate the unjust treatment of the mages. Mere lowly humans have no right to bind the superior mages. We'll give you 5 minutes, contact those on the ground right away and release our comrades, or we will start killing hostages one by one." Do you hear that, pilot? And the pilot says, "Shit," and Kusanagi thinks, "We don't have much time, what should I do?" Both the magic nobles are sitting and start to swell up their magic power. Kusanagi notices them and they also look at him as a signal. Kusanagi stands up and the hijackers say, "You make one move, and I'll kill you." Both Hinata and Riku gets up and takes down 2 of the hijackers immediately. Riku hits one of them with his sheathed sword as he is about to go for another. We see Kusanagi already took care of him. All 3 of them stands with each other and notices the other hijackers and rushes towards them. One of them notices them coming, but before he could react, Kusanagi knocks him out. Riku also strikes another one and Hinata jumps in the air and one of the hijacker aims the spell at her, shouting, "Kill them." She steps right on his face and says, "Like hell you can do that." The other hijackers holds a hostage and says, "Enough, you've had your way for too long. If it's come to this, we'll all go down together, I'll kill everyone." As he aims the spell at the hostage, Kusanagi comes in and saves him and tells him he is too slow. Both Hinata and Riku also joins in saying, "Too weak," and Riku saying, "Too naive." We see all 3 of them standing over the defeated hijackers and everyone comments, "They beat them, are we saved?" They all rejoice and shouts, "We are saved, and thanks the 3 of them." Hinata says, "Pathetic, it was over in a flash." Kusanagi notices something and rushes, saying, "It's not over yet," and Hinata says, "Hey," as all 3 of them arrives in the cockpit. We see one of them is holding a gun on the pilot's head and tells them to not come closer or he will shoot him. Hinata gets pissed and attacks him, but the gun gets fired, and we see a barrier protects the pilot from the shot. Kusanagi says, "This is bad," as we see one of the instruments of the plane is destroyed, which causes it to lose balance, as Hinata says, "What was that?" Everyone else also panics. The pilot says, "It's no use, the controls aren't responding, the radio is broken too. At this rate, we're going to die," and Hinata says, "What did you just say?" She grabs him and tells him to do something, and the window also breaks. Heavy winds also starts to come into the plane. The pilot says, "It's too cold, we'll freeze to death before we even crash." Hinata uses her fire to warm them and says, "This is seriously bad, what the hell do we do now?" And Riku replies, "We'll die together," and Hinata says, "Don't say such scary things, dumbass," and we see Kusanagi is looking out of the window. She says, "Damn it, is this the end?" And Riku replies, "Yes." The pilot also gives up saying, "It's impossible, we can't be saved, this is the end, we're all going to die." Kusanagi smiles and says, "No problem." The pilot replies, "What do you mean, no problem, we're all going to die?" He smiles and says, "I'll save everyone with full confidence." The pilot tells him that it's impossible, this isn't something mere human can fix, and again starts to panic. "It's over, we're all going to die," and Kusanagi thinks, "Good grief." Kusanagi goes to the window and is about to jump, and the pilot asks him, "Hey, what are you trying to do?" as he jumps out of the window. Hinata also gets shocked and says, "That boy ran away on his own," and we see the plane again losing balance and falling down. The pilot says, we are losing altitude and fast. At this rate, we'll be crashing in a matter of a few minutes, as all the passenger screams for their life. The kid as well gets scared and his dad is trying to calm her down, and the pilot tries to control the plane somehow. As soon as it's about to hit the ocean, we see it's flying up again and gaining altitude. The pilot gets surprised and says, we're regaining altitude, are we saved? What in the world happened? And Hinata says, it's him, he did it. And we see Kusanagi below the plane and Hinata comments, he's supporting the entire plane on his own. Kusanagi thinks, I created a barrier using a massive amount of magical power, and enhanced my physical strength with magical martial arts. At the same time, I adjusted the airplane's trajectory using wind magic. It's my first time supporting a plane, so this is a bit challenging. The pilot says, impossible, we're several thousand meters off the ground, not to mention, this plane boasts a takeoff weight of 230 tons. Are you telling me a single human can support this aircraft? Hinata says, Magic Squad Leader, Kusanagi Minato, we have an unbelievable beast with us. The air hostess tells the passengers, thanks to a sorcerer's help, the aircraft has stabilized, we're safe now, and the passengers gets a bit relieved and says, are we really safe? Nothing else will happen now, right? The little kid also starts her dad, are we safe now? And her dad replies, yeah, don't worry, the pilot says, but we can't just rest easy yet, the landing gear won't activate, managing a safe landing rests in his hands. We see the plane coming on the runway and Kusanagi uses level 6 void magic, high magic wall below the plane. We see he protects the plane's underside using the barrier as he lands on the ground while carrying a whole plane and breaking the runway in the process. The plane safely lands and Kusanagi says, phew, managed to make that landing somehow. All the passengers gets relieved as well, while both the pilots salute him. Thank you, Captain Kusanagi. The reporters surround him at the airport and says, you've made a significant impact once more, Leader Kusanagi. Would you mind giving us a brief statement? And Kusanagi thinks, it's the same annoying pattern, all the damn time. The security arrives to escort him and tells all the reporters to clear the area and to hold the press conference on a later date, and they escort Kusanagi as well. This way, sir, Takegami is waiting for you. Hinata comes as well and tells him, that was pretty impressive of you back there. Kusanagi replies, not really, and she asks, is that sarcasm? And Riku tells him, it was incredible magic. He tells them, you two weren't half bad either, and Hinata says, sure, whatever. Well then, keep giving it your all, Special Magic Squad Leader, Kusanagi Minato, let's meet again. Now we see Takegami looking at some old photos. Someone knocks on her door and says, you have a visitor, ma'am, and she tells them to let them in. Kusanagi comes in and she says, I've been waiting, Kusanagi Minato. They both sit down and she says, the reason I summoned you is simple, I'm interested in you, your recent accomplishments are truly remarkable, moreover, your magic resembles someone. My mentor and ally, Ichikami Minato. Void magic is a rare art, it is one that Ichikami excelled in, but it's difficult to handle and few sorcerers can use it properly, it's often dismissed as not very useful. Yet, you wield it, who taught you, how can you use the same magic as Ichikami? Tell me, Kusanagi. He chuckles and says, good grief, you never changed, do you? Takegami, once something catches your interest, you dive headfirst into it, huh? She asks, have we met before? And he replies, yeah, more times than I can count, it's only natural that I can use Ichikami's magic. After all, I am Ichikami Minato himself, and hearing that shocks Takegami. Takegami sighs and says, there have been many in the past who claim to have connections with Ichikami Minato, trying to cozy up to him, relatives, friends, lovers and even secret children, but I never expected someone to claim they are actually him. I apologize if it's rude, considering I reached out to you, but could you please leave? And Kusanagi says, recently, I met a pair of brothers, the younger one had a doll of Ichikami and she asks what about it. He replies, you said it yourself, didn't you, that you wanted to make a doll of me, and she asks him in surprise, how do you know about that? He says, just as you said, my doll gives children strength, even now, Ichikami Minato is saving people. She gets shocked and says, is this really happening? Are you really Ichikami Minato? Kusanagi says, what? Still don't believe me, how about this story then? We see Kusanagi telling her the story and she gets a total surprise and pleasant look on her face hearing it. She says, it really is you, Ichikami-san, and Kusanagi says, good grief, you finally believe me, and she replies, but it's not like believing in reincarnation is easy. Goodness, you've always been the unorthodox type, but seriously. After your demise in the last great calamity, things were really difficult, but I'm glad to see you again, truly, as she starts to cry. Kusanagi smiles and says, yeah. He asks her, Takegami, you would know what happened in these past 50 years? The knowledge of magic wasn't passed down, and sorcerers have weakened. There is nothing but misinformation about Ichikami Minato, and now these magic nobles have appeared. What exactly happened? Tell me, Takegami. As she is about to say something, her phone buzzes, and she checks it and leaves, while Kusanagi asks, is something the matter? And she replies, it's nothing. She tells him, it's late now, let's continue our discussion, you should stay the night since you're already here. And now at night, we see Kusanagi sleeping. We see Riku coming in with his sword drawn at him, and we see him striking Kusanagi in his sleep. But he notices that Kusanagi has dodged, and he gets up and says, how tactless, attacking someone in their bed. Kusanagi notices him and says, you're that guy from this afternoon, and Riku immediately closes the distance and tries to strike him again, but once again Kusanagi dodges. Kusanagi jumps backward and says, quick on your feet, aren't you? And Riku kicks him out of the window. They both land in the garden outside, and Riku rushes towards him and uses level 1 earth magic, rock break, and Kusanagi defends using level 1 void magic, magic barrier. Riku's attacks are completely ineffective against Kusanagi's barrier, but his sword is able to cut through it clean. Kusanagi jumps backward and says, nice blade, cutting through my barrier like that, is that anti-magic equipment? Riku stays silent and raises his magic power. Kusanagi also does the same and tells him, silence is golden. Guess it's pointless to ask why you're attacking. All right then, let's have a little fun. As they both rushes towards each other, Hinata arrives and stops them both by shouting, that's enough. Kusanagi notices her and says, I knew you were involved too. She shows him her phone and tells him, don't resist. Kusanagi Minato, we've got hostages. You've got lots of friends in Tokyo, don't you? And we switch scenes to his friends, and there are thugs holding them hostages, and Hinata says, you know what will happen if I contact them. Kusanagi asks them, what do you want? She replies, first, let me introduce ourselves. I am a magic noble, and the head of the Homurai family, Homurai Hinata, and Riku introduces himself as well, magic noble, Kaichi family head, Kaichi Riku. Hinata says, we have one demand, join us, as a magic noble, you'll gain status and honor, even wealth, power and women, whatever you want, most importantly, you can protect your friends. Then again, our orders are absolute, think about it, even if you escape this predicament, you'll be hunted by us magic nobles for life, you can be the world's strongest, but while you're eating, using the bathroom, sleeping, or separated from your friends like now, can you still protect them? Decide, will you join us or not? Answer me. Kusanagi says, I refuse, and Hinata replies, oh, is that so? This is for the greater good, a little collateral damage can't be helped. Teach him a lesson he won't forget, make sure he can never be arrogant again. But the bangles that Kusanagi gave them starts to glow, and we see a spirit comes in from of Kusanagi himself. The thugs get shocked seeing it, and the spirit uses a level 5 void magic, high magic drain on them. She hears some sound on the phone and wonders what happened as she shouts on them to respond to no avail, and we see they are captured by the Kusanagi spirit. Riku says, they've been wiped out, and Hinata asks him, what did you do? Kusanagi replies, you should have seen this coming, unless you're a complete idiot, that is, she replies, annoying little pest. But I must admit, your handling of the hijacking and the hostages wasn't bad, guess that means you passed the first test, and Kusanagi asks, was the hijacking also your doing? And she replies, oh, that was unexpected, we wouldn't pull such a stupid stunt. So, shall we move on to the second test? And Riku says, yeah, and they both prepare to fight Kusanagi in a 2v1, and Kusanagi also gets ready and says, I'd like to opt out, if possible. They both rush towards him as Hinata shouts, in your dreams. She kicks Kusanagi, but he blocks them with his hands. She jumps back in mid-air and uses a spell, level 4 fire magic, flare to attack him. But Kusanagi is completely unscathed by it, and Riku comes from the smoke and attacks him right on his neck. But Kusanagi is able to block it with a mini barrier and says, good grief, if it were someone else, they would have been dead by now. In the skies, Hinata shouts, don't get cocky, and uses a level 5 fire magic, blazing column, and Kusanagi tells her not bad and uses his own spell to counter, level 3 water spell, Azure Splash. Both of their spells collide and disappears, and Hinata in frustration says, just as the rumors said, you can cast without chanting, and you neutralized it with a level 3 spell. You're making a mockery of my magic. Riku strikes him with a sword, but Kusanagi jumps up and flies in the air and tells them, you can't go all out on the ground, can you? How about we take this to the skies? They both follow him and Hinata tells him, getting ahead of yourself, aren't you? Looks like we underestimated you, no holding back now. They both flares up their magic even more and Hinata shouts, my attack will burn everything to ashes, and Riku says, my attack will destroy everything. We see a huge fire in front of Kusanagi, taking the shape of demon, and it's a level 7 spell, Demon's Blaze, and Riku on the other hand also uses a level 7 earth magic, Comet. Hinata tells him, this magic is strong enough to demolish half the city, think you can defend against it, as both of the spell are fired towards him. Kusanagi just casually uses a level 7 void magic, Vanish, and envelops both of their spell in it. Both of their spell completely vanishes, and they both get shocked seeing it, and Riku says, it disappeared, in total confusion. Kusanagi tells them, of course it did, I just disintegrated and dissipated the magical energy, and Hinata replies, that's ridiculous, that's cheating, I won't accept this, you are disqualified. She gets pissed and says, everything up to now was just a farce, from here on out, I'm using my full power, but Kusanagi suddenly notices something and they both do as well, as Hinata comments, this energy, and Riku says, it's here. As the sky turns red and Kusanagi says, the calamity, too many things are happening all at once, this can't be just a mere coincidence, as all three of them prepare. Takegami also notices the calamity from her house, and closes the curtain. Hinata says, you've got to be kidding me, who cares about the damn calamity, I'm gonna destroy you right here and now. But Riku puts his hand on her shoulder to stop her, and tells her, don't forget our mission. She gets a bit frustrated by it and Kusanagi says, sorry to say, but our fight is postponed, I'm going to deal with calamity. He thinks, that's Dotonbori if I recall, it's been left to rot since the great calamity that occurred 50 years ago, just like what happened in Shibuya, even without the calamity, monsters still spew forth, I doubt anyone would come here unless they're total idiots. Kusanagi uses his magic to detect monsters and says, the monsters are everywhere, if left unchecked they could infiltrate human settlements, defeating them on my own is going to be tough. Riku and Hinata comes along and says, we'll lend you a hand. Kusanagi says, thanks, I appreciate it, did you give up on trying to kill me? He replies, we were merely testing you, besides you passed, that's all there is to it. Kusanagi thinks, I passed, good grief, my problems only keep increasing. We see a lot of monsters sprawling inside the city and on buildings, along with a bunch of demon captains as well. And Hinata comes over, landing on the ground, and she says, it's time for a monster massacre. She immediately uses a level 5 fire magic, blazing column to take out multiple monsters at once, and we see Riku also cutting down on them as well. And Kusanagi is in the air and uses level 5 void magic, magic bullet barrage to strike down multiple monsters at once. He thinks, I guess, I'll take care of the small fries while waiting for the boss, and he notices someone walking on the ground, and it's an old guy. He lands behind him and asks him, excuse me, are you okay, sir? It's dangerous out here, I suggest we get you somewhere safe. But he slaps his hand away, looking at him with a bit of anger in his eyes, as Kusanagi is also a bit taken back by it. He tells Kusanagi, thanks for your concern, I'm fine, so don't worry about me, and leaves with a smile, and Kusanagi thinks, why is an old man like him wandering around here? Not to mention, he looks familiar, as the old man sits down in a car parked down the alleyway and tells the driver to go. Now at the scene of calamity, we see the defense force saying, commencing monster subjugation, magic on standby. Kusanagi arrives at the scene and thinks, they respond fast, they're prepared to deal with calamity, as Shidu said, although, they're still a little inexperienced. The police officer sees him land and unknowingly says, hey, what do you think you're doing, it's dangerous, but notices it's Kusanagi and says, Kusanagi Minato of the special magic team, you're already here, sir, what a relief. Kusanagi immediately kills a monster behind them and tells them, don't slack off on your attacks. He asks them, what's our situation? They reply, the police and SDF have sealed the area around Dotonbori, we are prioritizing the citizens' safety, however, we aren't prepared to subjugate the boss monster, our forces alone are no match for it. Kusanagi tells them, don't worry, you have me, and they say, what reassuring words. And it's not just me. And we see Riku and Hinata also fighting, and they notice them. Magic Nobles, aren't those Homurai and Kai-Chi? Are the special magic team and magic nobles cooperating now? Have we positioned ourselves in a crazy spot? They get relieved and say, we can win, we've got this, we'll win for sure with them around, but suddenly they feel a paralyzing power. They wonder what is going on and their body feels heavy, and we see the demon boss appearing out of all that miasma. They get completely scared and says, is that, no way, the chief demon, that monster has enough power to bring the entire city of Osaka to ruin, there's no way we can win against that. Kusanagi steps forward and says, good grief, you finally decided to show yourself. The police looks at him in shock and says, this is impossible, we're up against the chief demon, how can he remain so composed? And Hinata and Riku also arrives. She says, that's our prey, you just stand there and watch. Kusanagi thinks, they beat me to the punch, oh well, surely, they'll handle an opponent of that caliber just fine, as they both stand in front of the demon chief, and Hinata says, don't mind if I let off some steam on you, and Riku says, I'll slay you down. Hinata starts off with her huge spell and says, I'll blow you into smithereens, and Riku says, let's settle this right away, as they both fire their spell onto the demon chief. The demon chief uses his own spell to counter them, a level 8 fire magic, supernova. Everyone braces for impact and we see he comes out completely unscathed, and Hinata says, it countered us, and Riku notes, what incredible magic. The demon chief says, feeble humans, isn't there a formidable sorcerer among you? The police and SDF Solida comments, it's fluent in speech, I've heard they possess higher intellect than typical monsters, but this. Kusanagi says, if we were up against less sentient monsters, they'd feel less scared, but if the opponent has human-like intelligence, it's understandable that they'd be frightened. There are exceptions though, and Hinata says, you're all playing me for a fool, I'll reduce you to mere ash. I'll pummel you with all my might, and Riku also joins in saying, this is the Kai-Chi style soul, and they both uses their final level 8 magic, which are their original magics. Kusanagi gets excited seeing it, and says, are those original spells? Hinata says, you're dead meat now, and Riku says, prepare for death. The demon chief praises them and says, impressive magic power, and Hinata says, so you finally noticed, and he replies, I'm not talking about you, and she replies, what, as he notices Kusanagi standing behind, from which he senses a ridiculous amount of mana. They both rushes towards it after hearing it and getting pissed. Hinata uses her fire spell to bombard him with multiple fire attacks, and Riku tries to strike him with his sword, but he is able to dodge all of them. He instantly appears behind Riku and tells him he is too slow, but Hinata comes and attacks him, but he pushes them both back. He starts to use his level 6 fire wind fusion magic, Flare Cyclone, as they both brace for the impact. Both of them get defeated and they try to stand up and say, damn it, as they are about to fall, but Kusanagi comes and says, leave the rest to me. Hinata tells him, there's no way you can win against that, not even we magic nobles could do it. Riku says, running away is an option, too. Kusanagi just causally walks and says, relax, a monster like that is no problem for me, and Riku thinks, a monster like that, can he not see that overflowing magic power? Hinata gets frustrated and says, damn it, this can't be, I won't accept this, we're gonna disappoint that person, we need to prove ourselves useful. As Riku looks over to her, and we see Kusanagi and the demon chief finally facing off, and Kusanagi telling him, looks like I made you wait. The demon chief says, what incredible magic power, just who are you? He replies, am I obliged to answer that? And he says, I suppose not, mingling with your kind is pointless to us. Kusanagi says, if so, and he replies, let's indulge in killing one another. The demon chief immediately attacks Kusanagi, as they both engage in a melee combat with their fist colliding on an equal ground. Their fist creates a shock waves around them, and Hinata comments, see, I told you so, you can't do anything either, you can't win against the chief, but before she could complete, we see Kusanagi bypasses his defense and punches him right on the gut. But he isn't able to damage, and Kusanagi says, how annoying, and Riku comments, all that barrage, and Hinata says, and he's unscathed. Riku thinks, but it's pointless if he only stays on the defensive, the chief demon has an outstanding defense as well, how is he gonna inflict damage on it? Kusanagi thinks, there's a spell I really want to try, but perhaps I shouldn't do that now, oh well, a random spell should be enough. Kusanagi uses a level 9 spell, Void Magic, Magic Sparkle, and creates various void orbs. Hinata gets shocked seeing it, and says, a level 9 spell, level 8 is already the highest for us. Kusanagi sends all those immense amount of orbs towards the demon chief and bombards him with it, as the demon chief gets completely engulfed by it and screams in pain. We see the demon chief being defeated with so many holes in his body, and the sky also turns blue. Everyone comments, "Is it over?" He defeated an opponent the magic nobles had trouble fighting without breaking a sweat. They run over to him and says, "Incredible, that was incredible, Leader Kusanagi, you really are the Messiah," and he tells Hinata and Riku, "See, that was no problem for me." She thinks, he won, and easily, we're no match for him, there's nothing we can do in our current state. Kusanagi asks them, "Wanna continue where we left off?" And Riku replies, "No, we're good, we lost, you passed the test." He asks him, "You'll explain everything now, won't you?" And he replies, "Yes, of course, for that we need one more person." And Kusanagi says it's Takegami as she arrives as well. Takegami says, "You knew all along," and he replies, "Of course I did, you should know best that there's nothing you can hide from me, you've got some explaining to do, about why you tried to test me, why sorcerer have weakened during these 50 years. And why you decided to cooperate with the magic nobles." Now they arrive at Takegami's house and Kusanagi asks, "All right, let's hear the whole story. Takegami, you knew about these guys, didn't you?" She replies, "Yes, I even knew beforehand that you were going to be attacked," and he asks, "Tell me why," and both Hinata and Riku looks at them. Riku says, "We wanted to test you, to see if you would use your power for selfish reasons and whether you truly had the skills," and Kusanagi replies, "Is that why you involved in my allies in this test?" And he replies, "That was nothing more than a threat, we didn't intend to harm anyone," and he asks, "Then why go through this?" Riku replies, "You and your team could have posed a threat to the magic nobles, in fact, your existence, especially as part of the special magic team, is undermining the magic nobles, it's a dangerous situation for Japan." Kusanagi replies, "That's the result of your negligence, the special magic team never intended to demean the magic nobles, you've been the ones interfering with us." Hinata gets angry and says, "Why you?" and Riku stops her and says, "Stop it, he's right, when the first calamity struck, the magic nobles did nothing, our subsequent response was sloppy I admit, but the world still needs the magic nobles." Takegami says, "The root of the issue dates back 50 years ago, it all began after your passing, which led to the current situation in Japan, and ultimately to the creation of magic nobles, with the death of many mages, including you, and the disappearance of the majority of the demons, the number of illegal mages in Japan increased. Amidst the disaster, even the people and the police self-defense forces were exhausted, making enforcement impossible, and Japan became temporarily a lawless country. The few surviving legitimate mages fought desperately to curb the illegal mages. But Japan was on the brink of collapse, with everyone exhausted, and losing hope for the future. All of this was triggered by the death of Ichikami Minato. He was a pillar of support for people, but then he was gone. The remaining mages pondered, how will they rebuild Japan, and instill hope in the people again? Kusanagi says, "Hence, the magic nobles were created," and she replies, "Precisely, we created a clear entity, the magic nobles, to gather people's hope and trust. We believed that with a new savior like Ichikami Minato, Japan would become more peaceful. The mage's power in times without calamity was dangerous, so the magic nobles collected all magic books and related documents nationwide, recruited those with magical talent, and if not killed them, all to then monopolize the magic knowledge and skills. A ban was placed throughout Japan. At that time even oral traditions or rumors of magic were forbidden. Japan slowly started down the path to peace, but as a result, the level of mages in Japan weakened." Kusanagi says, "The imperial policies led to decline of technology and knowledge, a common tale." Kusanagi thinks, "I clearly remember the situation 50 years ago. Many people and mages died due to the calamity, and many used magic for evil deeds. It's easy to imagine what would happen if I died. However, did the magic nobles have enough power to do all that? It doesn't seem likely that the mage association we were part of had that much power," and she looks over to Riku and Hinata. She asks Kusanagi, "Do you remember Mumyu Hifumi?" And he replies, "I do, he was my subordinate, a guy who often clashed with me, a sore loser, arrogant, but was undeniably talented." She says, "He is now the chairman of the large Japanese corporation Mumyu Group, originally famous as Tihi, heir of the Mumyu conglomerate. He has been supporting the magic nobles since then," and Kusanagi says, "I see, connected to the financial world and thereby political world, though I didn't know he was an heir to a conglomerate." She laughs and says, "You never change. Titles, power, money, they don't interest you, you only cared about magic and people." She again looks over to them and says, the current level of Japan's mages is low on a global scale. They were top-notch when you were around as Ichikami Minato, but they're nowhere near that now. Hinata says, Japan became peaceful because of our predecessors. That fact hasn't changed, and Kusanagi replies, what was your plan if another calamity occurred and she gets criticized for it? Riku says, back then we thought a calamity wouldn't happen again. Even if it did, we assumed the police alone could handle it. Worst case scenario, the magic nobles would resolve everything. And Kusanagi replies, all those assumptions were wrong, huh? You knew all about this, didn't you, Takegami? And she replies, yes, I've been involved since 50 years ago. But I am not one of the magic nobles. My power and influence are far less than theirs. Now I'm just a humble anti-monster equipment crafter. Kusanagi thinks, so this is the truth of the past 50 years ago. The magic nobles, the decline of mages, the lack of knowledge about magic and calamities, and the reasons behind it. But is this really all of it? He asks her, you've told me everything, right? No secrets from me. And she replies, right, no further secrets. Kusanagi says, good grief, well, that is the end of discussion. I have a proposal. And Hinata asks, a proposal? He asks them, how about we team up? And she replies, team up, you say? He says, call it a cooperative relationship. I'm not saying I'll be under you. You saw from the calamity earlier. Our cooperation is essential. And she laughs and says, the strong Kusanagi Minato needs our help. And he replies, I have my limits alone. If the magic nobles join us, it would be a great help. I'll let bygones be bygones if you agree. Together, we can overcome any calamity. You have no objections in helping citizens, right? And Riku replies, an offer we couldn't ask for. We can't win against the chief demon, so we can only rely on you. Takegami also joins in saying, let me help too. In my own small way, I can make anti-monster equipments, and he says, thanks, you too. They all look at Hinata, and she also gives in and says, fine, you just want us to cooperate, right? In exchange, don't you dare bring up this incident again. If you nag about it later, I'll knock your brains out. And he replies, yeah, got it, and you guys, no more taking hostages. Okay, she says, fine. Thus, the special magic team and the magic nobles formed an alliance. It was the first time in 50 years that the magic nobles cooperated with others, and Kusanagi says, come to think of it, why does it feel like I'm forgetting something? Must be my imagination. Back at Tokyo, we see Ruji seeing the defeated thugs and saying, who are these people? And at Kusanagi's house as well, Yuika wonders if they are burglars, and Ruka says, they must have a death wish. Now we switch scenes to Osaka Prefecture Police School, where the students are excited to see Kusanagi and says, we've been waiting for you. Captain Kusanagi Minato, seeing them, completely catches Kusanagi off guard. But we see an old guy shouting at them, line up everyone, you're no longer students. He tells Kusanagi, sorry about this, Captain Kusanagi, it's such an embarrassing as a police force to have these guys who joined just because they are fans. And Kusanagi replies, right. And he says, but I can understand their excitement. The special magic team's actions during the calamity were impressive. Even I want to take this training. And Kusanagi thinks, good grief. We see a bunch of fans commenting, where is Captain Kusanagi? I can't see him. There, he's over there. Move it. And he orders them, ready your level 1 spells, and fire. We see them training their spells on targets, and just one look of Kusanagi is enough to make his fangirls completely excited. He thinks, it seems SNS and the media have a strong influence. Their motivation may be impure, but at least they're eager. Still, I won't go easy on them. Now fast forward, and it's afternoon, and we see all of them running, completely exhausted, and Kusanagi tells them, it's training for increased physical and magic power. Keep running while sensing magic, do it like your life depends on it. They all say, this isn't what I signed up for. This kind of brutal training is outdated. What if I die? And Kusanagi replies, relax, I can use holy magic. No matter what condition you're in, I'll heal you. Now, stop complaining and keep running. Enemies won't care about your circumstances. Train with all your might and soul. And now we fast forward to a week later and see their increased magic power. Kusanagi tells them, you did well enduring the harsh training. You're completely different from who you were a week ago. And they all thank him for that. Kusanagi replies, keep training. Even when I'm not here, you are the protectors of Osaka's peace. They all cry hearing his words, as Kusanagi leaves saying, the rest is up to you, as they all cry saying his name. Afterward, the level of Osaka's magic police significantly improved. reaching the same level as Tokyo's officers, and Kusanagi says, time to head back to Tokyo. There's probably another press conference there or something. Now we see the news. Today, the Special Magic Team and the Magic Nobles, the Homurai and the Kai-Chi families announce their full cooperation, and we see all the comments praising them. Now we move on the viewers. One of the guy comments, there's a rumor that big corporations will sponsor the Special Magic Team, and another girl replies to it, isn't that a problem for the police? Now the headphone-wearing guy comments, they say it's okay because the Special Magic Team isn't an official department, and two guys walking around says they're even providing technical support to civilian mages, and the other one says, Japan seems to be centered around the Special Magic Team, and the first one says, damn, that's cool. Now at a news podcast, the old guy says, but the Mizuha family hasn't shown up, and the glasses guy replies, they have been cooperating with the Special Magic Team for a while, haven't they? The old guy replies, then, they should have been at the press conference, and the glasses guy says, does this mean they aren't officially cooperating? What are they thinking, when Japan is starting to unite against the calamities? Now we switch scenes to Kusanagi and everyone else, and Kusanagi says, you can't contact your father. Yuika replies, right, I've tried multiple times, and Ruka says, then again, we've been disowned, so. Kusanagi says, I'm concerned that your family head hasn't made an appearance, and Ruka replies, I thought he would come out if we established cooperation with Homurai and Kai-Chi. Kusanagi thinks, if the relationship with the Special Magic Nobles is good, then Yuika and Ruka's issue with their father should be resolved, but Toshiro has remained silent, maybe I should look into it. Kusanagi thinks about it and Yuika says, still Minato, we heard you were a big hit in Osaka, and Ruka says, yeah, we're really proud of you. He replies, I'm involved in too much trouble, as usual, though we see Shido standing behind them and observing. Shido thinks, when Kusanagi wasn't around, Chrono didn't show up either. Is he really the Shadow Bringer? If he does turn out to be an illegal mage, I'll have to arrest him. Please let my assumption be wrong, you're meant to be a savior of the world. Now fast forward in the afternoon, Kusanagi is walking alone and thinks, it's rare for all three of them to be busy, however going alone isn't so bad, and he notices, Toshiro's assistant arrives to pick him up. They arrive at the Mizuha family residence, where we see Toshiro angry at him, saying, I heard my daughters are living with you. He releases his magic power and tells Kusanagi, if you plan to harm them, I'll end your life right here, and Kusanagi replies, but we're just friends. He calms down and says, are you saying you won't lay a hand on them? And he replies, I wouldn't do that to my friends, and Kusanagi thinks, did he call me here because he's worried about his daughters? I guess he does have a fatherly side to him, after all. He calls Kusanagi to follow him and they both go outside and fly up in the air. He tells him, let's have a match, and Kusanagi replies, sure, I don't mind, and they both flare up their magic power. Toshiro uses a level 7 water magic spell, Geyser Wave, and Kusanagi counters with a level 7 fire magic, Demon's Blaze. Both of their spell disappears and they land on the ground. Toshiro says, to think you could neutralize water's weakness with fire magic of the same rank, you're strong. Toshiro leaves saying, I entrust my daughters to you, as Kusanagi looks at him go. Now at the Black Rebellion hideout, we see their leader is angry, as he shouts, all of them, useless idiots, as we two girls hiding behind a broken table, scared. Chrono is still alive and well, enough holding back, I'll crush anyone who gets in my way, you'll live up to my expectations, won't you? He tells somebody. The person turns out to be Toshiro and he tells him, rest assured, I will annihilate the Shadow Bringer. Anakuta replies, it'll be a full-scale war between Black Rebellion and the Shadow Bringers, wait for me, Black Mage. Now at school, we see a green-haired girl saying, Kusanagi, you were so cool at the press con, and another one saying, everyone's talking about the Special Magic Team, and we see Kusanagi being surrounded by students, as he thinks, things are even way more bothersome than last time. And on the other hand, Yuika is surrounded by students as well, and one of the purple-haired guy is following her around, while three girls who are looking over them seems to be jealous of Yuika. Yuika leaves saying, I'm gonna go to the bathroom for a bit. On the way she thinks, I've already grown accustomed to stuff like that, but it's exhausting when they follow me all the way there. The three girls comes around and calls her out saying, Mizuha, do you have a moment? Now they go behind the school as one of the girl tries to intimidate her, as she says, you're an annoying prick, you know that. The green-haired one says, why are you even in the Special Magic Team? And the short one says, just because you're a magic noble, doesn't mean you should get special treatment. Green-haired girls say, I bet you seduced your way in, and someone replies, I could see that happening, Yakes, she is done for, but Yuika lashes out at them, I enlisted with my own capabilities, I trained for it, why would I resort to such petty tricks? The red-haired replies, so, you're saying that you don't have feelings for Kusanagi, you don't see him as a romantic partner, there's no way a rightful magic noble dare to lie, right? She starts to stutter. But suddenly Kusanagi comes and shouts, what are you doing? They start to make excuses, we're just telling Mizuha how unfair she is, how nice it must be for a magic noble to get special treatment, she probably used her connections. Oh, maybe you also got roped into this, it must have been a real pain considering how powerful you are, as Yuika looks frustrated. So unfair, we'll probably do well if we also enlisted, we could be of help of you too, Kusanagi says, so that's how it is? Kusanagi says, I see you're eager, in that case, I'll let you join the Special Magic Team's induction course, we could really use a helping hand, you're free to enlist once you pass the course and they get excited hearing that. They say, really, I'll definitely pass, just you watch us, Kusanagi, as Yuika behind them watches them. Now next day, Kusanagi introduces them, these three will be joining the induction course starting today and they say, we'll be in your care, Ruji sees them and says, never seen them, and Ruka says, they don't seem exemplary, judging from their magic power. Yuika thinks, does Minato really plan on letting them join? Don't let it bother you, Yuika, all I need to do is do what needs to be done. Those three say, wonder what I should do once I enlist, Green one says, I wanna get to know Kusanagi better, and Short one says, isn't this our chance to become famous? Ruka sees them and says, they're awfully casual about this and Ruji says, what's with them? Kusanagi tells them, now, think nothing of it, they need this, as the red-haired girl thinks, I ought to get closer to Kusanagi during training. Fast forward a bit we see them completely exhausted from the training as she exclaims, I'm gonna die, while Kusanagi shouts, run like your life depends on it, the enemy won't care about your circumstances, imagine a monster chasing you from behind. We see those three are dead last in the running while saying, I can't do this anymore. Onto the push-ups, Kusanagi says, no slacking off, push your limits and again those three are completely on the ground. Onto the magic target training and Kusanagi says, keep casting magic until you no longer can. We see those three being completely exhausted and unable to proceed and saying, I need to run away, I'll go crazy training like this, help, I'm gonna get killed. Kusanagi comes along and says, where do you think you are going? This was all just the warm-up. Those three says, this is just pure harassment, no human can possibly keep up with a training like this, you deliberately did this to hurt us, didn't you? He tells them, look at them, they couldn't keep up with training at first, but they persevered every day, until they became the strong people that they are now. We work side by side with death, we fight monsters and protect the citizens, with everything we got, Yuika has always been hard-working, relentlessly pushing forward, even while thinking she has no talent. How can anyone say she's taking it easy, using her connections, where in her is any of that? Yuika is an important friend of mine, I won't forgive anyone who tries to discredit her, and they get scared hearing that. All three of them run away, shouting, please have mercy, and Kusanagi says, good grief, they're so spineless, they could have considered joining us if they kept up with the training. Ruji asks him, what was with those guys, and he replies, don't worry about it, they're just sore losers, as Yuika looks over Kusanagi. Now at afternoon, Yuika tells Kusanagi she heard what he said earlier, and thanks him for standing up for her. Kusanagi replies, I just thought showing them the reality would stop them from unnecessary flattery, and they'll probably talk to the others about it too, so, and Yuika blushes and smiles and says, you're saying, don't worry about it, right? And Kusanagi replies, yeah, that's right. Yuika says, but let me say this, I also consider you an important person, and Kusanagi smiles and says, is that so? Yuika thinks, I know the way you value someone important might be different, but for now, that's enough for me, someday when I become strong enough to stand beside you, then I will. Yuika says, I am going to become much stronger, strong enough to beat you. She smiles cheerfully and tells Kusanagi, so, be prepared. Now fast forward we see a calamity is happening, as all the people run away in fear, while the monsters chase them, but Kusanagi and Hinata arrives at the scene. Hinata rushes forward saying, that prey is mine, Kusanagi follows her saying, good grief. Both of them work together to take down the monsters, as the people watching comments, incredible, the special magic team and the magic nobles are really working together. Now moving on, with the cooperation of the special magic team, the reputation of the magic nobles is gradually being restored, and we see a graph about the trust in magic nobles. The trend is that Shadowbringer handles illegal magicians, while special magic team deals with calamites and monsters. The special magic team has a unique organizational form, focusing on students as its core, so few people recognize it as a police organization, often resulting in delayed response. Criticism towards the police is growing. Now at night, at the hospital, we see Leona's little brother in his comatose state, and Kusanagi arrives from the window. He uses his level 7 holy magic, angel breath, to try and heal him. But it doesn't do anything, and he thinks, holy magic can cure someone in a comatose state, but I hoped it might have a positive effect on the mind and body. So far, there has been no change. Even with my frequent treatments, it seems holy magic is ineffective after all, and he gets the thought of Leona and her brother. He smiles thinking that and says, but I won't give up yet, as suddenly someone arrives. It's Leona, who says, I felt someone was here, but maybe it was just my imagination? Kusanagi flies out of the window and thinks, good grief, I was in the middle of treating him, you know. Leona sits behind her brother and tells him, how are you feeling, though I guess I already know the answer to that. Oh, yeah, I'll continue my story from yesterday. It's about Chrono. He's truly amazing, his magic is exceptional, he's proactive, and he's reliable, and we see Kusanagi is standing just outside of the window and listening to everything. I've never met anyone like him before. Everyone else just pretends not to see anything, but you know, he can be so mean. You're too weak, train harder, he'd say while coaching me. He's so strict, it's almost demonic. Hilarious, isn't it? As she chuckles. But her smile turns into sadness and she grabs her bed sheets in frustration and says, I won't give up, I'll make sure no one suffers like you did. We'll take down BR, no matter what happens, we definitely will. She cries and says, I'm sorry, Kai, and Kusanagi flies away hearing all that. Now at the Shadowbringer hideout, Kusanagi asks, who are they? Leona introduces them, these are your new allies. He asks her, where did you gather them from? And she replies, rather than gather myself, it's more like they gathered themselves. I've been uploading your videos and images online, running an enlightenment campaign. This scant information was a test to see if they could contact me, and Kusanagi thinks, oh that. She says, don't worry, I've verified everyone's identity and screened them, they're trustworthy people. One of them says, wow, it's really Lord Chrono, it's the black magician in the flesh. She laughs and says, it's all right, probably. Kusanagi tells them, I've come here today to train you all, I won't hold back, so be ready, and they reply, we're ready, despite how we look, we're confident in ourselves. Kusanagi smiles and says, oh, I'm looking forward to that, and we see all of them lying on the ground and Kusanagi says, what wrong, you're being pathetic, train as your life depends on it. Although the new recruits were overly enthusiastic at first, their dedication was clear and they grew significantly under Chrono's rigorous training. The newly formed tactical team specialized in information manipulation and hacking, while the action team targeted BR's hideouts for destruction. As Shadowbringer gained support from organizations within the underworld, his power continued to grow. Back at the police department, we see two officers talking. BR's hideout has taken a lot of damage. Is this a feud between illegal mages? Some see Shadowbringer as sort of a vigilante. Hearing that, Shidu gets pissed and thinks, vigilante my foot, illegal magicians are nothing but criminals, we won't let them get away with more. At BR hideout we see Akuto saying, he better not dare underestimate us again, I'm not the same as before. One of the subordinates tells him, boss everything is ready, and he replies, you're too slow, useless men. I'll corner them, and kill them myself, just you wait. Kusanagi Minato, Chrono. Next day, at the training, Shidu thinks, Captain Kusanagi is a remarkable person, however, I can't help suspecting that he might be Chrono. Considering his age, abilities, and the timing of his appearance, it's hard not to be suspicious. I want to believe he is not Chrono. We see Ruka, Ruji, Yuika all asking for sorry, as they hand him over the broken bangles. Yuika says, we tried fixing it, but Kusanagi replies, it's okay, don't worry about it. It was just beyond its durability limit, and Kusanagi thinks, seems like a novice like me can't handle decent anti-monster equipment after all. Maybe I should consult Takagami. Ruji says, still I can't say I like this. Ruka says, to think they'd launch a night ambush just to test us, and Yuika says, just because they are magic nobles, they think they can do whatever they want. Kusanagi tells them, it pisses me off too, but considering the future, cooperating with them is essential. Sorry, but could you just slide just this once? Yuika says, if Minato says so, I can't say no, and Ruji says, not noticing we were being attacked still makes me feel pathetic, and Ruka says, we also lack enough power, after all, and Yuika adds, now that you mention it, those magic nobles were acting strange, weren't they? I don't know what kind of magic they were hit with, but they seemed unaware of their own situation. Kusanagi explains, drain-type magic absorbs magical power and blurs memories, they just don't remember what happened before and after the magic was used on them. Well, training's over, so let's head back. But Yuika says, sorry, I have some things to do at the academy, and Ruka says, my apologies, me too, and Ruji says, I've got my part-time job, sorry man. But Shidu calls out Kusanagi and asks him, shall I give you a ride? Now in the car, Shidu says, lately, Shadowbringer has been expanding his influence. As part of the police force, I can't just sit back and watch. Kusanagi replies, you still suspect me, and he replies, Chrono is a young achiever, I thought you, being in a similar position, might have noticed something, and he replies, I know nothing, and Shidu says, is that so? Kusanagi asks, is Chrono a villain? I haven't heard anything about him committing any evil deeds, and Shidu replies, from what I've heard, he seems to be a good person, and Kusanagi asks, then why? And Shidu replies, because he is still a criminal. Shidu explains his backstory, my father was a police officer, a man of strong justice. He was a remarkable person, he always used to say that criminals are human too, with consciences, and if you confront them sincerely, they'll understand. I respected him for that. I wanted to become a police officer like him in the future, but my father was killed. He was trying to negotiate with a criminal who had taken hostages, but the criminal casted magic on my defenseless father. As someone who couldn't use magic, he was one-sidedly killed. He stuck to his belief through and through. He believed in the criminals and was then brutally killed in return. The criminal was charged with robbery and murder, was arrested. When asked why he killed my father, do you know what he said? I was scared. It's not my fault, it's his. Shidu shouts, bullshit, the criminal scared. The real fear should be felt by victims, by my father, who was killed. And he was killed for such a trivial reason, too. I can never forgive such people. Criminals are all equally scum. Even if they try to save others, they must never be forgiven. Otherwise, what are we, who live honestly, to think my father, what was it all for? Kusanagi, looking over at him, thinks, if Shidu is saying this much, it must be deeply rooted. Shidu says, sorry, I got all emotional on you, I'll be counting on you again tomorrow, as Kusanagi looks at him leaving. Next day in the morning, Yuika says, Minato sure is late, and Ruka says, it's rare, knowing him, and we see Kusanagi in hurry and saying, seriously, why do teachers always talk so much? And we suddenly see the broadcast starts to glitch and the BR leader comes up on the screen as he says, this broadcast has been hijacked by BR. All the viewer says, what is that? Isn't that Kuroi, the former magic noble? Akuto says, special magic team, and Chrono, I have a present for you, we've planted bombs all over Japan. Oh, don't you police dare to think of making a move. If you disobey my orders, we'll blow them up one by one. Well, the dumb ones probably thinks it's a lie, so let me show you a bit of my kindness. And we see him exploding a bomb in one of the building as the rubble falls on the citizen. But Kusanagi is there and he protects them with a level for void magic, high magic barrier, and the citizen thanks him. Sanada says, information seems to be mixed up, and Shidu says, neither the police nor the special magic team can move. Yuika says, I can get in touch with Minato, either, and Ruji says, what the hell is he doing at a time like this, and Ruka wonders what is going on. Back to the broadcast, Akuto says, Chrono, you will come to the specified location alone. If you don't, we'll detonate all the bombs at once. You won't run away, will you, Chrono? Now fast forward at night and we see Kusanagi moving towards the location, and Leona on the call says, the designated place was a port warehouse that used to be a hideout. You're really going through with this, huh? And he replies, yeah, it'll be fine. Leona, who is standing on top of the building, tells him, be safe, Chrono, don't die on us, and he replies, of course. He arrives at the location, which is an empty warehouse. As soon as he walks in, all the lights are turned on, and we see a huge number of BR members waiting for him. Akuto comes out and says, I've been waiting, Chrono, I've been longing for the day, I could beat you to a pulp. Everyone here is a top-tier mage with advanced powers. We've gathered all of the best of BR. And Kusanagi replies, so, if I take down everyone here, BR will be destroyed, won't it? Akuto starts laughing and the guy beside him says, what an idiot, there's an idiot here, as if you could win alone. Akuto gets pissed and says, silence, you dimwit, that is how the people who underestimated him got beaten, but I'm different, I won't hold back, I'll kill Chrono flawlessly without letting my guard down. Kusanagi tries to move towards him and says, you think you can do it, but Akuto stops him and says, whoa there, don't resist, will you? Otherwise, I'll blow up the bombs around the city. I wondered how many people will die. Kusanagi stops and Akuto orders them all to kill him and they open up with all of their magic spells on him. But all of the spells and attacks are blocked by Kusanagi's barrier, and Akuto says, a magic barrier, annoying bastard. They uses a higher level spell, but Kusanagi says, it's useless, level 3 magic spells won't work on me. Akuto punches his subordinates and tells them, useless, all of you, can't you even scratch him, and Kusanagi calls him, trash. Akuto replies, that same trash is going to brutally kill you. You're strong, with a massive amount of magic and high-level spells, I'd normally have no chance against you, but how about this, as he pulls out a gun. As Kusanagi says, a gun won't work on, but before he could complete, Akuto fires a shot and we see Kusanagi getting damaged for the first time and he is surprised at that as well. Akuto smiles creepily and says, I wanted to see that look on your face, this is enchanted with magic that disassembles magic, anti-magic equipment, it can penetrate anything, magic barriers included, as he fires multiple shots towards him. Kusanagi tries to dodge them, but is unable to do so fully and Akuto says, it's been a while since I've shot, so they don't land cleanly, and he notices something. We see Kusanagi getting healed completely and all of his wounds disappears. Akuto says, bastard, you used holy magic, didn't you? And Kusanagi replies, don't mix them up, this is natural magic, it activates without my will, I'm not resisting. Akuto replies, well, it doesn't matter, healing won't change the situation, rather, it's better for me, that means I can hurt you more, and he fires again at him. While firing he says, does it hurt? It must hurt, right? Even if the wound heals, the pain remains, as he laughs like a maniac and his own subordinates get scared by him. We see Kusanagi is damaged at multiple parts and we see holy magic used again on his body, and Akuto thinks, strange, not a single direct hit, could he be dodging? No, that is impossible, there's no way he could pull off such a feat. He gets a call in the middle of a fight and he says, is that so? Okay, I got it, which pisses of Akuto and he says, communicating with you allies in front of the enemy, how dare you underestimate me, enough holding back, I'll kill you. Kusanagi uses a level 5 wind magic, Grand Typhon, and knocks out all the thugs. The whole warehouse breaks and we see all of them flying up in the air, and many of them lying on the ground as well, defeated. Akuto calls his subordinates and orders them to detonate the bombs and gets surprised hearing something and Kusanagi tells him, it is useless, all the bombs have been disarmed, by my allies that is. It hurt quite a bit, you know, I'll return the pain 100-fold, and Akuto gets pissed and says, bastard, I'll kill you. But the special magic team arrives and shouts, that is enough, and Yuika says, all the bombs have been disarmed, and Ruka says, stop your futile resistance. Kusanagi thinks, they arrived quickly, were they waiting nearby without being found? Ruka says, that's the Shadow Bringers leader, Chrono. And Ruji says, heh, what immense magic power. Sanada thinks, so Kusanagi really came alone, we need to help him quickly. Kusanagi tells him, the tables have turned. Akuto gets agitated and says, damn it, and we see Toshiro arrive saying, you look like you're having a hard time. Both Yuika and Ruka get shocked from seeing him and say, no way, is that, father? Yuika shouts, why are you here, father? And Ruka says, why are you siding with Kuroi? And Akuto replies, it's because we're comrades, isn't it obvious? Yuika asks, what happened, father? And Ruka says, is there a reason for this? Toshiro replies, I'm not obligated to tell you. They both go silent. Now we see Shidu saying, Black Mage, and Kusanagi replies, is this really the time to be seeing me as enemy? Sanada says, Kusanagi isn't here, so we should be working together, and Ruji says, yeah, this is no time for misunderstandings. Shidu says, I know, we'll cooperate just this once. We see few grenades coming for them and Kusanagi shouts at them to dodge. A huge explosion happens and Shidu says, what power? And Ruka says, These aren't regular grenades. Kusanagi says, to think there is anti-magic equipment that can dismantle magic besides guns, and Akuto shows his arsenal and says, that's not all I've got. We see Yuika and Ruka standing against their father and Ruka says, I never thought we'd be fighting against our own father, to which Yuika says, why has it come to this? Toshiro uses a level 3 water magic, Azure Splash on them and Ruka comes in front of Yuika and says, Yuika, watch out, and uses her own spell to try and counter. Both of their spells collide, but Toshiro's spell is able to nullify Ruka's, but before it can reach them, Ruji comes in and saves them using level 3 earth magic, Rock Wall. They both thank him and Ruji replies, don't mention it. Toshiro tells them, you two have become significantly stronger than before, and your teamwork isn't bad. But you're still no match for me, Ruka says, such tremendous magical power, and Ruji says, could it be as much as Minato's? Yuika steps forward and says, but we can move now, we couldn't do anything before, but things are different. The squad behind them says, we've grown stronger, Ruji says, we've survived hellish training and Ruka says, no more hesitation, and Yuika says, we'll defeat you, and then ask what this is all about. Both Yuika and Ruka combines their magic and uses a level 7 water magic, Geyser Wave. Toshiro counters and says, too naive, and he uses a level 8 water magic, Tidal Wave. Toshiro's spell blows through their spell and they both get flung back by it. Toshiro tells them, you've managed to neutralize my magic, though not completely, you're still far behind, and we see both of them lying on the ground and Ruka thinks, to think he can cast up to a level 8 spell, he's too strong. Back to Akuto and Kusanagi, Akuto laughs and says, what a one-sided fight this is, both theirs and ours. Looks like even the great Chrono is powerless against anti-magic equipment. Huh, you've never had to fight against guns before, and on top of that, we have another skilled fighter on our side. You don't stand a chance, how about begging for your life? Kusanagi notices something and so does Akuto. Kusanagi looks behind at his defeated team, and Akuto gets pissed and shouts, don't get cocky, while firing shots. But this time Kusanagi is able to dodge them easily. Akuto thinks, he dodged it, no, it was just a fluke, it's impossible for a human to dodge that. Toshiro attacks him using a level 8 water magic, Tidal Wave while saying, how about this, but once again Kusanagi dodges, but we see Akuto coming out from behind Kusanagi from his shadow. Akuto uses level 5 dark magic, Night Raid, but Kusanagi reacts to it, and dodges the strike. Kusanagi tries to kick him, but Akuto dodges using his dark magic and appears in another location and fires some shots at him. Once again Kusanagi dodges by doing flips, but the water magic comes for him which he blocks using his high-level barrier. Toshiro notices the barrier and everyone behind him and also stops his attack. Ruji says, what a battle, are they monsters or what? And Yuika says, we can't face Minato like this and Ruka says, it feels pathetic just watching. Shidu thinks, if we attack head-on, we can't beat him, but he's not paying attention to us now, if Chrono is at a disadvantage, we might be able to neutralize him. Reinforcements will arrive soon, then Kuroi and Mizuha Toshiro can be arrested, we can't miss this opportunity, and he tells Sanada, we're attacking Chrono and she asks, but why? Shidu replies, he's fighting on his own, he's an illegal mage, this is our only chance to arrest him, let's attack him together. Sanada hesitates and says, but Shidu says, please, this is our chance. She makes up her mind and stands up. Shidu says, you'll do it, right? She fires a spell towards Kusanagi and hits him with it. Akuto laughs and says, to think you'd attack Chrono, as expected the police are useless. Shidu tells Sanada, well done, I'll attack next, but notices that instead she has casted a level 5 holy magic on him, first aid. Akuto says, preposterous, the police helped Chrono, an illegal mage, and Kusanagi thinks, I can heal my wounds and fatigue with my passive magic, I don't really need Sanada's holy magic, no. She must be her trying to communicate her feelings. Shidu asks her, why did you heal him? And she replies, because he's fighting for our sake. And Shidu replies, what are you talking about? She says, can't you see, senpai, why do you think we, who can't even move, are still alive? Why do you think he's not moving from that place? It's because he is trying to protect us. If it weren't for him, we would have been their targets. That's why he's not running away. Shidu says, that's impossible. He's an illegal mage. There's no way he'd try to save the police, but Sanada grabs his collar and says, have you forgotten the reason he's here? He came alone to save the people. All this time, he's been fighting for others. Shidu thinks, true, he's not moving much from where he is now, that's why he's covered in wounds. But is he really doing this to cover for us? Was I mistaken? He may be an illegal mage, but perhaps he's different from the others. Was I averting my eyes from that truth? Yuika says, it doesn't matter whether or not Chrono is an illegal mage. Ruka says, yeah, we'll all fight, as they all do their best to stand back up, and Akuto says, nobody's like you, won't change a thing, you don't even have that much magic power left in you. But all three of them uses their spell and says, our magic power may be small, but there's still something we can do, as the fired spells comes towards Toshiro, which he notices and tries to dodge it. It's again Ruka and Yuika versus Toshiro, but as he is about to attack them, Kusanagi uses a level 7 fire magic, Demon's Blaze, to attack and distracted Toshiro. But he counters it in time using a level 7 water magic, Geyser Wave, and thinks, I don't have that many opportunities to attack Chrono. Even if I target the special magic team, he gets in the way. They're too well coordinated for a makeshift situation. Yuika says, we at least know how to hold you off. 2. Sanada thinks, we'll help you. Kusanagi, you're not alone in this. Behind them we see Shidu standing and pondering what to do, but he also makes up his mind and attack using his lightning magic. Akuto gets pissed and says, repulsive whelps, and Kusanagi thinks, thanks to the special magic team, Mizuha Toshiro's attacks have eased up, making the fight much easier. He gets pissed and pulls out 2 guns and shouts, you're all so infuriating, I'll kill you all with full force, but once again Kusanagi dodges them with ease. Akuto gets shocked by it and says, you completely avoided it, what kind of trick is this? Magic, what magic did you use? And Kusanagi replies, just dodged it, I didn't use any magic. Akuto shouts, just dodged, you say, don't joke with me, this isn't a movie. Kusanagi replies, it's been a while since I encountered a long-range anti-magic equipment, I could not really fight that well, though. Akuto goes into rage and shouts die at Kusanagi and fires multiple rounds all at once, but Kusanagi dodges all of them and says, it's useless, I've already analyzed you. He opens a briefcase and says, in that case, how about this, and pulls out an RPG and says, magic dissolving anti-magic equipment, the rocket launcher, everyone will be blown away by this. But Kusanagi uses dark magic to get behind him and says, I've finally gotten close, and before Akuto can ask, how can he use Night Raid, Kusanagi uses a spell called Cruel on him. We see a huge monster appears in the form of dark energy and completely envelops Akuto, as he screams in pain, and Kusanagi says, a special kind of dark magic, that's different from normal magic, you'll suffer pain for 3 days and nights. A fitting punishment for a villain, I must say. As we see Akuto groveling on ground and Kusanagi tells Toshiro, you're next. We see the special magic team all tired and Kusanagi thinks, well done, everyone, leave the rest to me. Okay, shall we do this? But Toshiro raises his hands and says, I surrender. Kusanagi asks, what do you mean? And he gets a call from Leona who says, Chrono, can you hear me? We've got trouble. Police and magic nobles are swarming all over Tokyo's BR hideouts. It's clearly planned timing, no doubt about it. The information was leaked by Mizuha Toshiro, and Kusanagi says, so, you were a spy who infiltrated BR, and he replies, more or less. But suddenly Kusanagi gets shot and his hood comes off. Akuto says, fooling around, every single one of you. Kusanagi thinks, so, he dissolved Cruel with anti-magic equipment, and he holds a remote and says, I'll destroy everything, I'll detonate the bombs placed nearby. Yuika says, we have to escape quickly. Ruka says, my body won't move, and Ruji says, damn it, both Toshiro and Kusanagi rushes to protect them. Kusanagi uses his level 7 fire magic, Firewall, and Toshiro uses his level 7 water magic, Emerald Aqua, to create a wall and surround them with it to protect them. Yuika notices something about Chrono, and we see Akuto pressing the remote button. But nothing happens after that, and Yuika comments, nothing's happening? Akuto presses again and says, what's going on? I know I planted those bombs around everywhere, but Leona arrives and says, didn't we tell you that we already defused those bombs? Akuto replies, one of the Shadow Gardens man, how dare you pests flock together, you scum grovel and obey me, the incompetent ones are nothing but slaves working for me. But Leona punches him right on the face and says, finally, I've given you my payback. He says, all of you are just being led around by the nose, I'm not the mastermind, just a pawn, and he laughs and says, and to realize that only now, and he gets knocked down. Kusanagi thinks, so there's someone behind BR, if that's the case, and he notices the police siren and says, so the police are almost here. He picks up Leona and Yuika tries to stop him from leaving, but he flies away holding Leona in her arms. Yuika says, he already left. Ruka says, gone just like the wind, and Ruji comments, what a guy. Sanada thinks, thank you, you saved the lives of many people. Next day at the news, Kuroi Akuto, a former magic noble and the current president of the BR, has been arrested on charges including conspiracy. There is much praise for the police who quickly defused the bombs, highlighting the high level of their anti-terrorism capabilities. Hinata leaves the scene frustrated. Now back to everyone. Ruji asks, something happened in your family, and Ruka says, then it can't be helped that you couldn't come. Yuika tells him, make sure you can contact us next time. Okay, and he replies, sorry, things have been hectic. They arrive at Mizuha residence where the assistants welcome them. All of them sit with Toshiro and Yuika asks him to explain the situation. He replies, to clear the disgrace of the magic nobles, and to stop the rampant of illegal mages, I pretended to cooperate with Kuroi and infiltrated BR. He was a former magic noble, involved in numerous crimes and continued to expand his influence. I couldn't overlook it. Yuika asks, but why now? And he replies, it was an imperial command from the police. If he was colluding with Fuka, they thought it'd be easier for me, a magic noble head, to get close. Lo and behold, Kuroi did trust me, and Kusanagi thinks, the story adds up. Toshiro says, and although I'm not officially part of the police organization, I was treated as an undercover investigator by exception, so I won't be held accountable for my crimes, which makes both Yuika and Ruka relieved. Ruka says, to put you through this. Yuika says, the police aren't doing anything. Kusanagi thinks, the special magic team is just the tip of the organizational icebergs, it's likely to follow the same path. But why did Mizuha Toshiro go to such lengths? As for the police, they seemed rather deferential to the magic nobles, but the roles were reversed this time. Moreover, why did the police decide to act now? The reason that they could no longer overlook it, lacks conviction, above all, and he recalls his talk to Leona, where he said, the police actually got ahead of us. Leona replies, true, the police with their lower information gathering ability, got ahead of us, and more than half of the bombs were fake. Kusanagi replies, they couldn't prepare enough real bombs, to which Leona replies, that's a possibility, but it's sloppy for a threat. The police's actions were too fast, it's as if they knew in advance. There's something fishy about this incident. Back to the present, Toshiro announces, following, Homirai and Kai-chi, I too will now publicly cooperate, and I will lift your disownment. I acknowledge my sins, forgive me. And Yuika asks, really? And Ruka says, thank goodness. At the afternoon, Ruji says, the Mizuha family has reconciled. The Mizuha clan promises cooperation with the special magic team. With BR destroyed, all is resolved. Sanada thinks, Chrono and Kusanagi are the same person and my hero. Is there nothing I can do for him? Shidu thinks, Chrono is an illegal mage, but he saved us. If Chrono is Kusanagi, should I capture him? Dad, what should I do? And Yuika thinks, that time, I saw his eyes for a moment. They were as same as Minato's. Are they perhaps the same person? While Kusanagi thinks, good grief, this is troubling, if things continue like this. Now back at night, again Kusanagi is trying to heal Leona's brother, and he thinks, is it really impossible? Or wake up, Kai, your sister is waiting for you. Once again Leona arrives, and Kusanagi again hides out and thinks, not this again. Leona tells Kai, we've defeated the villains together, there's no need to worry anymore. Kai, no one will hurt you again, so. And Kai wakes up, saying big sis, and Leona gets surprised as she says, Kai, I'm here, your sister's right here. He welcomes her sister and says, I tried my best to stay strong while you were away, as she lovingly hugs her brother. Kusanagi also smiles and flies away. Now the next day, we see Ruji requesting, please, I need you to look after my little brothers tomorrow. And Kusanagi asks, did something happen? To which he replies, the thing is, my shift runs throughout the entire day tomorrow. It'll be really late before I get to go home. Normally, I'd participate in the special magic team's activities and go to work whenever my mother isn't working, but it looks like neither of us will be available this time. I can't possibly leave them alone till night time, so please, look after my brothers. Kusanagi says, sure, I love kids, anyway, and he replies, for real, I appreciate it, and Yuika says, sorry, I don't think I can make it, I've got things to do related to moving, and Ruji replies, "Oh yeah, you're not disowned now. Are you going back to your father's house?" She replies, "No, we're moving to an even bigger place. Keep establishing your independence and explore the outside world, but make sure Kusanagi Minato stays with you, is what our father said." Ruji says, "Your father is same as ever," and she replies, "It's a blessing he provides all the money we need." Kusanagi thinks, if he's promoting independence, Yuika and Ruka living together would make sense, though he seems to have his reasons to keep me close, and Ruji says, "Then that means Minato and Ruka will be with you." But he pauses after seeing Ruka and Kusanagi, and thinks and says, "But now that I think about it, Yuika alone might be better," and Kusanagi says, "What was that pause for?" Kusanagi says, "Well, I suppose I can handle it alone," and asks, "What about you, Ruka?" She replies, "I want to help too." Ruji says, "Sorry to both of you, I'll make it up to you." The next day, we see Kusanagi and Ruka at the amusement park along with the kids, and Kusanagi says, "It's been a while since I've been to an amusement park." Pink-haired kid says, "Big bro Minato, I want to ride the roller coaster," and the blue-shirt kid says, "I want to go to the merry-go-round," and the yellow-haired girl says, "The Ferris wheel," and Kusanagi tells them, "All right, we'll ride them all." He looks at Ruka and says, "What are you doing, Ruka? Let's go," and she replies, "Oh, right, I'm coming." But her expressions scare the kids, and Kusanagi tells her, "Hey, your face looks scary, why not try smiling?" She replies, "Sorry." She smiles and asks, "Is this better?" But the kids still get scared, saying, "Sis looks scary." He hugs the kids and thinks good grief, and we see Ruka being all down about it. Now we see them riding various rides and Ferris wheel, and enjoying themselves. The kids gets really happy and says, "That was so fun, let's ride them again," and Kusanagi notices Ruka looking all sad. But once he looks at her, she starts to give off a faint smile, and the kids run away to bathroom, while Kusanagi shouts, "Careful not to bump into people." Both Ruka and Kusanagi sits down on a bench, and Kusanagi says, "Kids acting all excited is the best," and she replies, "Yeah, indeed, you're amazing Minato, the kids adore you," and he replies, "It's nothing special." She says, "As you can see, I'm not good with children, not that I dislike them, I'm just not good at communicating," to which Kusanagi replies, "I'm well aware of that," and she says, "I'm sorry. Once I told you, Ika, that she could never beat me, but that's not true. I can't cook, or be considerate like you, Ika, nor get along with people, and even in magic, I'm getting surpassed. I'm not perfect, I'm just a clumsy woman who can't do anything." She stands up and says, "I'm not usually like this, sorry, forget everything I said." Looks like the kids are back. We see a couple clicking selfie and the guy saying, "Those noisy brats are so annoying," and the girl says, "We're getting all your stupid faces on camera," and the cameraman, "Look at these idiots with headwear, they think they are kids." One of the kid bumps into the cameraman. Kusanagi notices, but Ruka rushes before him. We see her save the kid before he could fall and injure himself. She asks him, "Are you okay?" and the kid starts to cry, but Ruka smiles and says, "Thank goodness, you don't look hurt." But the cameraman arrives behind him and says, "Not cool at all, bumping into people without apologizing to them. Talk about gross." The woman says, Ruka replies, "We did nothing wrong, you should apologize." The guy tries to punch her, saying, "This woman," thinking she's all that just because she is pretty, but Kusanagi stops him. He tells him, "This is public place, not your playground. You scum only know how to cause trouble for others. Don't ruin a place meant for everyone to smile," and he twists his hand as the guy tells him to let go. They all run away and Kusanagi says, "Geez, people like them are everywhere. What about you two? Are you okay?" The kid holds onto Ruka and says, "I was so scared." All the kid starts to cling to her as she blushes and Kusanagi smiles. She hugs them back and says, "It's okay, you're safe now." Now it gets night time and Ruji arrives saying, "Sorry, I'm late, the kids haven't caused any trouble, have they?" Guess not, as we see Kusanagi, Ruka, and all the kids are sleeping together, and seeing which, Ruji comments they look just like a family. Shadow and Light, Japan's twin mages were gathering attention, yet, in contrast, the police's reputation only plummeted. Despite their swift response to the BR explosion incident earning acclaim, the special magic team's achievements overshadowed the police, leaving their reputation largely unimproved. The chief says, "We can't let Shadow Bringer run wild and tarnish our dignity as police. Capture those criminals posing as vigilantes." Now at Kaichi family's dojo, we see Kusanagi and Riku preparing to spar. They both get ready and take their stance. Riku rushes first to attack and delivers a flurry of sword strikes which Kusanagi blocks. Riku does a sweep attack, but Kusanagi jumps up and tries to attack him, but he ducks. Before Kusanagi could land, Riku tries to do a thrust attack on him, and stops right before his face. Riku says match complete, it's a draw, as we see Kusanagi also has his blade right on his gut. Riku tells him, impressive, you can fight on par with me, the assistant master. He replies, I might not be a match in swordsmanship. Riku replies, modest, yet skilled, I'm impressed, and Kusanagi says, that's flattering, and as soon as they both put down their sword, Riku just lays on the ground, saying, this is too troublesome, and Kusanagi asks, what's been happened to you in such a short time? He replies, holding a sword, I feel slightly motivated, otherwise, I'd rather do nothing, I wish I could die, or become a plant, and Kusanagi replies, let me say this, though unsolicited, don't die. Doing nothing is perfectly fine, just being alive is enough, if that brings you happiness, nothing else matters, and he replies, you're an interesting person. I've always felt out of place, then becoming known for my swordsmanship, I felt even more alienated. Kusanagi replies, that's not being an alien, it's just your uniqueness. He replies, uniqueness, no one's ever put it that way before, and Kusanagi replies, I've had similar experiences as well. We get a vision of his past, I was caught in an unimaginable terror, and death was practically before me. But I fought back, as a result, I had awakened my powers. Riku thinks, I see, the traffic accident, and Kusanagi thinks, ever since that day, I learned magic, mimicking the monster's spells, and now I've even developed my own. But that day, I was the only survivor left. I couldn't save anyone, all of the surrounding people saw me as an oddity, but now, my strength, my power, aids others. He asks Riku, don't you have something to protect, isn't that why you're fighting? And he replies, I see, you're right, indeed, there's something I wish to protect. Kusanagi stands up and gives him his hand and says, then use your power for that cause, you have that uniqueness, right? And Riku takes his hand and say, yes, thank you, Kusanagi Minato. Kusanagi says, let's look forward to working together, and he replies, right, likewise. Now we see them both strolling outside, as Riku watches him go. Kusanagi thinks, Kaichi Riku, for a head of a magic noble family, he was pretty decent, well, he does have his quirks, but he's far better than others, wicked, or just plain incomprehensible. But he bumps into Hinata on the way, as he asks her, sorry, are you okay? And she replies, that hurt, watch where you're going, punk. Hinata notices him and says, what are you doing here? Fast forward a bit and she says, I ran into some annoying guy today, and Kusanagi asks her, you're not in your usual flashy outfit today. She replies, like I'd always be wearing something flashy, it's only for official duties, man, it's anti-demon equipment, after all, and he replies, I thought you were just into that sort of things, to which she stays silent about. Kusanagi says, so you were into it, and she gets angry hearing that and says, shut up, it's my choice, after all, we're too conspicuous here. She sees a restaurant and tells Kusanagi, what are you standing around for, hurry up. Kusanagi thinks, good grief, she sure does things at her own pace. We see them both sitting in a restaurant and the people notices Kusanagi and says, hey, isn't that Kusanagi Minato? No way, it is, he's so cool. Others also notices Hinata, and comments, and there's Homuri the magic noble, it doesn't look like they're on a date, though, which pisses her off and she looks at them. Kusanagi thinks, she's like a mad dog, she asks him, you met with Riku today, didn't you? And he replies, you knew. She replies, you two are getting along so well, must be nice, and he replies, I should have invited you too, my bad, and she gets angry, I'm not sulking because you didn't invite me. We're just temporarily aligned, I'm not interested in making friends. He replies, that's fine by me, as long as we can cooperate for now, and she replies, the confidence of the strong, as irritating as ever, but you are strong, tell me, how did you become that way? Kusanagi says, on a road accident, and she replies, I know that already, but there's no way you got that strong from just an accident, your magical power is abnormal, it doesn't just increase that easily, that's not how magic power works. Kusanagi thinks, I'm actually suppressing my magic power quite a bit, even more so than before. Hinata says, if risking death was all it took to increase magic power, we wouldn't have to struggle so much. She gets angry at him and grabs him and asks, there's gotta be a reason you got stronger, spill it. Kusanagi thinks, she's desperate, she wants to become stronger that badly. But telling her I'm the reincarnation of Ichikami Minato from the modern era wouldn't make sense to her, nor would it satisfy Homurai, and he tells her, nothing special, if you want to get stronger, just train the usual way. She lets him go and says, you're impossible to read, and the waiter arrives with their order. Here's your very berry parfait. Kusanagi gets shocked seeing it and thinks, what is this monstrous parfait? She gets all excited seeing it and says, here it is, I've been waiting for this, as Kusanagi looks at her in confusion. She notices his reaction and says, it seems like they got my order wrong, but since it's here, I might as well eat it, and Kusanagi thinks, wasn't she looking forward to this? She gets very excited and happy eating it and exclaims, it's so good. She eats it all incredible fast and Kusanagi just stares at her in confusion. After finishing it up she says, now that was good, I'm stuffed. Man, I've always wanted to try the parfait here, but it felt awkward coming alone. This worked out perfectly. Kusanagi smiles and thinks, she has a sweet tooth. I didn't expect that from her, and he notices something, that her magic power is overflowing. She snaps back and says, I've nothing else to discuss with you, I'm leaving. Kusanagi thinks, perhaps she let her guard down just now that I managed to catch a glimpse of the magic power she was suppressing, but it was clearly more intense than the last time we fought. There's no way it could have increased that much with just a bit of training. Just what in the world did she do? Homurai is definitely hiding something. Now back at the police department, Shido thinks, I think Kusanagi Minato might be Chrono. When Chrono was around, Kusanagi wasn't. It's hard not to believe Kusanagi is Chrono. The police investigation is intensifying. It's only a matter of time before Chrono is caught. What should I do, Dad? Now at night, Leona says, the police are trying to dismantle Shadowbringer. Operations are being conducted everywhere. Some of our members have been caught, still just for questioning though. Kusanagi thinks, the special magic team has been ordered to catch us, too. They're trying to catch us with everything they got. Should I tell Leona I'm Kusanagi from the special magic team? No, if she gets caught, considering her character, she'd never speak about me. It would just cause her unnecessary stress. Plus, there's not much benefit in telling the truth right now. Police inside information can be hinted at without revealing the whole truth. It's not the right time to talk. Leona says, if this keeps up, they might reach us. We need to think of something. Kusanagi replies, leave it to me. I have a plan. Fast forward, he meets up with Takagami and says, sorry for the sudden request, I need your help, and she replies, if it's a request from Ichikami Minato, then I have no reason to refuse. Now at the police department, we see the chief is yelling, Chrono hasn't been found yet. The officer replies, we're still in the process of questioning the members of the Shadowbringers, but they insist that they know nothing. The chief replies, it's the police's job to make them talk, and the officer replies, we simply don't have the leverage to get them to confess. They most likely didn't inform the members who are lower down the line. The chief gets angry and says, the police force's dignity is on the line here. I don't care if you have to use force, no matter you do, just capture Chrono. And they all reply, understood, sir. Now at the special magic team, Shido tells everyone, as you all know, we have been ordered to find Chrono, as well as the members of the Shadowbringers. However, Chrono's whereabouts are still unknown. This has already gone public on social media and the news. There's a decent amount of content that's clearly undermining the police. Along with our countermeasures for the calamity, we must put our utmost efforts into the search. One of the guys says, we already have our hands full dealing with the calamity and the monsters, though, and someone else replies, this isn't the responsibility of the SMT. What are the higher-up thinking? Kusanagi thinks, that goes to show how desperate the situation is. They'd have trouble getting away if the police got serious. Shido says, prioritize handling the calamity and the monsters, while continuing to search for the Shadowbringers. That is all. Dismissed. Sanada tells Shido, are we really going to go look for Shadowbringers? And he replies, it's an order from above. We have no say in it. Ruji replies, even after already pushed the brunt of the calamity's work onto us. Ruka replies, now there's even more work to do. And Yuika says, who do they think we are? But they say, but I can understand why the higher-ups did it. After all, the Shadowbringers have a tremendous amount of influence and popularity. And Shido says, if those illegal mages end up gaining more support, who knows what'll happen. I'm thinking it's about time to end this charade. Captain Kusanagi. And Kusanagi asks him, what are you trying to say? Shido says, if you're Chrono, surrender yourself now, hearing which shocks everyone. Both Sanada and Yuika jumps to defend him and says, Kusanagi isn't Chrono, I've told you that multiple times, and Yuika says, that's right, there's no way Minato could be Chrono. Shido says, the fact that you're desperate to defend him must mean that you two are on it, and Sanada replies, that's not. Shido says, Captain Kusanagi is indispensable to Japan, no, the whole world, and it's true that Chrono has saved many lives. Sanada asks, then why would? Shido answers, that's exactly why, if he surrenders now, there's a good chance the judge will reduce his sentence, at least that's better than being apprehended by the police. The timing which both Captain Kusanagi and Chrono appeared, their stature, and their abilities, but most of all, Captain Kusanagi was never around whenever Chrono would appear. Can you truly say these are all mere coincidence, which makes both of them go silent? Answer me, Captain Kusanagi, tell me your true identity, are you Chrono? And as he is about to say something, Sanada says, please wait, as she pulls out her phone and Shido asks, what now? Are you seriously still defending him? She replies, no, not that, look, they've hijacked the broadcast station. We see it's Chrono, who says, I am the leader of the Shadow Bringers. Chrono, forgive me for intruding upon your time for relaxations, dear citizens, the world seems to be interested to see who is stronger. Between Kusanagi and I shall satisfy that curiosity. I, Chrono, hereby challenge Kusanagi Minato to a duel, which shocks everyone as Ruji says, what did he just say? Shido gets confused and thinks, impossible, he wants a duel, how could he do that if they're the same person? Sanada is also confused and she thinks, what does that mean? So Kusanagi isn't Chrono, and Yuika also thinks, could I have been mistaken? Ruji asks Kusanagi, well, what are you gonna do? Minato and Ruka says, although there's no need to ask, he replies, of course, I'll accept his challenge. Now we see Kusanagi standing in an empty ground in Shibuya, and the reporter's helicopter arrives. The battle between Kusanagi Minato and Chrono shall soon begin. Chrono still hasn't made his entrance. A large crowd has gathered here, as if for a large-scale event, but police have been dispatched due to its dangerous nature. They may also be standing by to apprehend Chrono, and we see a huge crowd who shouts, I know that Minato will win for sure, and other replies, hey, you're in the way, I can't see, and some are just shouting his name. Now we see Chrono's fans who also cheers for him saying, Chrono's gonna beat his ass, being a dark hero is rad as hell, the police should be doing their damn jobs instead of hanging around here. Ruji and everyone else is standing on top of a building, as he says, this has turned into a big spectacle. Sanada says, they're hyping it up on social media too. Yuika says, it's trending, for million comments. Ruka says, there's tons of viewers watching the live stream too. Shido thinks, what are you planning, Kusanagi? There's no turning back now. Hinata and Riku arrives as well, saying, his late, and Toshiro also arrives along with them. Hinata tells him, so you're here too, huh? And Riku says, that's unexpected. Toshiro replies, this is a fight I must see for myself. Hinata and everyone notices a shining light in the sky. Everyone wonders what is that, and we see a stream of blue energy coming down at extremely high speeds. Even the helicopter gets pushed around from its force, and Kusanagi looks up and the stream hits the ground. There is a huge shockwave, which pushes back everyone around, and we see it's the leader of Shadow Bringers, Chrono. The reporters say, Chrono has appeared, astounding, it's really him in the flesh. Shido says, what, he actually showed up, and Sanada says, so Kusanagi wasn't Chrono after all, and Yuika says, they're really two separate people. Kusanagi tells him, I don't normally like putting on a show, but it seems like I have no choice. As Chrono gets ready, Kusanagi asks, Cat got your tunge? Well, fine by me, let's put an end to this. As we see both of them facing each other, and everyone else is also completely focused on their fight. Kusanagi uses a level 6 spell, Null Magic, Inorganic Cannon, and Chrono counters with Dark Magic, Chaos's Raven. Kusanagi fires the Null Magic, Inorganic Cannon towards Chrono, and he uses his Dark Magic, Chaos Raven, which looks a huge bird made up of dark energy. Both of their spells collide and the force blows away the helicopter, and they comment, we're going to crash at this rate, moving us away, but it was just starting to get good. The spells nullify each other and Chrono and Kusanagi rushes towards each other. They fight in hand-to-hand combat at extreme speeds, around the whole battlefield. Chrono attacks Kusanagi with a flurry of punches, but he dodges, but Chrono is able to breach through his defenses. He uses his level 9 lightning magic, penetrating thunder at point-blank range, and sends him flying. crashing through multiple buildings. But Kusanagi instantly appears behind him and says, "Good grief, you're not holding back. Huh, my clothes got dirty," and Chrono attacks again using his level 7 Earth magic, Comet. Kusanagi uses his level 9 Neo magic, Fairy to counter, which creates a huge shield and we see it blocking the attack. Chrono's spell break and the shield also dissipates into a bunch of fairies, and Kusanagi says, "For Neo magic, that went pretty well." All the people that are watching are in complete shock and excited, as they comment, "What is that thing? Who cares about the magic nobles anymore? Those two are on a whole different level." All the girls are completely fangirling over them as they say, "Wait, this is too much for my heart. Minato-sama, you're too handsome. I can't. He's too cool. I can't even." Hinata comments, "Those null magic users are always so flashy, they're all nothing but clueless idiots." Riku says, "They're both capable of using level 9 magic," and Hinata replies, "And their amount of mana is something else. Even while using high-level magic, they still have room to spare." And Toshiro comments, "What stands out most is Kusanagi Minato's magic. His continuous magic is moving as if it has its own will." They think, after activating a spell, by reactivating it within a very short time frame, the spell's effect will persist. That's continuous magic. It's the same concept as the magic we're using right now, except he's much better. Hinata says, "There's only a few mages capable of using continuous magic," and Toshiro adds, "and probably even fewer who can use automatic magic on top of that." There's also the matter of his abnormal physical strength. He's likely using magic power to invigorate his body, and he's empowering his attacks and defenses with it as well, Hinata says, "So he's like a wall of magic power," and Toshiro replies, "Probably," and Hinata says, "You just can't stop saying probably and likely, huh?" Toshiro says, "That's how irregular their magic is. They've surpassed us magic nobles, in every aspect. They're true monsters." We see them go inside in an abandoned building while fighting, and Chrono flies back up, but Kusanagi closes the distance immediately, saying, "Too slow." He kicks Chrono down, but he is able to land safely, and he immediately flies back up to Kusanagi. The special magic team gets shocked and they comment. Yuika says, "I knew they were strong," but Ruka says, "I can't believe they still have more up their sleeves," and Ruji says, "I can understand why those rubbernecks would be so interested in them." Sanada says, "It's still heating more and more, on all the live streams and social media sites," and Shidu says, "And not only in Japan, the entire world is watching," and we see other people's reaction around the world. First up, New York, where the fight is being displayed on a huge screen outside. The people there comments, "What an amazing battle, it's been years since I've last felt this alive." Now to South Korea, a couple on a date, and the girl asks, "What are you staring at your phone for?" And the guy replies, "Some popular mages from Japan are fighting each other," and she replies, "How is that important than our date?" and she gets irritated. Who cares about some Japanese mage? And suddenly everyone around jumps in excitement and say, "Get him, Kusanagi." Nah, Chrono is stronger. We see the whole world is watching and being excited about their fight. Kusanagi says, "You put up a good fight," and we see Chrono all damaged and Kusanagi adds, "But it looks like you're finished." But Chrono uses level 9 dark magic, Shadow Scythe, and sends some flying dark slashes towards Kusanagi, and Kusanagi flares up his magic and says, "This is the end." He uses level 10 magic, Null magic, Gigant Hex, which creates a huge box-like object. It completely demolishes the building and pushes Chrono into it. Everyone gets shocked and Yuika says, "Level 10, Ruji says, "What incredible magic power," and Ruka says, "Minato, just how strong are you?" Kusanagi rushes towards Chrono and the reporters say, "Hey, quick, follow him, I can't, he's too fast." The video feed got cut. What the hell are you doing? It was getting so good, and we see Chrono lying on the ground, defeated. Chrono looks up to Kusanagi and tries to use another spell. But Kusanagi tells him, "You can stop now," and he just backs down and starts to disappear. Kusanagi says, "Phew, looks like I was able to pull it off. It seems the anti-monster equipment I had Takegami made for me is at its limit, too. I guess it can only withstand level 9 magic for a short amount of time." He thinks, clone magic is useful, but it's pretty difficult to use. The duplicate is considerably weaker than me, and it's barely able to speak. We see Takegami also there and she says, "Thank goodness everything went well," and she thinks, "I was surprised when I first heard that Kusanagi Minato is Ichikami-san, but to think he was secretly Chrono as well, he's always full of surprises." Since you can't activate 2 spells at the same time, he had an extremely small amount of time to reactivate Duplicate, a spell that already has a short duration. That means that since he needed to constantly be using continuous magic, he couldn't use any other spells. That's why Ichikami-san prepared anti-monster equipment with automatic magic for me to use. By making use of anti-magic equipment that casted magic automatically, while I was unconscious, you could theoretically use multiple kinds of magic at once. However, not only did it require a vast amount of magic power to accomplish, he also needed to control the double with his own mind. If not, there was a possibility of the double going rampant and attacking the onlookers. In other words, Ichikami-san was expending a great amount of magic power while still maintaining control of the double, and even conducted a thrilling battle to please the eye. Only Ichikami Minato is capable of such a brilliant performance. He contacts Leona. "This is Chrono. Leona, it's safe to stop the jamming the broadcast now." And she replies, "I see. Is it over?" He replies, "Yeah, all of it." And she says, "So, nobody will be chasing after Chrono anymore? Isn't that right, Captain Kusanagi Minato?" He replies, "You've noticed, huh?" And she says, "Of course, don't underestimate my intel network." And he asks, "Since when?" She replies, "I've known for a while now. There was no reason to bring it up, that's all." He asks, "So you have a reason now?" And she replies, "I do, since today is the last time I'll get to see Chrono, right?" Kusanagi replies, "You saw right through me, huh?" She tells him, "Thank you, Chrono. You saved me and the other group members, and many other people at that. I'm glad that you were there for us. The number of illegal mages has gone down, as has the crime rate. The Shadowbringers will cease their activities until the head dies down. Without you, Japan will be okay. But I can take care of Kusanagi Minato's work, for a price that is." And Kusanagi replies, "Oi oi, you're going to charge me?" She replies, "Obviously, I'll give you a friends and family discount." He replies, "Sure, I'll be counting on you when the time comes." And she says, "Well," and Kusanagi says, "Yeah." She blushes and says, "Goodbye, Chrono." And Kusanagi also smiles and says, "Take care, Leona." Everyone arrives and says, "Minato, what happened to Chrono? Were you injured?" He replies, "It looks like he got away, but he'll be needing some bandages. I doubt he'll be showing his face again anytime soon." Shido bows and apologizes to Kusanagi and says, "I accused you of being Chrono. I'm really sorry." And Sanada says, "Same here. I started to doubt you. Forgive me. And you, Ika, also." "Me too. I'm sorry." Kusanagi thinks, "Now I feel guilty. It was unavoidable, but I'm sorry for tricking you, everyone." And he tells them, "Don't blame yourselves. Everyone make mistakes." Now to the magic nobles, Hinata says, "You've got to be kidding me, Ishit. How are those bastards so strong? I have to get even stronger. I'll never be able to catch up to them with my normal training." Toshiro says, he still has energy to spare, after such an intense battle. Exactly how much magic power does he have? Kusanagi thinks, "With this, I was able to display that Chrono and I are 2 separate people. Now that has been abolished, the Shadowbringers are no longer needed, although Kuroi's words are still on my mind. Well, I solved the most urgent problem. That's good enough for now." Fast forward, we see Kusanagi doing an ad. "Would you like to spend wonderful time with me? Elegant tea, try some today." People watching him on TV, "Work those legs like you mean it, no skipping out on training." And him holding a Q&A, with people asking how did he got so strong, and he replies, "I awakened my powers after having a near-death experience. Besides that, I suppose it was by training myself to the limit." We also see him modeling for clothing brand, which gets completely sold out as many people line up to buy. Outside of the academy, we see a huge crowd for Kusanagi, and all the girls in school are excited to see him. He is surrounded by a lot of girls who asks him, "Please shake my hand," one of them asking to hug him, others just straight up proposing him for marriage, and Ruji and all comments, "He's really popular, huh?" Yuika says, "Will he be okay?" And Ruka says, "Minato isn't good at handling those kinds of things." He gets incredibly irritated by it and thinks, "What a pain in the ass," and he just stands up and jumps down from the window. He runs away from the school and thinks of Shido's words, "If you do more guest appearances, I'm sure we'll be able to recruit more talented mages." And Kusanagi thinks, "Damn it, I should have never blindly listened to Shido." We see a huge crowd chasing him and Kusanagi running and shouting, "Just leave me alone already." Back at home, Ruka asks him, "Minato, are you okay?" And he replies, "Somehow, yeah. More importantly, you already finished cleaning up for the move, huh?" Yuika replies, while you were running away, I worked on it with my sister, and Ruka says, Yuika did most of the work, though, and Kusanagi replies, thanks you too, that helps a lot. They say, it's a 3-room apartment, so it'll be nice having our own rooms. With this much space, we won't be feeling cramped at all. Both of them thinks, sharing a small room was fun in its own way, though, I won't be able to see Minato's sleeping face anymore, and they both start to blush, and thinks, oh, what are you thinking, me, what the hell, am I thinking? Kusanagi's phone rings, and it's Takagami, who says, do you have some time to talk right now? I was just wondering if everything was okay after that fiasco. He replies, yeah, everything went smoothly, thanks to you, although it's sorts of biting me in the butt now. She chuckles and says, it's always hard being popular, isn't it? He tells her, let me know if you need anything, you're an important friend of mine after all, and you're the only one who knows my true identity. She replies, all right, if anything happens, I'll call you first, and he replies, yeah, please do. And she falls on the ground, holding a portrait and says, Ichikami-san, what should I do?